1 week later, the team has returned to Japan, and the mundane exterior of their apartment building hides the fact that 3 national heroes are living inside. Inside the kitchen, Yuika is humming to herself as she chops vegetables, looking like a happy housewife as she prepares breakfast. Minato is sitting at the table, looking exhausted and admitting that their vacation ended way faster than he expected. Ruka mentions that thanks to the school and the police, the media has finally been blocked from bothering them at home. Yuika pokes her head out and asks the 2 of them to help her carry the plates to the table. They sit down to a massive, delicious meal of Hamburg steaks and soup, a commoner's feast that the sisters have grown to love. Yuika asks if everything will really be okay at school tomorrow, but Minato assures her that the hype should have died down by now. He flashes a confident smile, telling her that people lose interest quickly and they just need to ignore any remaining stares. The scene cuts to school the next morning, where Minato realizes he was stupid for thinking things would go back to normal. A crowd of girls is surrounding his desk, begging to know if he has a girlfriend or if they can exchange contact info. Ruka and Ryuji march into the classroom like a pair of bodyguards, their presence instantly silencing the gossiping crowd. Ruka grabs Minato's hand and tells everyone to excuse them, her expression cold and protective. They find a quiet corner, but even there, they can see the entire student body watching them from the shadows. Ryuji mentions that it used to be even worse, with outsiders trying to sneak onto campus just to get a glimpse of the great sage. Ruka turns to Minato and casually mentions that they're out of toilet paper and should go shopping on the way home. Minato agrees and suggests they also pick up some bath salts, specifically the ones Yuika has been wanting for their nightly soak. The entire hallway goes dead silent as the students process the fact that the 2 most beautiful girls in school are living with Minato. Realizing she just leaked their biggest secret, Yuika grabs Minato and Ruka, dragging them toward the rooftop before the questions start. Up on the roof, Ryuji is freaking out, asking them if they really thought it was a good idea to talk about toilet paper in front of the whole class. He realizes that normally he'd object to such a setup, but since it's Minato, he figures they're probably just training or something equally platonic. He tells the group that if they ever need help with the domestic stuff, he's always ready to assist his little sisters. Ryuji then stops and tells Minato that they should stop using formal titles and surnames since they've been through so much together. Minato agrees instantly, telling Ryuji to just call him by his first name from now on. Yuika jumps on the chance, happily calling out Minato, while Ruka looks at them both with a complicated expression. Ruka is stuck, her face turning pale as she realizes she's the only one left who can't bring herself to be that casual with him. She thinks to herself that living together should make them closer, but the gap in their titles feels like a massive wall. Yuika tries to comfort her, saying it's not like they're doing anything wrong by being close. But every time Ruka looks at Minato's calm, handsome face, her heart starts racing so fast she can barely breathe. She wonders if Minato ever gets nervous about their situation, or if he really just sees her as another student. That night, Ruka is wide awake in her bed, her eyes staring at the ceiling as she replays the day's events over and over. She looks over at Yuika and Minato, who are both sleeping peacefully, and feels frustrated that she's the only one who can't sleep. She rolls over and hides under her covers, muttering about how annoying it is to be the serious one of the group. She eventually drifts off, her face relaxing as she listens to the steady breathing of the person she likes. The 2 sisters look peaceful in their sleep, unaware of the storm of emotions that Ruka is fighting every single day. The next morning, Ruka is wide awake again, her eyes bloodshot as she realizes she's still not used to sleeping in the same room as a boy. She watches Minato sleep, her heart skipping a beat as she realizes just how much she wants to be part of his inner circle. She admits to herself that despite the chaos, she's happy to be here, even if it makes her a nervous wreck. She sits up, her pajamas rumpled, and looks over at Minato with a mix of longing and determination. Minato is still fast asleep, looking younger and softer than he does when he's destroying noble families. Ruka's heart pounds against her ribs as she reaches out a hand, wanting to touch him but drawing back at the last second. She dives back under her covers as he starts to stir, her face burning with a mix of shame and excitement. She grits her teeth, realizing that Ryuji calling him Minato was the final blow to her pride as his top student. During the walk to school, she trails behind the group, her mind racing with a million different ways to bring up the name change. She tells herself to just be casual and say it, convinced that Minato won't mind since he's so easygoing. She opens her mouth to say meh, but the words get stuck in her throat the moment he turns his purple eyes toward her. She panics and ends up shouting, "May we have a good day ahead of us!" leaving Minato completely baffled. She clutches her head in the hallway, calling herself a coward and wondering why a simple name is so hard to say. She tries again during lunch, but it comes out as another weird, nonsensical sentence that makes Minato look even more concerned. She even tries at home, shouting about minnow fishing just to cover up the fact that she almost said his name. Minato is now genuinely worried that she's caught some kind of fever, while Ruka looks like she's about to faint from the stress. Back in bed that night, she groans into her pillow, realizing she missed every single opening she had during the day. She stares at her ring, wondering if she'll ever have the courage to stand beside him as an equal. The next day, she's trailing behind again, her expression solemn as she makes one final decision. She looks at Minato's back, realizing that the only thing holding her back is her own fear of changing their relationship. Minato slows down and asks her if she's feeling ill, his voice full of a gentle concern that makes her heart melt. She looks up at him with a soft, determined smile, telling him that she's actually perfectly fine. She stops walking and calls out Kusanagi, her voice steady for the first time in days. Minato stops and turns, telling her that they aren't strangers anymore, and that she really should stop calling him that. Ruka's eyes go wide, her cheeks turning a soft pink, as she realizes he's been waiting for her to say it this whole time. She takes a deep breath and finally lets it out, "Minato," her voice sounding like music to her own ears. She gives him the most beautiful, genuine smile she's ever shown, and for a second, even the great sage seems to be captivated by her light. With the domestic drama settled for now, the team heads into their next challenge, unaware that the new nobles are already moving to dismantle everything they've built. The elite world is shaking, the magic nobility realizes their absolute control is slipping away, and they're not happy about it. Hamurai Hinata, the fire-headed noble, grits her teeth, blaming the rise of the special magic team for the chaos, and vowing she won't just stand by. Kaiichi Riku, looking like he hasn't slept in a week, asks the burning question, how exactly are they supposed to deal with a monster like Kusanagi Minato? Hinata agrees that he's a problem, turning her gaze toward the other side of the table to see what the traditionalists think. A mysterious man in a blue kimono sits calmly, stating that he only cares about following our Lord's will, keeping his cards close to his chest. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut as Hinata slams the table, annoyed by how cryptic and unhelpful everyone is being. The man in the kimono notes that Minato didn't even recognize him earlier, wondering if the boy is truly as ignorant of the high-tier magic world as he seems. Riku leans back, suggesting that they should just put the boy to the test. If he's strong, he's useful. If not, he's trash. Hinata lets out a predatory grin, ready to personally take him out the moment he shows even a hint of weakness. The kimono-clad man goes silent, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the board is set for a massive collision. Back at the SMT, Shido is giving a briefing, warning the team that the next great calamity is predicted to hit Osaka very soon. Minato points to the map, noting that these monster outbreaks are following the exact same pattern as the ones from 50 years ago. Ryuji and the sisters realize the situation is dire, the frequency of these disasters is shortening, and they don't have much time to prepare. Karen looks worried, knowing that if they can't predict the exact moment the portal opens, the police will just be sitting ducks. Minato ponders the fact that while Tokyo is protected by them, other regions are completely defenseless against high-rank demons. Shido laughs, looking at Minato with a spark in his eye because he already knew the MC would be worried about the other cities. He reveals the big news: they're setting up a second special magic squad in Osaka to ensure the entire country is covered. The news hits the team like a lightning bolt, the girls shocked by how fast the SMT is expanding across the nation. Shido explains it's a joint effort with the police, and they've specifically asked Minato to head over there and train the new recruits. He wraps an arm around Minato, asking if the captain is ready to take his show on the road. Minato doesn't see a reason to say no, knowing that a stronger human defense is the only way to survive what's coming. Shido adds that there's someone special waiting for him in Osaka, a legendary artisan who lived through the calamity 50 years ago. The name Takigami Shizuku catches Minato's attention instantly, a flicker of recognition passing through his eyes. Shido says she's interested in him and wants to speak directly, though he tells Minato not to feel too much pressure. Minato insists on meeting her, knowing she's the one who crafted their high-tech uniforms and likely knows secrets about the past. He repeats her name to himself, the memories of a life 50 years ago starting to surface in the quiet moment. Shido watches him with a knowing look, sensing that Minato has a much deeper connection to history than anyone realizes. At the airport, the team gathers to see Minato off, the atmosphere a mix of supportive and a little bit sad to see their leader go. Minato grabs his suitcase, giving a simple wave as he prepares to head into what he thinks will be a routine training mission. The girls and Ryuji shout their encouragement, telling him to show those Osaka mages what a real Tokyo captain looks like. Minato stops at the last second, remembering he has a special gift for them before he disappears through the gate. He pulls out 3 silver bangles, looking simple, but humming with a subtle, protective energy. The team is confused, but Minato's voice is firm as he tells them they need to keep these on at all times until he returns. He leans in, his intensity making them go quiet, as he warns them never to take the bangles off, no matter what happens. He softens his gaze, asking if they'll be okay on their own while he's handling business in Osaka. Yuika gives him a bright smile, reminding him that they've gotten a lot stronger under his wing and that he shouldn't worry about them. Minato waves one last time, trusting his disciples to hold down the fort in Tokyo while he's away. Finally settling into his seat on the plane, Minato lets out a long sigh of relief, ready to just relax for a couple of hours. He remembers the strict security checks at the gate, realizing that being a high-level mage makes travel a massive headache. But the stress fades away the moment he realizes Shido booked him a first-class seat that's basically a luxury bed. He laughs to himself, thinking Shido really outdid himself with the perks this time around. As the other passengers board, Minato's mono radar starts pinging like crazy as a group of people walks past. He spots Riku and Hinata entering the cabin. Their presence is heavy with a power that's far above your average mage. Hinata gives him a sideways glance, her fiery hair making her stand out even in the crowded aisle. Minato notes that they seem pretty strong, realizing the flight might be more interesting than he originally anticipated. He sees even more mages boarding, but figures the plane's high-tier security will keep anyone from trying anything stupid in the sky. A group of guys in hoodies walk by, looking suspicious, but trying their best to blend in with the regular crowd. The massive jet takes off, climbing high above the clouds as it begins the short trip toward Osaka. Minato's eyes sparkle like a kid's when the first-class meal is served, looking like he's forgotten all about the potential threats on board. The steak looks incredible, and our boy is ready to dig in and enjoy the one perk of being a government-sponsored hero. He's happily stuffing his face, completely in his own world, while the atmosphere in the rest of the cabin begins to shift. A group of mages throughout the plane share a silent look, their hands moving toward hidden magic circles. The hooded man from earlier stands up, his expression cold and determined as he prepares to make his move. Minato is just finishing his meal, thinking about how nice it is to have some peace and quiet for once. But he senses the sudden surge of hostile mana, realizing his quiet flight is officially over before it even started. Suddenly, a red-haired mage grabs a flight attendant as a hostage, screaming for everyone to freeze while magic circles flare up all over the cabin. The hijackers reveal themselves, pointing spells at the passengers, while another one moves to block the exit to the first-class section. Hinata and Riku watch from their seats as the terrorists threaten to kill everyone, the tension on the plane reaching a breaking point. The cabin is pure chaos, a terrorist holding a flight attendant at mana point while shouting for the passengers to stay down if they want to live. Magic circles glow in every corner, and one hijacker tries to pin Minato down with a containment spell, thinking he's just a regular kid. Hinata looks on with a bored expression, while Riku mutters about how annoying it is that their flight just got turned into a hostage situation. Minato calmly scans the area, identifying 10 illegal mages on board, likely members of the Black Rebellion Syndicate. He knows he could end them in a second, but a high-level magic clash at this altitude could easily rip the plane apart and kill all the civilians. The lead terrorist screams at the passengers to shut up, threatening to blow a hole in anyone who dares to speak. A little girl cringes in her father's arms, crying that she's scared while her dad tries his best to keep her calm in the face of death. The lead hijacker shouts his demands into the intercom. He wants the immediate release of every Black Rebellion member currently in custody. He rants about how lowly humans have no right to bind superior mages, his face twisted with a deluded sense of elitism. He gives the government a 5-minute ultimatum: release his comrades, or he starts executing hostages one by one. In the cockpit, the pilot is sweating bullets, listening to the madness over the radio and knowing he can't do anything to stop them. Minato realizes time is running out, and he's clearly looking for the most surgical way to take these guys out without damaging the hull. Hinata stretches in her seat, looking like she's about to start a fire just because she's bored of waiting. Riku stands up slowly, his hand moving toward the black bag that holds his sword, ready to end the drama his own way. The red-haired noble releases a wave of heat that makes the entire cabin feel like an oven, a clear warning that she's done playing games. Minato catches the eye of the two nobles, a silent understanding passing between the three of them that it's time to move. The terrorists see them standing and scream for them to get back in their seats, but it's already far too late for that. In a blur of motion, Hinata delivers a high-speed kick that sends one hijacker crashing through a seat while Riku draws his blade in a flash. Riku uses the scabbard of his sword like a club, smashing it into a terrorist's face with a clang that echoes through the plane. The swordmaster moves like a ghost, dropping mages before they can even finish chanting their basic shield spells. Minato is just standing there, looking down at the terrorist he just knocked out with a single precise mana tap to the neck. The three of them face off in the middle of the aisle, the two nobles realizing that this kid isn't just some lucky student. Hinata's eyes go wide as she senses a spike in mana coming from the front of the plane. They aren't finished yet. A terrorist in the cockpit realizes his team has been wiped out and goes for the nuclear option, aiming his spell at the controls. The leader screams in desperation, his purple magic circle glowing as he prepares to take the entire plane down with him. Minato's fist connects with the guy's jaw a split second too late, the impact sending the hijacker flying but failing to stop the magic release. Riku slices through another terrorist's spell, but the cockpit is already a disaster zone, the controls sparking and failing. Hinata backflips through the air as the plane takes a sudden, violent dive, the gravity shift sending everyone's stomachs into their throats. One remaining hijacker tries to fire a blast at Hinata, screaming for her to die along with everyone else. She counters with a flaming kick that snuffs out his magic and slams him into the floor, calling him a pathetic loser. The lead hijacker grabs the flight attendant again, looking completely unhinged as he realizes his plan is falling apart. He screams that if he's going down, he's taking every single soul on this flight with him to the bottom of the ocean. He presses his glowing mana hand against the cockpit's glass, and the sound of cracking crystal fills the small room. Minato mutters too slow as he delivers a devastating kick that sends the leader crashing into the back of the cabin. Hinata follows up with a flaming punch to another guard, shouting that they're all too weak to even be considered mages. Riku takes out the last man with a cold stare and a swift strike, telling them they were naive to think they could pull this off. The three heroes stand over the bodies of the fallen terrorists, but the victory feels hollow as the plane continues its terminal descent. The passengers look up with tear-filled eyes, asking if they're actually saved or if this was just the beginning of the end. They start cheering and thanking the trio, but the pilot's voice over the intercom is filled with pure, unadulterated panic. Hinata looks down at the lead hijacker with pure disgust, calling his final act pathetic as the plane begins to rattle violently. Minato's sage sense goes off as he hears the roar of the wind, realizing the cockpit glass has finally shattered completely. He shouts that it's not over yet and sprints toward the gaping hole in the front of the aircraft. He uses his arm to block the freezing high-altitude winds from sucking the other two out of the plane. Inside the cockpit, the pilot is fighting a losing battle with the controls while a terrorist points a gun at his head in a final desperate move. Hinata's face is a mask of pure fury as she watches the hijacker shoot, the bullets sparking off her personal mana shield. She leaps forward and smashes the guy's face into the dashboard, but the damage to the electronics is already fatal. Minato looks at the glowing warning lights and mutters, "This is bad," his mind racing through every high-tier spell in his arsenal. The alarms are screaming, and the radar shows they are falling thousands of feet per minute with zero way to steer. The plane takes another sharp lurch, sending the nobles and Minato tumbling against the walls as the 230-ton jet begins to break apart. The passengers are screaming for their lives, realizing they are about to become a permanent part of the landscape below. The pilot shouts that the controls are dead and the radio is broken. There is officially no hope left for a safe landing. Hinata screams at Minato to do something, her pride finally taking a backseat to the sheer terror of their situation. The cockpit window completely shatters under the pressure, and Hinata is nearly sucked out into the freezing void of the upper atmosphere. A massive gust of wind tears through the cabin, throwing debris everywhere while Riku and Minato struggle to hold their ground. The pilot is shivering, his teeth chattering as he realizes they'll likely freeze to death long before they even hit the ground. Hinata looks completely lost, her fire magic useless against the overwhelming force of a falling airliner. Riku mutters that they're all going to die together, which earns him a sharp, panicked dumbass from the red-haired noble. The two nobles share a final look, accepting that this is the end of the line for the strongest mages in Japan. The pilot is screaming over the noise that they're all going to die, his hands shaking as he closes his eyes and waits for the impact. Suddenly, a calm, chillingly confident voice cuts through the chaos, saying no problem. The pilot looks up in disbelief, thinking Minato has completely lost his mind as the plane's nose points directly toward the earth. Minato stands up with a determined look in his eyes, declaring that he is going to save every single person on this flight. Minato's eyes are glowing with an ancient authority as he prepares to perform a feat that shouldn't be possible for any living being. The pilot screams that it's impossible and that no mere human can fix a falling 230-ton aircraft from the inside. Minato just mutters good grief as he watches the panic, realizing he doesn't have time to explain the physics of god-tier magic. He walks right up to the shattered cockpit window, and before the pilot can even blink, our boy leaps straight out into the freezing sky. The team watches in horror as Minato's small figure is swallowed by the clouds, looking like he's just committed suicide mid-flight. Hinata is speechless, shouting that the boy just ran away on his own, unable to comprehend the level of madness he just displayed. The plane enters a vertical nosedive, the engines screaming as they lose thousands of feet in a matter of seconds. The pilot grits his teeth, shouting that they'll be crashing into the ground in less than a few minutes. The passengers are in a state of pure hysteria, crying and praying as the shadow of the ground starts looming large in the windows. A father hugs his daughter tighter than ever, promising her it'll be over quickly as the final moments approach. The pilot pulls back on the useless yoke with everything he has, screaming for the plane to just stay steady for one more second. Suddenly, the jet's descent stops. It doesn't just slow down, it levels out perfectly, as if a giant hand just caught it out of the air. The pilot stares at the altimeter in total shock, unable to understand how the plane is suddenly regaining altitude with zero engine power. Hinata looks out the window, her jaw dropping, as she realizes that the impossible is actually happening right before her eyes. Minato is floating under the plane, holding up the entire 230-ton weight with a massive magic circle and a face full of calm resolve. He explains his method. He's using void magic to create a massive physical barrier, magic martial arts to buff his strength, and wind magic to steer the trajectory. He lets out a small, confident smirk, admitting that supporting an entire airliner is actually a bit challenging even for him. Inside, the pilot is screaming that this is impossible, because a single human shouldn't be able to lift a pebble at this altitude, let alone a commercial jet. Hinata realizes she's looking at a literal beast, whispering Minato's name as she finally understands why he's the SMT leader. The flight attendant gets on the intercom, her voice shaking with tears as she tells the passengers that a sorcerer has saved them. The passengers look around in a daze, slowly realizing that the terrifying descent has been replaced by a smooth, stable glide. The little girl looks at her father with a smile, asking if they're safe now, and he nods with a look of pure, tearful relief. But the pilot notes that their landing gear won't activate, meaning the final, most dangerous part of the journey is still resting in Minato's hands. The jet approaches the Osaka runway, a massive metal bird being guided down by a single teenage boy. Minato manifests a level 6 void magic spell, a high magic wall that acts like a giant cushion for the entire underside of the plane. The plane touches down on the runway with a deafening grrrr, the friction tearing up the concrete as Minato uses his own power to act as the brakes. Minato grits his teeth, his shoes digging into the runway as he absorbs the force of 230 tons of moving metal. The jet finally comes to a complete stop, a massive trail of smoke and wreckage behind it, but the cabin itself is perfectly intact. Minato lets out a phew as he stands on the tarmac, looking like he just finished a light jog instead of preventing a national tragedy. The cabin erupts in cheers and tears, passengers hugging each other as they realize they've just witnessed a literal miracle. The pilot and co-pilot give a sharp salute through the window, thanking Captain Kusanagi for the life-saving assist. Hinata watches him from the shattered window, her expression complex as she realizes her test was completely and utterly crushed by his reality. The moment Minato walks into the terminal, he's surrounded by a wall of reporters demanding to know how a single boy could save an entire flight. Minato's face is a mask of pure annoyance, thinking to himself that this hero pattern is getting old very, very quickly. The police move in to clear the area, promising the media that a formal press conference will be held once everyone is safe and rested. An officer leads Minato away, telling him that the master artisan Takigami is already waiting for him in a private room. Minato stops as he sees Hinata and Riku waiting in the hallway, the girl admitting that his magic was pretty impressive back there. Riku looks at him with a newfound respect, though his tired expression hasn't changed a bit. Minato asks if that was sarcasm, but Hinata genuinely tells him it was incredible magic, her fiery ego finally having been humbled. Minato gives them a casual wave and tells them they weren't half bad either, leaving the two nobles standing there in his wake. Hinata shouts for him to keep giving it his all, her aggressive nature turning into a strange kind of competitive respect. She gives him one last look, her eyes promising that they will definitely meet again on the battlefield. Minato watches them walk away, sensing that these two nobles are fundamentally different from the trash he's faced before. He's led into a traditional room where an elderly woman stands by a window, looking out at the sunset with a heavy air of nostalgia. The room is filled with memories of a past era, the quiet atmosphere a sharp contrast to the chaos of the airport. On a table sits an old photograph of a group of mages from 50 years ago, including a young girl who looks remarkably like the woman in the room. The attendant announces Minato's arrival, and the old woman doesn't even turn around, her voice steady and full of authority. She tells them to let him in, her hand resting on the photo of the great sage as if she's waiting for a ghost to appear. Minato steps into the room with his usual calm expression, his purple eyes scanning the artisan who's been waiting for him. Takigami Shizuku turns to face him, a small smile on her face as she tells him she's been waiting a long time to meet Kusanagi Minato. She tells him her reason for the summons is simple. She's interested in him because of his remarkable recent accomplishments. She notes that his magic style doesn't just look strong, it reminds her of someone very specific from her youth. Her voice goes quiet as she mentions her old mentor and ally. The legendary Ichikami Minato is Ichikami Minato himself, returned to finish what he started. Minato drops the ultimate truth bomb, telling Shizuku it's only natural he can use the great sage's magic. He leans back with total confidence and reveals the secret he's been hiding. He is Ichikami Minato himself. The title card drops as we dive into the legendary return of the great sage. Shizuku is skeptical, mentioning how many fakes have come forward over the years claiming to be his kids or friends just to get close to his fame. She stares him down, admitting she never expected someone to have the audacity to claim they actually are the man himself. Feeling insulted by what she thinks is a lie, she bows and coldly asks him to leave her sight. Minato doesn't budge, instead bringing up a pair of brothers he met who had a very specific doll of the great sage. He recalls a private memory of Shizuku saying she wanted to make a doll of him, and the look of pure shock on her face proves he just hit the nail on the head. He tells her that her creation is still giving children strength today, and a vision of his past self appears behind him as he smiles. Shizuku is trembling, tears welling up as she realizes the impossible might actually be true. Minato gestures casually, asking if she needs more proof or another story to finally believe him. The tension in the room melts away as Shizuku looks at him with newfound warmth and a soft smile. She finally accepts it, calling him Ichikami-san, while our boy just sighs in relief that the convincing part is over. She playfully scolds him, saying reincarnation isn't exactly something you believe in every day, even for an unorthodox guy like him. Her expression darkens as she explains how difficult things became for the world after his death in the last great calamity. Minato listens intently, his face turning serious as he prepares to hear the truth about the last 50 years. Shizuku wipes away tears of joy, overwhelmed by the fact that her old friend is standing right in front of her. Minato gives her a gentle, knowing smile, acknowledging the long road they've both traveled. The two sit in the quiet room, the weight of half a century hanging between them. He gets straight to the point, asking her what exactly happened during the 5 decades he was gone. He's noticed that magic knowledge has rotted, sorcerers are weak, and these arrogant nobles have somehow taken over everything. His eyes sharpen as he demands the full story, wanting to know who allowed the world of magic to fall this far. Shizuku is about to answer when her phone starts buzzing, interrupting the heavy moment. She checks the screen, and her face immediately tightens with concern. Minato senses the shift and asks if something is wrong, but she tries to brush it off as nothing. She tells him it's getting late and they should continue tomorrow, offering him a place to stay for the night. Later that night, Minato is fast asleep, completely unaware of the shadow creeping into his room. A hand grips a katana tightly as a mysterious figure stands by the door, ready to strike. The assassin leaps over the bed, raising his blade high for a lethal downward strike. Shloosh! The blade tears through the bedsheets in a flash of orange light, but something is off. The assassin's eyes widen in confusion as he realizes his target has completely vanished. Minato is standing behind him, cool as a cucumber, mocking the guy for being tactless enough to attack someone in their sleep. He recognizes the attacker. It's the tired-looking guy he saw earlier that day. The swordsman doesn't talk, he just lunges again, his blade trailing a massive arc of mana. Minato dodges effortlessly, but the force of the strike shatters the window and sends them both tumbling outside. They land in the courtyard, the assassin wasting no time as he charges back in for more. The attacker triggers a level 1 earth spell to break the ground, but Minato instantly counters with a level 1 void barrier. The clash of magic creates a shower of sparks as the two forces grind against each other. The swordsman stares through his blade, frustrated that a simple level 1 barrier is actually holding him back. Minato notices the blade is actually cutting through his mana, realizing his opponent is using specialized anti-magic gear. The swordsman stands his ground, his aura flaring with intense heat as he prepares to get serious. Minato decides that if they're not going to talk, he might as well have a little fun with the fight. He lunges forward with incredible speed, his body glowing with mana as he closes the gap. Suddenly, a voice screams for them to stop, and a girl with wild red hair and a flashy jacket drops into the middle of the yard. Minato isn't surprised, realizing she was probably involved in this ambush from the start. She smirks and holds up a glowing phone, telling Minato not to resist because they've already taken hostages. The screen shows Minato's friends and the SMT team back in Tokyo, with armed men standing over them while they sleep. Minato's expression turns cold as ice, asking them what exactly they want from him. The girl decides it's time for formal introductions before they get down to business. She introduces herself as Hamurai Hinata, a magic noble and the head of the Hamurai family. The swordsman beside her is revealed to be Kaichi Riku, another noble family head. Hinata leans in with a wicked grin, telling him they only have one demand: he needs to join them. She promises him status, wealth, and women, claiming that as a noble, he'll finally have the power to protect his friends properly. She warns him that if he refuses, he'll be hunted by the noble families for the rest of his life. She mocks him, asking if he can really protect his friends every second of the day, even when he's eating or sleeping. She points a finger at him, demanding an answer right here and now. The tension is thick enough to cut as Hinata waits for Minato to crumble under the pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, Minato looks her dead in the eye and gives a flat-out refusal. Hinata's smile turns murderous as she prepares to give the order to execute his friends. Back in Tokyo, the assassins prepare their spells, ready to teach Minato a lesson by wiping out everyone he cares about. But as they cast their magic, glowing rings suddenly appear around the wrists of the sleeping SMT members. Whoosh! A massive surge of golden energy erupts from the rings, manifesting into a familiar shape. The assassins are paralyzed with fear as a glowing avatar of Minato rises from the bed. The golden figure stands tall, radiating a level of power that shouldn't be possible for a remote spell. Minato's voice echoes through the spell, triggering level 5 void magic high magic drain to literally suck the mana out of the room. Hinata hears the screams over her phone and panics, demanding to know what's happening on the other end. The golden avatar crushes the assassins instantly, leaving them unconscious on the floor while the SMT members remain safe. Minato calmly tells the shocked nobles that their little hit squad has been completely wiped out. He calls them complete idiots for thinking such a predictable move would actually work against him. Hinata snaps, her ego bruised and her rage boiling over as she cackles like a maniac. She admits that his handling of the situation was impressive, considering it his first test. Minato asks if the plane hijacking was their doing too, but Hinata scoffs, saying they wouldn't pull such a stupid stunt. She ignites her aura, declaring it's time for the second test as Riku draws his sword once again. Minato sighs, telling them he'd really like to opt out of this annoying fight if possible. Hinata screams, "In your dreams!" as she launches a twin circle fire spell while Riku dashes in for a pincer attack. Bam! Minato blocks Hinata's kick with a glowing fist, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. He's handling both of them at once, parrying Riku's blade while keeping Hinata's flames at bay. Hinata isn't holding back anymore, unleashing a level 4 fire magic, flare that turns the courtyard into an oven. Boom! A massive explosion of fire consumes the area, lighting up the night sky. As the smoke clears, Minato stands there completely untouched, the embers fluttering around him like harmless snow. Riku tries to catch him off guard with a vertical slash, his face twisted in desperate concentration. Minato catches the blade with his bare hands using a localized barrier, telling them anyone else would have been dead by now. Hinata is fuming, triggering a massive level 5 blazing column, but Minato just counters with a casual level 3 water spell. The fire and water collide in a violent burst of steam and pressure. The force of the clash is so intense it nearly levels the surrounding fence. Hinata is shaking with rage, humiliated that he neutralized her level 5 spell with a mere level 3 and without even chanting. Minato tells them they can't go all out on the ground without destroying the house, suggesting they take the fight to the sky. He lifts off using a flight circle. With the two nobles chasing after him, their pride won't let them back down. They realize they've severely underestimated him and decide to drop all restraints. Hinata pours every ounce of her mana into a terrifying level 7 spell, Demon's Blaze, manifesting a giant flaming skull. At the same time, Riku summons a level 7 earth spell, Comet, pulling a massive rock from the atmosphere. Hinata screams that this power is enough to demolish half of Osaka, challenging Minato to try and defend against it. The two city-level spells merge into a falling nightmare of fire and stone. Minato looks up at the impending doom and just lets out a bored little ha. He gestures with one hand, triggering level 7 void magic, Vanish, and a ripple of distortion sweeps through the sky. Pop! The massive comet and the demon flames simply disintegrate into nothingness, vanishing as if they never existed. The two nobles are left hovering in the air, their jaws literally on the floor in utter disbelief. Minato casually explains that he just disintegrated the magical energy, acting like it's as simple as dusting a shelf. Hinata has a total meltdown, calling him a cheater and declaring she's going to show him her true power. Suddenly, Minato's mana ears twitch as he senses a massive shift in the environment. The two nobles feel it too, a heavy, suffocating pressure that makes their own mana feel like a candle in a storm. The sky turns a blood-red hue as a massive roar rips through the atmosphere. The calamity has arrived. Minato realizes this can't be a coincidence. Too many high-level events are happening at the exact same time. The red clouds hang over the cityscape of Osaka like an omen of the end. Shizuku watches from her window, her face etched with worry as she senses the ancient evil returning. She closes her eyes, praying that the world is ready for what's coming. The curtain closes on the quiet house as the chaos begins outside. Hinata is cursing, frustrated that their duel was interrupted by the very thing they were supposed to prevent. She wants to keep fighting Minato, screaming that she'll destroy him before dealing with the monsters. Riku places a hand on her shoulder, his grip firm and serious. He reminds her that their mission comes first and they can't afford to ignore a calamity of this scale. Hinata grits her teeth, clearly hating that he's right. Minato tells them the fight is postponed, as he needs to go deal with the mess in the city. He recognizes the area as Dotonbori, a place that's been a ruin since the last great calamity 50 years ago. He flies over the crumbling buildings, noting that monsters spew forth from this place even without a portal open. He realizes that if these monsters reach the human settlements, the body count will be astronomical. The two nobles fly up beside him, telling him they'll lend a hand for now. Minato thanks them but asks mockingly if they've really given up on trying to kill him. Riku plays it cool, claiming they were merely testing him and that he passed. Hinata looks away, still fuming but following along because she knows they need his power. Minato just sighs, thinking about how his list of problems seems to grow every single hour. Down in the ruins, massive gargoyles and winged demons are swarming the streets. Armored monsters with glowing purple cores march through the cracks in the pavement. Boom! A massive pillar of red energy slams into the ground as Hinata makes her entrance. She lands like a superhero, her eyes glowing with the promise of violence. She cracks her knuckles, declaring that it's time for a monster massacre. She incinerates a group of monsters with a blazing column, while Riku carves through the others with blinding speed. Minato hovers above, surrounding himself with multiple magic circles. He unleashes level 5 void magic, magic bullet barrage, raining down beams of light that delete every monster in sight. He figures he'll take care of the small fry while waiting for the actual boss to show up. Suddenly, he spots a lone figure walking calmly through the war zone. It's an old man with a beard and sunglasses, walking with a cane as if he's just out for a stroll. Minato drops down, asking the man if he's okay and telling him he needs to move. He warns him that it's incredibly dangerous and offers to lead him to safety. Minato reaches out to grab his arm, but his hand is suddenly swiped away with shocking speed. The old man glares at him with a look of pure, unadulterated power. Minato is stunned. This old guy's presence is unlike any commoner he's ever met. The man gives a fake-sounding thanks and tells Minato not to worry about him. Minato watches him walk away, wondering why an old man like that would be wandering a wasteland. He realizes the man looks strangely familiar, as if he's seen that face in a history book or a portrait. A black luxury car pulls up and a man in a suit helps the old guy inside. The mysterious elder sits in the back, his hands folded over his cane with the aura of a king. The local military and police arrive, setting up a perimeter and preparing for a full-scale subjugation. Minato is impressed by how fast they responded, realizing Shido wasn't lying about their preparation. However, he can see they're still inexperienced and panicking under the pressure. A cop screams at Minato to get back, thinking he's just some kid in danger. The soldier beside him recognizes him instantly as Kusanagi Minato from the SMT and breathes a sigh of relief. Roar! A monster lunges at the cop, but a blast of fire saves him just in time. Minato steps in, telling them not to slack off on their attacks while the soldiers salute their savior. He asks for a situation report and learns that they've sealed the area but are focusing on evacuations. The soldier admits they aren't prepared for the boss monster that's about to spawn. Minato just gives them a confident smirk and tells them not to worry because he's here. The soldiers are instantly pumped up, their morale skyrocketing at his words. Minato adds that it's not just him today, pointing toward the front lines. Hinata and Riku are absolutely tearing through the monster ranks like a whirlwind of death. The soldiers are losing their minds, realizing that two noble heads and the SMT's ace are all working together. They start cheering, convinced that they can actually win this impossible fight. Suddenly, the air turns thick and purple, and the soldiers find themselves unable to breathe. Their bodies feel like lead as a massive shadow begins to form in the center of the ruins. The ground splits open as a malevolent aura saturates the entire district. A monstrous armored demon with glowing purple eyes and massive wings finally reveals itself. The pressure is so intense that even the veteran soldiers are reduced to stammering wrecks. They realize it's the chief demon, a monster capable of ruining the entire city of Osaka on its own. Minato isn't scared, he just smirks, telling the beast he's glad it finally decided to show its face. The cop stares at him in awe, wondering how anyone can stay so composed in front of a god-tier monster. Hinata and Riku scream that the boss is their prey, charging in before Minato can even move. Minato just watches them go, deciding that if they want the spotlight, they can have it. The two nobles launch their final assault, and the real battle for Osaka begins. Just when everyone thought the boss was invincible, our boy prepares to show these nobles what a real spell looks like. Hinata and Riku are pouring everything they have into their ultimate level 8 attacks, desperate to take down the chief demon. The massive flaming comet crashes down, aimed directly at the center of the monster's head. But the chief demon doesn't even flinch, opening a dozen magic circles of its own to counter the incoming heat. It unleashes a level 8 fire magic supernova, creating an explosion so massive it dwarfs the nobles' combined efforts. The blowback is insane, sending the two noble heads flying backward as they realize their strongest moves were just swatted away like flies. The local soldiers scramble for cover behind their cars, terrified as the heat wave threatens to melt the very pavement they're standing on. As the dust settles, the demon stands in a massive crater, completely unharmed and radiating pure, concentrated malice. Hinata is panting, her eyes wide with shock as she realizes the monster actually used their own element to counter them. The demon looks down at them with contempt, calling them feeble humans and asking if there's a single sorcerer worth its time. The soldiers are losing it. The fact that this thing can talk means its intelligence is off the charts, making it way more dangerous than a normal monster. Minato watches the soldiers' fear, understanding that fighting something that can mock you is a whole different level of psychological horror. Hinata snaps, her pride as a noble taking over as she growls that she'll reduce the beast to mere ash for insulting her. She ignites her aura again, charging forward with a wild look in her eyes, ready to pummel the demon with everything she has left. Riku joins her, tapping into the Kaiichi-style's soul and prepping a level 8 gravity magic, dimensional blade. Our MC actually looks impressed, noting that these two are using original spells that aren't found in modern textbooks. They scream in unison, lunging at the demon for one final desperate strike to protect their reputations. The demon barely pays them any attention, its eyes drifting toward the insignificant teenager standing calmly in the back. Minato stands there with his hands in his pockets, glowing with a golden aura that makes the chief demon's blood run cold. The noble's attacks land, but the demon ignores the pain, focusing entirely on the massive threat rising behind them. With a sudden burst of speed, the demon teleports behind Riku, its claws ready to tear him apart. The demon whispers too slow into his ear, and for the first time, the arrogant swordsman looks truly terrified. It lets out a shockwave of purple energy, blasting both Hinata and Riku away like they're nothing but ragdolls. The two nobles hit the ground hard, their bodies battered and their mana completely exhausted. The demon doesn't stop, unleashing a level 6 Firewind fusion, Flare Cyclone, to finish them off once and for all. They scream in agony as the vortex of flames and wind tears into them, their noble status meaning nothing in the face of raw demonic power. Minato finally steps in, standing between the fallen nobles and the monster with a look that says he's finished watching the amateur show. Hinata can barely move, her body sparking with remnants of the demon's magic, as she realizes they've completely lost. They're broken, humiliated, and facing certain death, their arrogance finally being crushed by reality. Minato places a hand on Riku's shoulder, telling them to relax and leave the rest to him. Hinata tries to warn him, sobbing that there's no way he can win if even the powerful magic nobles couldn't do it. Riku even suggests they run for their lives, his spirit completely crushed by the demon's overwhelming pressure. Minato just keeps walking forward, telling them that a monster of this level is absolutely no problem for him. Riku watches him go, wondering if the kid is blind or just insane for not seeing the ocean of mana the demon is putting out. The chief demon flares its wings, its purple aura becoming a towering pillar of energy that threatens to swallow the entire street. Hinata pounds the ground in frustration, unable to accept that they have to rely on a commoner to save their lives. She realizes that if they fail here, they'll disappoint that person who oversees all the noble families. Riku looks back at her, the weight of their failure sinking in as they watch Minato approach the boss. Minato looks up at the demon with a casual, "looks like I made you wait," acting like he's meeting an old friend for coffee. The demon is actually intrigued, sensing the monstrous power hidden within this tiny human, and asking who he really is. Minato asks if he's really obliged to answer a monster, telling it that mingling with its kind is a total waste of his time. His eyes turn sharp as he prepares to end the calamity with a single move. He invites the demon to indulge in killing one another, but his tone makes it clear only one of them is walking away. The demon lunges with a massive claw, but Minato just slides underneath it with effortless grace. It tries to crush him from above, its power shattering the concrete and sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Minato dodges a barrage of purple energy bolts, moving so fast he looks like a blur of light against the dark ruins. The demon unleashes everything it has, creating a massive explosion that covers the entire area in a blinding purple flash. Hinata cheers, thinking that there's no way the kid could have survived such a direct hit. But then, out of the smoke, a golden fist slams into the demon's jaw, sending the massive beast reeling backward. Minato stands there without a single scratch, brushing off his clothes and calling the demon's attacks annoying. The nobles are beyond shocked. He didn't just survive, he's completely unscathed after taking a barrage that would have killed an S-class mage. Riku realizes that even if Minato can defend, the demon's hide is too thick to take real damage, or so he thinks. Minato thinks to himself about a special spell he wants to try, but decides it might be overkill for a weakling like this demon. He sighs and decides a random spell will be enough, opening dozens of golden void circles in the air. Hinata's eyes nearly pop out of her head when she realizes he's casting a level 9 spell, a tier that most mages think is impossible to reach. Minato's eyes glow with a piercing blue light as the mana in the atmosphere begins to scream. He triggers level 9 void magic, Magic Sparkle, and the sky is suddenly filled with golden lightning and concentrated mana. The demon lets out one last agonizing roar as the golden light pierces through its armor like it's made of paper. The entire area is consumed by a massive golden explosion, purifying the demonic energy and leveling the ruins. The light is so bright that the soldiers and nobles have to shield their eyes to keep from going blind. When the light fades, the chief demon is nothing but a pile of smoldering ash, its body completely disintegrated. The soldiers tentatively look over their cars, asking if it's finally over, and wondering if they just witnessed a miracle. They rush toward Minato, calling him their messiah and praising his incredible power. Minato walks back to the nobles, casually telling them that the monster was no problem for him, just like he promised. Hinata grits her teeth, the realization hitting her like a truck. They are absolutely no match for this commoner in their current state. Minato asks if they want to continue their test from earlier, but they immediately back down, admitting their total defeat. Riku looks him in the eye and demands a full explanation for everything that's been happening. Minato agrees but says they need one more person to tell the whole story. As Shizuku walks out from the shadows, he tells her that he knew she was involved in this test from the start, and Shizuku admits that nothing escapes his eyes. Minato demands to know why the nobles are so desperate, why mages have weakened, and why they're working together. Shizuku looks at him with a heavy gaze, ready to reveal the dark truth behind the last 50 years of peace. The group moves to a private room, the weight of the conversation reflecting in the long shadows on the walls. Minato sits down, telling them he's ready to hear the whole story, starting with how Shizuku knew the nobles were coming. She admits she knew he'd be attacked, and Minato demands to know why she would let such a dangerous game play out. Hinata and Riku stand by the wall, looking uncharacteristically quiet after their massive humbling in the ruins. Riku explains that they needed to see if Minato was a selfish threat or a true hero with the skills to match his reputation. Minato gets angry, asking why they had to involve his friends in Tokyo if it was just a test. Riku claims that Minato's SMT team was undermining the authority of the magic nobles, creating a dangerous political situation in Japan. Minato fires back, telling them that if the nobles are losing influence, it's because of their own negligence and interference. Hinata is about to snap, but Riku stops her, admitting that Minato is actually right about their failures. He confesses that their response to the first calamities was sloppy, but he insists the world still needs the noble families to function. Shizuku takes over, explaining that the root of all these problems dates back to the day Ichikami Minato died. She describes how Japan became a lawless wasteland after the great sage's death, with illegal mages running wild while the police were helpless. The few legitimate mages left had to fight a brutal, exhausting war just to keep society from collapsing entirely. The people lost hope, and the country was on the brink of total destruction. And all of this chaos was triggered by the vacuum left behind when the world's strongest pillar was removed. Minato sees a vision of his past self, realizing just how much the world relied on him without him ever asking for it. Shizuku explains that the survivors had to figure out a way to rebuild hope and instill order in a broken people. Minato realizes the truth. The magic nobles weren't just born from corruption. They were created as a new symbol of hope. They needed a clear, powerful entity to replace the image of the great sage and gather the trust of the public. They believed that by creating a new elite class of saviors, they could make Japan peaceful again. But to maintain that control, the nobles began monopolizing all magic knowledge, hunting down anyone who didn't fit their system. Rumors and old traditions were banned, and while it brought peace, it also caused the overall power of Japanese mages to rot away. Minato calls it a common tale, recognizing the classic pattern of an imperial policy leading to the death of innovation. He remembers the hellscape of 50 years ago and realizes why people were desperate enough to create such a restrictive system. However, he's skeptical that the weak mages from his era had enough power to pull off such a massive takeover. He looks at Shizuku, sensing there's still one more piece of the puzzle she's not telling him. She asks if he remembers a man named Mumyu Hifumi, and Minato's eyes widen. He was one of his subordinates in the past. He remembers Hifumi as a sore loser and an arrogant guy, but one who is undeniably talented at magic. Shizuku reveals that Hifumi is now the chairman of the massive Mumyu Group, the financial powerhouse that secretly funds the nobles. Minato connects the dots, realizing that the system is backed by massive wealth and political connections. Shizuku laughs, noting that titles and money still don't interest him at all. He only cares about magic and people. Minato just gives her a blank look, his mind already spinning with ways to dismantle this corrupt structure. The nobles wait for his judgment, their future hanging on what the great sage says next. Shizuku points out that the current level of Japanese mages is a joke on the global scale compared to when he was around. Hinata argues that Japan became peaceful because of their ancestors' efforts, and that fact shouldn't be ignored. Minato shuts her down instantly, asking what their plan was if another massive calamity hit like the one they just faced. Riku admits they assumed the police could handle it, or that the nobles could resolve everything themselves, assumptions that were dead wrong. Both nobles look completely defeated as Minato points out how flawed their entire ideology has become. He turns back to Shizuku, confirming that she's been involved in this mess for the last 50 years. She claims she's just a humble crafter now, with far less influence than the families who actually rule the country. Minato mulls over the truth, the decline of mages, the monopolization of power, and the lies told to keep the peace. He realizes that the world has been living in a fragile bubble, and it's finally starting to pop. He asks if they've told him everything, and Shizuku promises there are no more secrets between them. Minato closes his eyes and lets out a long sigh, deciding it's time to take action instead of just talking. He stands up and tells the group he has a proposal that will change the course of Japan's future. He suggests that the special magic team and the noble families actually team up for real. Hinata is baffled, unable to believe that the guy who just crushed them wants to work together. He clarifies that it's a cooperative relationship, not him serving them, and that their combined power is the only way to survive the coming calamities. Hinata tries to act tough, but Minato points out that even he has limits alone, and the nobles' help would be a huge asset. He challenges them, asking if they have any real objections to helping the citizens they claim to protect. Riku realizes it's an offer they can't refuse, admitting they can't win against Chief Demons without relying on his power. Shizuku offers to help in her own way by providing the highest quality anti-monster equipment for the new alliance. Minato thanks them, a rare look of satisfaction on his face as the deal is sealed. Hinata stands to the side, looking conflicted and grumpy even as the others agree to move forward. She finally snaps, screaming "Fine!" and agreeing to the cooperation just to get him to stop talking. She points a finger at him, warning him never to bring up their embarrassing defeat again or she'll knock his brains out. Minato casually agrees and tells them to stop taking hostages while they're at it, which she reluctantly accepts. For the first time in half a century, the magic nobles have formed a genuine alliance with an outside force. As they walk out, Minato has a nagging feeling that he's forgetting something important back in Tokyo. Back at the apartment, Ryuji is terrified as two of the failed assassins are still tied up and groaning on the floor. The Mizuha sisters are fuming, ready to end the burglars who were stupid enough to break into the sage's house. Cut to the Osaka Prefectural Police School, where the atmosphere is completely different. A crowd of students is cheering for Minato, welcoming him as their new captain and idol. The sun shines over the police school as a new era of training begins under the great sage. The students are buzzing with excitement, their eyes sparkling as they wait for their first lesson. Minato looks overwhelmed by the sudden fan club, his usual cool composure cracking for just a second. The lead instructor screams for everyone to line up, telling them they aren't just students anymore, they're future protectors. He apologizes to Minato, embarrassed that his officers joined the force just because they're fanboys of the MC. Minato just gives a weak smile, realizing that his fame is becoming a double-edged sword. Even the instructor admits he wants to take the training, proving that Minato's reputation has reached every level of the force. Minato just sighs to himself, wondering how he ended up as a celebrity trainer for the Osaka police. The field is packed with recruits, all pushing and shoving just to get a glimpse of the man who saved the city. Minato gets to work, ordering everyone to ready their level 1 spells and fire them simultaneously. A group of girls in the back is more focused on giggling and staring at him than actually practicing their magic. He realizes that social media has made them more interested in the hype than the hard work, but he decides he's not going to go easy on them. The students are quickly pushed to their physical and mental limits, panting and sweating under the harsh Osaka sun. Minato screams for them to keep running while sensing magic, telling them to train like their actual lives depend on it. The students complain that this brutal training is outdated and that they might actually die from exhaustion. Minato just laughs it off, telling them he knows holy magic and can heal them no matter how bad they get. He points out that enemies won't care about their feelings, so they better find their soul and keep pushing. A week later, the entire squad looks completely different, disciplined, powerful, and ready for war. Minato stands before them, praising their endurance and noting how much they've improved in just 7 days. He tells them to keep training even when he's gone, calling them the true protectors of Osaka's peace. The students and the instructor are moved to tears by his words, overwhelmed by the respect they've earned. Minato flies off, leaving them with one last encouraging word as they scream "Captain Kusanagi" in the distance. The training was a massive success, bringing Osaka's magic police up to the same elite level as the Tokyo officers. Minato heads back to Tokyo, already dreading the press conferences and media attention waiting for him. On the news, a reporter announces the official full cooperation between the SMT and the Hamurai and Kaichi families. The public reaction is insane, with social media calling it the start of a new era of peace for Japan. People are buzzing about big corporations sponsoring the SMT, though some wonder how the regular police feel about it. The consensus is that the SMT is cool because they're even providing technical support to common mages. However, experts notice that the powerful Mizuha family was suspiciously absent from the press conference. They wonder what the Mizuha family is thinking by staying silent while the rest of the country unites. Minato asks the sisters if they've been able to contact their father, Toshiro, lately. Yuika sadly admits they've tried multiple times, but since they've been disowned, he's completely ghosted them. Ruka is concerned that the family head hasn't made an appearance, even after the alliance with the other nobles. Minato thinks to himself that if he can fix the relationship with Toshiro, the sisters' status issues might finally be resolved. He wonders if Toshiro is planning something in secret, or if he's just being stubborn. The sisters try to cheer him up, saying they're incredibly proud of how he handled everything in Osaka. Minato just laughs nervously, admitting that he seems to be a magnet for trouble no matter where he goes. Shido watches them from a distance, looking much more serious than usual. He notices that whenever Kusanagi is busy, the vigilante Shadowbringer also disappears from the streets. He prays his assumption is wrong, because if the world's savior turns out to be an illegal mage, he'll have to arrest him. As Minato walks home alone later that night, two women in traditional kimonos suddenly block his path. They lead him to a massive traditional estate that looks like it belongs to a different century. He's brought before Mizuha Toshiro, who looks absolutely furious as he mentions his daughters are living with Minato. Toshiro ignites a massive blue aura, threatening to end Minato's life right then and there if he plans to harm them. Minato just looks confused, telling the man that he and the sisters are just friends. Toshiro is skeptical, asking for a promise that he won't lay a hand on them, and Minato agrees without hesitation. Minato realizes the man actually has a fatherly side to him, despite his cold and terrifying exterior. Toshiro suddenly stands up and tells Minato to follow him out into the courtyard. He challenges Minato to a match, floating on a magic bubble, while Minato prepares his own circles. The pressure from Toshiro's aura is insane, proving that he's on a completely different level from the other noble heads. He unleashes a level 7 water magic, Geyser Wave, which Minato counters with a level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze. The clash of high-level magic creates a massive pillar of steam that obscures the entire courtyard. Minato lands a quick strike, showing that he can hold his own even against the strongest of the nobles. Toshiro stops the fight, impressed that Minato could neutralize water with fire of the same rank, and officially entrusts his daughters to him. The two men stand back to back as the sun sets, forming a mutual respect between the sage and the patriarch. Minato watches him walk away, feeling like he's finally cleared a massive hurdle for Yuika and Ruka. Meanwhile, in a dark hideout, the leader of the Black Rebellion is smashing bottles in a blind rage. He screams that all his subordinates are useless idiots because the Shadowbringer is still alive and well. He turns toward a shadowed figure, telling them they better live up to his expectations. Toshiro is revealed to be the one standing in the shadows, coldly promising that he will personally annihilate the Shadowbringer as an all-out war begins. Back at school, and Minato is officially a superstar. Girls are swarming him, talking about how cool he looked at the press conference, but our boy is already over it. He's totally drained, realizing that being a national hero is way more of a headache than he ever imagined. Across the room, Yuika is getting swamped too, with classmates huddling around her to see photos of the special magic team. But not everyone is happy. In the back of the room, a group of girls is watching with pure jealousy written all over their faces. The redhead freckled girl clicks her tongue in disgust, clearly hating that Yuika is getting all the attention. Yuika feels the tension and tries to slip away, claiming she needs to use the bathroom just to catch a breath. She's walking down the hall trying to stay humble, but she can't shake the feeling that she's being followed. Sure enough, the bully trio corners her, demanding a moment of her time with some seriously bad vibes. They back her into a wall, towering over her like they actually have some kind of authority. Slam! The redhead kicks the wall right next to Yuika's head, trying to intimidate her right off the bat. She calls Yuika an annoying prick, asking why a failure of a noble like her is even allowed in the elite SMT. The green-haired girl joins in, accusing Yuika of seducing her way into the team because there's no way she has actual talent. Yuika's had enough. She fires back that she trained her heart out and joined through her own capabilities, not petty tricks. The bullies just laugh, mocking her and asking if she's really going to claim she doesn't see Minato as a romantic partner. Yuika freezes, her face turning bright red as she struggles to find an answer to that one. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the air. Minato is standing right there, watching the whole pathetic scene. His eyes are sharp, and you can tell he's not in the mood for schoolyard drama. The bullies immediately try to play it off, acting like they're just educating Yuika on how unfair her connections are. The redhead even tries to buddy up to Minato, saying it must be a pain for a powerhouse like him to be stuck with dead weight. Yuika looks down, her heart sinking as she waits to hear what Minato has to say. Minato looks at her, then back at the bullies, his expression unreadable. The girls keep rambling, saying they'd be a much better fit for the team and could actually be helpful to him. Minato's shadow covers his eyes. He finally sees these girls for what they are, total vultures. But then, he puts on a big, fake smile and tells them he loves their eagerness. He offers them a spot in the SMT's induction course, telling them they're free to join as long as they can pass. The girls are over the moon, thinking they just fast-tracked their way to fame and fortune. Yuika just watches them celebrate, feeling a weird mix of confusion and worry. Minato officially introduces the trio to the training grounds, and they're acting like they've already won. Ryuji and Ruka are standing by, and Ryuji isn't impressed at all, sensing their weak mana levels instantly. Ruka is worried, wondering if Minato has finally lost his mind by letting these people anywhere near them. Yuika tries to stay focused, telling herself that she just needs to do what needs to be done. The bullies are already planning their famous futures, more worried about getting to know Minato than actually learning magic. Ryuji leans over to Ruka, asking what the hell is with these casual attitudes. Minato just grins at his teammates, telling them not to think nothing of it, because these girls are about to get exactly what they asked for. The redhead starts the workout, thinking this is her big chance to get close to Kusanagi. Fast forward 10 minutes, and she's already screaming that she's going to die from the physical strain. Minato is in full instructor mode, screaming at them to run like their lives depend on it, and imagine a monster is chasing them. The actual SMT members are cruising through the laps, leaving the three bullies in the dust. The girls are literally crawling on the track, their noble pride vanishing with every step. Minato doesn't let up, ordering them to drop and give him push-ups, while he tells them there's no slacking off. Next up is combat practice, and he tells the redhead to keep casting magic until her mana pool is completely dry. The girls are having a total breakdown, realizing they've made a massive mistake, and that this training is literally insane. The redhead is shaking, her hands together as she prays for the torment to end. But Minato appears behind her like a demon, a dark aura flaring as he tells her that was just the warm-up. They collapse on the grass, screaming that no human can keep this up, and accusing Minato of harassing them on purpose. Minato's expression turns dead serious as he tells them to actually look at his team. He explains that Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji couldn't keep up at first either, but they persevered every single day until they became monsters. He tells the bullies that his team works side by side with death to protect citizens, and there's no room for people who just want fame. He spotlights Yuika, mentioning how she's always pushed forward even when she thought she had zero talent. His voice gets cold as he asks how anyone could have the audacity to say she's taking the easy way out. He towers over the redhead, asking her where exactly Yuika is using looks or connections in this hellish training. Minato drops the hammer, declaring Yuika is his important friend, and he won't forgive anyone who tries to discredit her. The girls are absolutely terrified, crying and realizing they just insulted the one thing the great sage actually cares about. They scramble away as fast as their tired legs can carry them, screaming for mercy and quitting on the spot. Minato just sighs, calling them spineless and noting they could have actually joined if they had even an ounce of grit. Ryuji asks what that was all about, and Minato just dismisses them as sore losers not worth their time. Yuika is standing there, completely stunned by the fact that Minato stood up for her so fiercely. She catches up to him later, her face reflecting the sunset as she realizes how much he actually values her. She thanks him with a bright smile, her heart clearly doing backflips after his important friend comment. Minato tries to play it cool, saying he just wanted to stop the unnecessary flattery and let them know the reality of their work. He tells her not to worry about it, and Yuika lets out a happy laugh, leaning into the moment. She blushes, telling him that she also considers him a very important person in her life. Minato just gives his typical dense smile, not realizing the heavy romantic weight behind her words. Yuika thinks to herself that while they might value each other differently right now, that's enough for her for today. Her eyes sharpen with a new kind of fire as she looks at him. She steps forward with total confidence, declaring that she's going to become much, much stronger. She smiles and tells him she'll eventually become strong enough to actually beat him. She gives him a playful wink and a "be prepared," showing that the failure noble is officially gone. Now she's a warrior. Boom! We cut straight to the chaos. A new calamity has struck, and monsters are swarming the city as people scream for their lives. Shadows are leaping through the ruins, tearing apart the infrastructure in a blood-red haze. Hinata is already on the scene, declaring that the prey is hers as she launches a fire spell from her feet. Minato is right there with her, sighing good grief as he uses his void magic to hover over the destruction. The two of them are a whirlwind of destruction, combining light bullets and fire to vaporize the monster horde in seconds. The survivors are in awe, realizing that the special magic team and the nobles are actually working together like a well-oiled machine. A title card appears. Public trust in the magic nobles is officially being restored thanks to this alliance. A chart shows a massive shift in public opinion. People who used to hate the nobles are finally starting to believe in them again. The media notes a new trend. While the SMT handles monsters, the vigilante Shadowbringer is the one dealing with illegal mages. High-ranking police officials are meeting in secret, worried that the SMT is becoming too independent and focused on students. The police chief is fuming, frustrated that the public is criticizing the regular police for being too slow compared to Minato's team. Later that night, we shift to a quiet hospital building where a different kind of battle is being fought. Inside, a young boy named Kai is lying in a comatose state, his life sustained by machines. A shadowed figure slips through the window, moving with the silence of a ghost. It's Minato, wearing his chrono hoodie, reaching out toward the sleeping boy. He unleashes level 7 holy magic, Angel Breath, filling the room with glowing feathers and healing mana. Minato knows holy magic can't technically cure a coma, but he's hoping the constant treatment will strengthen the boy's mind. Despite his frequent visits, there's still no change in Kai's condition, and Minato's face tightens with frustration. He thinks about Kai's guardian, the purple-haired woman who's been fighting the Black Rebellion by his side. He looks down with a soft, determined smile, vowing that he won't give up on the kid. Suddenly, he hears footsteps outside the door and realizes someone is coming. The purple-haired woman slides the door open, her expression tired but hopeful. She senses that someone was just there, but Minato has already vanished into the night. She sits by Kai's bed, asking him how he's feeling even though she already knows he can't answer. She starts telling Kai stories about Chrono, calling him truly amazing and reliable. She describes how exceptional his magic is, and how he's the only person who doesn't pretend to ignore the darkness in the world. A soft smile crosses her lips as she admits she's never met anyone like him before. But then she gets a bit annoyed, recalling how mean and demonic he can be during his strict training sessions. She laughs to herself, finding the duality of the kind healer and the brutal trainer hilarious. The laughter fades into a sad, quiet moment as she looks at her brother's still face. She grips the bedsheets tight, her knuckles turning white with suppressed rage. She vows that she'll make sure no one else has to suffer the way Kai did at the hands of illegal mages. She screams that they will take down the Black Rebellion, no matter what it takes or what happens to them. The weight of her responsibility hangs heavy in the room as the machines continue to beep in the background. She gently touches Kai's hand, a silent apology for not being able to protect him sooner. Tears prick her eyes as she whispers, "I'm sorry, Kai," her resolve for vengeance hardening. She stands in the dark room, a lone soldier preparing for a war that most people don't even know is happening. Outside, Chrono is leaping across the city rooftops, his eyes fixed on a distant warehouse. He lands outside the massive building, his presence flickering like a shadow in the moonlight. He walks inside and asks, "So? Who are they?" Looking at a group of figures waiting in the dark. The purple-haired woman steps forward and introduces them as his new allies, a team of mages ready to follow his lead. Minato is surprised by how many there are, but she explains they gathered themselves after hearing about his deeds. She shows him her phone, revealing she's been running an enlightenment campaign online with videos of his fights. Minato looks horrified that his secret vigilante work is being turned into a social media brand. She reassures him that she's personally screened every single person and verified they're trustworthy and skilled. The recruits are starstruck, whispering that it's actually Lord Chrono in the flesh and calling him the Black Magician. Minato is sweating, clearly uncomfortable with the Lord title, but the woman just laughs it off. He gets down to business, telling them he's there to train them and that he won't be holding back, so they better be ready. The recruits are hyped, confident that they can handle whatever the legend throws at them. Minato gives them a terrifying smirk, saying he's looking forward to seeing their confidence break. Seconds later, the warehouse is full of groans as Minato calls them pathetic and orders them to train like their lives depend on it. Despite the brutal training, the recruits grow significantly, forming a deadly tactical unit under Chrono's guidance. The newly formed team specializes in info manipulation and hacking, taking the war to the digital front. The action team starts hitting Black Rebellion hideouts across the city, leaving a trail of broken criminals in their wake. As Shadowbringer gains support from the underworld, his power and influence grow to a level that the government can no longer ignore. Back at Police HQ, Shido's subordinates show him the damage reports from the hideouts. They wonder if this is just a feud between illegal groups, noting that some people are starting to see Shadowbringer as a hero. Shido grits his teeth, his face contorted with a rage that goes way beyond professional duty. He spits out that vigilantes are just criminals in disguise and vows that he won't let them get away with their lawlessness. Meanwhile, in a luxury apartment, Kuroi, the leader of BR, is screaming at his two assistants in a blind fury. One of his men tries to report that everything is ready, but Kuroi just yells at him for being too slow. He stares into the distance with a murderous grin, vowing to corner Kusanagi and Chrono and kill them both personally. Morning at the police school, and the SMT is back to their regular training drills under the sun. Shido watches Minato from the sidelines, his mind racing with the suspicion that the kid is actually Chrono. He thinks about the age, the abilities, and the timing of Shadowbringer's appearance. Everything points to Minato. He desperately wants to believe he's wrong, because if the world's savior is a criminal, his entire sense of justice will shatter. The team finishes their drill, and Yuika and the others are apologizing to Minato for a mistake during the practice. Minato is holding a broken piece of gear, looking at it with a blank, slightly confused expression. He tells the team it's okay and not to worry, realizing the equipment just hit its durability limit. He notes that even a great sage is a novice at crafting modern gear and thinks about consulting Shizuku for help. Ryuji is still fuming about the nobles' ambush, hating how they think they can do whatever they want just because of their bloodline. Minato admits it pisses him off too, but he reminds them that cooperation is essential for the future of the country. Ryuji reluctantly agrees, but he feels pathetic for not even noticing they were being attacked in their own beds. Yuika mentions that the assassins they captured were acting strange, almost like they didn't even know where they were. Minato explains it's a drain-type magic that blurs memories. Basically, a magical memory wipe to keep the hit squad from talking. He calls an end to the training and suggests they head back, but the team has other plans. The sisters have things to do at the academy, and Ryuji has a part-time job, leaving Minato all alone. Minato watches them go, feeling a rare moment of quiet in his otherwise chaotic life. Suddenly, Shido pulls up in his car and offers Minato a ride, with a look that says this isn't just about transport. The car speeds through the city as the sun begins to set, the tension inside the vehicle rising with every mile. Shido brings up Shadowbringer, saying he can't just sit back and watch while a criminal expands his influence. Minato asks if he still suspects him, and Shido points out that Chrono is a young achiever in a very similar position. Minato plays dumb, claiming he knows nothing about the vigilante, but Shido doesn't look convinced. Minato asks if Chrono is really a villain, noting that he hasn't heard anything about him actually hurting innocent people. Shido snaps that even if he's doing good deeds, he's still a criminal, and the law has no room for exceptions. The car pulls over and Shido stares out the window, his expression softening into a painful memory. He reveals that his father was a police officer, a man who believed in absolute justice and the goodness of people. He shows a photo of his family, remembering his father as a remarkable person he deeply respected. His father used to say that criminals are human too, and if you confront them with sincerity, they'll understand. Shido wanted to be just like him, believing that the world could be saved through kindness and the law. But that belief was shattered when his father was killed in the line of duty. His father was trying to negotiate with a cornered criminal who had taken hostages. But the criminal didn't want to talk, he just cast a lethal earth spell on Shido's defenseless father. His father was one-sidedly killed because he refused to use force against someone he thought could be reasoned with. Shido's voice shakes with rage as he recalls how his father's belief led to his brutal execution. The criminal was eventually arrested, but when asked why he did it, his answer was the final blow. The murderer just cried and claimed he was scared, trying to shift the blame to the very man he killed. Shido screams bullshit in the car, the memory of that pathetic excuse still haunting him. He shouts that the real fear belongs to the victims and the families left behind, not the scum who pull the trigger. He declares that all criminals are equally scum and can never be forgiven, no matter their reasons. He stares at Minato, saying that even if they try to save others, people who break the law must never be justified. He asks what the point of living honestly is if criminals are allowed to walk the streets as heroes. Minato realizes that Shido's hatred is deeply rooted, and that he'll never be able to accept Shadowbringer. Shido apologizes for getting emotional and tells Minato he's counting on him for tomorrow's missions. Minato watches the car drive away, feeling the weight of Shido's conviction and the wall it builds between them. Back at the academy, the sisters are waiting for Minato, wondering why he's so late. Minato runs toward them, complaining about how much teachers talk, but he stops when he sees a giant screen nearby. The national news broadcast suddenly glitches out, hijacked by a familiar, menacing figure. People in the streets stop and stare, recognizing the former noble, Kuroi, on the screen. Kuroi laughs into the camera, addressing the SMT and Chrono directly, saying he has a special present for them. He reveals with a psychotic grin that the Black Rebellion has planted magic bombs all over Japan. He orders the police not to move, threatening to blow up the locations one by one if he's disobeyed. He decides to show them a bit of his kindness by giving them a live demonstration. Kaboom! A massive explosion rips through a nearby building, the fireball lighting up the city. The street turns into a war zone instantly, with debris raining down on terrified civilians. A group of people is about to be crushed by a falling piece of concrete as they scream in terror. Minato jumps into action, unleashing level 4 void magic, high magic barrier, just in time. He stands firm against the rubble, saving the civilians while his eyes glow with a cold, focused fury. Shido and Ruka are panicking, unable to get in touch with Minato and realizing the entire country is paralyzed by info overload. Kuroi's voice booms over the city, demanding that Chrono comes to a specified location alone or he'll detonate every bomb at once. Minato stands in the middle of the destruction. The game has officially changed. The war between the Sage and the rebellion has begun. Our boy Chrono is diving headfirst into the heart of the enemy territory, dropping through the night sky like a shadow with a mission. He's heading straight for an abandoned port warehouse, and his team is on the comms, asking if he's really going through with this crazy solo mission. His ally tells him to stay safe, and begs him not to die on them as he looks out over the glowing city skyline. With a confident, "of course," he hits the ground, activating a green magic circle to stick the landing perfectly. He enters the dark warehouse, the silence heavy with the smell of old dust and impending violence. As he walks into the center of the room, the lights flicker on with a sharp snap, revealing he's definitely not alone. A massive crowd of Black Rebellion thugs is waiting for him, smirking and cracking their knuckles like they've already won. Chrono just walks right past the grunts, his eyes locked on the man at the back of the room. And there he is, Kuroi, the leader of the terrorists, greeting Chrono with a twisted, scarred grin. Kuroi starts laughing like a maniac, telling Chrono he's been dreaming of the day he could finally beat him to a pulp. He brags that everyone in the room is a top-tier mage with advanced powers, the absolute best the Black Rebellion has to offer. Our guy isn't even fazed, calmly asking if taking out everyone here means the entire organization is officially finished. Kuroi loses it, doubled over in laughter at the sheer arrogance of one man thinking he can take on an army. The thugs join in, mocking him and calling him an idiot for thinking he could ever win this fight alone. But the laughter dies instantly when Kuroi turns a cold, murderous gaze toward his own men, telling them to shut up. He warns them that everyone who underestimated Chrono ended up dead, but he's different. He's going to kill our boy without letting his guard down for a second. Before the talking can even finish, Chrono moves, blurring across the floor to start the party. Kuroi holds up a hand, warning him not to resist, or he'll detonate the bombs hidden across the city and kill thousands. Chrono stops dead in his tracks, the weight of those lives forcing him to stay his hand for a moment. Seeing his opening, Kuroi screams for the kill, and the mages unleash a barrage of fire and ice spells all at once. Massive streams of elemental magic collide right where Chrono is standing, the warehouse floor turning into a disaster zone. But through the smoke and the steam, Chrono is just standing there, looking bored while a shimmering barrier protects him. Kuroi grits his teeth in frustration, cursing the magic barrier that's keeping his men from landing a single scratch. The thugs keep pouring it on, their faces sweating as they realize their strongest spells aren't doing a thing. Chrono tells them it's useless, because level 3 magic isn't even a tickle to someone at his level. Furious, Kuroi grabs one of his own men by the hair, screaming at them for being useless trash who can't even leave a mark. Chrono calls them exactly what they are, trash, which only sends Kuroi further into a murderous rage. Kuroi admits that Chrono is a monster with insane magic levels, and in a fair fight, he'd have zero chance of winning. But Kuroi isn't interested in a fair fight, and he pulls out a sleek, modern revolver with a wicked grin. Chrono thinks a gun is a joke against a mage, but as the bullet whizzes past, he realizes something is very wrong. Blood sprays as the bullet grazes his cheek, the first time anyone has actually drawn blood from our MC in a long time. Kuroi is loving the look of shock on Chrono's face, savoring the moment he finally drew first blood. He explains that his gun is anti-magic equipment, enchanted to dismantle and penetrate any magic barrier in existence. Kuroi unloads the clip, the specialized bullets glowing with a deadly light as they tear through the air. Chrono is forced to dance between the shots, his usual absolute defense completely useless against this tech. Kuroi tsk-tsk, saying his aim is a bit rusty since it's been a while, but then he notices something strange. Chrono's body starts glowing with a holy blue light, and the cuts on his face and clothes begin to knit back together instantly. Kuroi's eyes go wide, realizing the bastard just used high-level holy magic to heal himself on the fly. Chrono calmly corrects him, saying it's actually natural magic that activates on its own. He isn't even trying to resist. Kuroi tries to play it cool, saying healing won't change the fact that he's trapped and outgunned. He starts blasting again, laughing like a psychopath because if Chrono can heal, it just means he can torture him for longer. He mocks the pain, telling Chrono that even if the skin heals, the agony of those bullets remains. The other thugs watch in horror and awe as their leader goes absolutely ham with the anti-magic rounds. Chrono's back is riddled with holes and smoke, his cloak torn to shreds by the relentless gunfire. But then, he starts moving again, the holy light surging around him as he prepares to shift gears. Kuroi notices that even though he's firing a wall of lead, not a single direct hit is landing anymore. He thinks it's impossible to dodge at this range. Chrono gets a message on his earpiece, simply saying "I got it," as his expression turns cold and focused. Kuroi is insulted that his enemy is taking calls during their fight, and he screams that he's done holding back. But Chrono is done too. He activates a level 5 wind magic circle, and the air in the warehouse begins to scream. Grand Typhoon! The massive vortex of wind rips through the building, throwing thugs and equipment into the air like ragdolls. The sheer force of the wind magic turns the warehouse floor into a blender, crushing everything in its path. The Black Rebellion grunts are sent flying, their top-tier powers absolutely useless against the Sage's raw output. The warehouse structure groans and begins to collapse under the pressure of the localized hurricane. When the dust settles, the entire BR army is laid out unconscious or dead on the floor, leaving only Chrono standing. Panicked, Kuroi grabs his phone, screaming at his subordinates to detonate the bombs and take the city with them. Chrono tells him to save his breath, all the bombs have already been disarmed by his allies. He looks Kuroi dead in the eye, telling him those bullets actually hurt, and now he's going to return that pain 100-fold. Kuroi is backed into a corner, his face contorted in a mix of terror and pure, unadulterated hatred. Suddenly, a group of mages in white uniforms bursts into the warehouse. It's the SMT reinforcements, led by the Mizuha sisters. Yuika and Ruka announce that all the bombs are gone, and tell Kuroi to give up his useless resistance. Ryuji looks at Chrono with a grin, impressed by the immense magic power the Shadowbringer is putting off. One of the younger mages is worried, thinking their leader Kusanagi came here alone and needs help immediately. Chrono smirks under his mask, knowing the tables have finally turned, while Kuroi curses his bad luck. But then, a new pair of feet enters the frame, someone wearing traditional sandals and walking with total authority. The Mizuha sisters freeze, their faces turning pale as they recognize the man standing in the doorway. It's their father, Mizuha Toshiro, and he's not there to help, he's standing right behind the terrorist leader. The sisters scream out in disbelief, asking their father why on earth he would be siding with a monster like Kuroi. Kuroi just laughs, putting a hand on Toshiro's shoulder and claiming they're comrades in this war. Yuika is heartbroken, begging for a reason, any reason, why the head of their noble family would betray them like this. Toshiro doesn't even look them in the eye, coldly stating that he's not obligated to explain his actions to them. The betrayal hits like a physical blow, leaving the sisters shattered as the true scope of the conspiracy starts to show. Ryuji tries to keep his head, asking the SMT if they're really going to treat their own father as an enemy now. The team argues that since their actual leader Kusanagi isn't here, they have to work together with Chrono to survive. Sanada, one of the noble mages, reluctantly agrees to cooperate with the illegal vigilante just this once. Suddenly, Chrono detects something and screams for everyone to dodge as objects come flying through the dark. Two high-tech grenades bounce onto the floor right between the SMT members. A massive explosion rocks the warehouse, filling the air with fire and shrapnel. The mages are blown back, realizing those weren't regular grenades, they were more anti-magic tech designed to kill mages. Kuroi opens his coat, revealing an entire arsenal of anti-magic grenades and gear strapped to his chest. Through the smoke, the sisters see their father standing perfectly still, his shadow looming over them like a mountain. They're torn between their duty and their blood, unable to believe they're actually going to have to fight their own dad. Toshiro doesn't give them time to think, unleashing a level 3 water magic spell called Azure Splash. The sisters quickly conjure their own barriers, but the sheer volume of water is overwhelming their defenses. The two forces of magic collide, water spraying everywhere as the sisters struggle to hold the line. The pressure is too much, and the sisters are sent sliding across the floor as their barrier shatters. Ryuji jumps in, using level 3 earth magic to create a rock wall and shield the girls from the follow-up. The water slams into the stone, but Ryuji manages to hold it together just long enough for them to regroup. The sisters thank Ryuji, their breath coming in ragged gasps as they realize just how outmatched they are. Toshiro actually praises them, saying they've become significantly stronger and their teamwork is decent. But then his mana flares up, a terrifying blue aura surrounding him as he tells them they're still nowhere near his level. Ruka is stunned by the raw power, wondering if her father actually has as much mana as Minato does. One of the mages tries to make a move, but they're pinned down by the sheer pressure of Toshiro's presence. Yuika finds her resolve, standing up and declaring that things are different now. They aren't the weak kids they used to be. The entire SMT unit stands together, fueled by the hellish training Minato put them through, losing all hesitation. She vows to defeat him and force him to explain why he's throwing his life away for a terrorist. The sisters link their mana, their blue hair glowing as they prepare their strongest combined attack. Dozens of magic circles manifest around them as they channel everything they've got into one strike. Level 7 Great Water Magic, Geyser Wave. A massive pillar of high-pressure water surges toward Toshiro. Toshiro just sighs, calling it naive, and counters with a level 8 spell, Tidal Wave. The two waves crash, but Toshiro's spell is like an ocean hitting a puddle, completely swallowing the sisters' attack. As the water clears, Toshiro stands there bone-dry, telling them they're still miles behind the pinnacle of magic. Ruka collapses to her knees, horrified that he can cast a level 8 spell so effortlessly he's just too strong. Kuroi is loving the show, laughing at how one-sided the fight is as he raises his anti-magic revolver again. He turns his attention back to Chrono, thinking our boy is finished now that he's cornered. He mocks him, saying even the great Chrono is powerless against a piece of lead when his magic is being dismantled. Kuroi brags that with Toshiro on his side, Chrono doesn't stand a single chance of leaving this warehouse alive. He tells Chrono to start begging for his life, relishing the moment he finally has the upper hand. Chrono just lets out a small, mysterious, "Huh?" and Kuroi's smile instantly vanishes. Chrono looks over at his fallen disciples, his eyes glowing with a dangerous, quiet fury. Kuroi screams, "Don't get cocky!" and unloads his gun, the bullets trailing fire as they race toward Chrono. In a blur of speed that shouldn't be possible, Chrono weaves through the bullets, appearing like he's in two places at once. Kuroi is losing his mind. There's no way a human should be able to dodge anti-magic rounds like that. Toshiro realizes things are getting serious and unleashes another massive tidal wave to flush Chrono out. Chrono dives under the wave, using the environment to stay one step ahead of the crushing water. Suddenly, Chrono vanishes into the shadows, his presence completely disappearing from the room. Kuroi looks around frantically, but Chrono reappears right above him, using a level 5 dark magic spell called Night Raid. A terrifying shadowy figure emerges from Chrono's hand, slashing through the air with lethal intent. Kuroi barely manages to fire off a shot, the bullet passing through the shadow without doing any damage. Chrono lands a series of hits, his movements so fast they look like light reflecting off a blade. Toshiro sends another wall of water to intercept, trying to pin Chrono down for Kuroi to finish. Chrono activates a glowing hexagonal shield, the water slamming into it with the force of a freight train. The two mages trade blows at a speed the human eye can't follow, magic circles flashing like strobe lights. The SMT can only watch in awe, feeling completely pathetic as they realize the level of combat happening in front of them. Sanada realizes that if they attack head-on, they'll just get killed, but maybe they can neutralize Chrono while he's distracted. He thinks that if they arrest Chrono now, the police will arrive and they can finally end this nightmare. He tells the others they're going to attack Chrono together, but they hesitate, confused by his logic. Sanada argues that Chrono is an illegal mage and this is their only chance to finally take him down. The younger mages are unsure, but Sanada pleads with them, desperate to prove his worth as an elite mage. He clenches his fist, his face sweating as he prepares to stab their only hope in the back. He orders his teammate to fire, and she stands up, her hands trembling as she targets Chrono. She unleashes a massive beam of energy directly at Chrono's back while he's busy fighting Toshiro. The beam hits, and Chrono is sent flying through the air, his silhouette framed against the explosion. He takes the full force of the betrayal, a massive burst of light consuming him as he crashes into the floor. Kuroi starts laughing again, calling the police useless trash for attacking their own savior, while Chrono lies motionless in the rubble. The beam of light fades, and the warehouse falls into a deathly silence as everyone stares at the spot where Chrono fell. Dust and smoke fill the air, and for a second, it looks like the vigilante has finally been put down for good. Chrono is slumped on the ground, his cloak even more tattered, looking like he's finally reached his limit. But then, a familiar purple light begins to seep through the debris, and the ground starts to vibrate. Kuroi is still cackling, mocking the SMT for doing his dirty work for him, but Chrono slowly begins to stand back up. Sanada is shocked, but he tells his team to prepare for a second attack, thinking they can finish him off now. Suddenly, a wave of first aid holy magic washes over Chrono, but it's not coming from him. It's coming from the girl who just shot him! Everyone is stunned. Sanada screams in confusion as the girl uses her magic to heal Chrono's wounds and fatigue. Sanada asks why the hell she's healing the enemy, and she screams back that it's because he's the only one fighting for their sake. She tells Sanada to open his eyes. The only reason they're even still alive is because Chrono has been taking all the hits for them. A flashback shows Chrono purposely positioning himself to intercept the bullets and spells that would have killed the SMT members. She realizes that if it weren't for Chrono, they would have been the primary targets and would have been dead minutes ago. Sanada tries to deny it, stuttering that there's no way an illegal mage would ever risk his life for the police. She grabs Sanada by the collar, reminding him that Chrono came here alone to save the city, while the rest of them were just following orders. Sanada looks over at Chrono, seeing the man covered in blood and wounds, and finally starts to feel the weight of his own ignorance. He realizes he was blinding himself to the truth just because Chrono didn't have a badge, and the guilt starts to set in. The rest of the SMT stands up, deciding that legal or not, they're going to fight alongside the man who saved them. Kuroi is disgusted, calling them all nobodies, but the mages unleash a combined elemental strike to push him back. Toshiro effortlessly surfs on his water magic, dodging the attacks with a bored expression on his face. He prepares to wipe them out with a single gesture, his power dwarfing everyone else in the room. But then, a massive level 7 fire magic spell called Demon's Blaze erupts, a wall of black fire blocking Toshiro's path. The SMT counters with their own level 7 water magic, creating a massive geyser wave that creates a steam screen. Toshiro realizes he doesn't have many openings left to hit Chrono, especially now that the team is coordinating perfectly. The sisters scream that they know how to hold him off, their confidence finally returning as they fight as a unit. The girl who healed Chrono shouts that they'll help him, and tells him he's not alone in this fight anymore. Sanada stands in the back, looking at his hands, his entire worldview shattered into a million pieces. He clenches his fist, the shame of his actions fueling a new kind of resolve as he prepares his own magic. He unleashes a massive burst of lightning magic, the warehouse lighting up as the SMT goes into an all-out offensive. Kuroi is losing his mind, his face twitching as he calls them repulsive whelps for daring to stand against him. With the SMT keeping Toshiro busy, Chrono finds the opening he's been waiting for, and the fight becomes a lot easier. Kuroi pulls out 2 revolvers this time, firing both hands with full force, screaming that he's going to kill everyone. Chrono moves like a ghost, the bullets passing through the air where he was standing just a millisecond before. Kuroi is terrified, screaming and asking what kind of trick or magic our boy is using to dodge point-blank fire. Chrono simply states that he isn't using any magic, he's just dodging. Pure, raw skill. Kuroi refuses to believe it, yelling that this isn't a movie and nobody can just dodge bullets without magic. Chrono admits it's been a while since he faced long-range anti-magic tech, but he's already analyzed Kuroi's firing patterns. Kuroi's eyes go bloodshot with rage, his vision narrowing as he realizes his greatest weapon is being treated like a toy. He screams "Die!" over and over, emptying his clips, but Chrono just glides through the lead like it's a light rain. Kuroi reaches for one final suitcase, his fingers trembling as he pulls out his trump card. It's a specialized rocket launcher designed to dissolve high-level magic barriers and blow an entire building to dust. But before he can even aim it, Chrono vanishes into a blur of purple and black energy. He reappears right behind Kuroi, whispering that he's finally gotten close enough to end this pathetic show. Kuroi realizes he's using Night Raid again, but this time, the pressure of the spell is suffocating. Chrono calls him cruel and places a hand on Kuroi's shoulder, the dark magic beginning to seep into his body. A monstrous shadowy figure erupts from Kuroi's own shadow, and the terrorist leader lets out a blood-curdling scream. Chrono explains that this is a special kind of dark magic that will make him suffer agonizing pain for 3 days and 3 nights. He smiles, saying it's a fitting punishment for a villain, as Kuroi collapses, his mind breaking from the magical agony. Kuroi is left a shivering mess on the floor, the invincible leader of the rebellion finally defeated. Chrono turns his gaze toward Toshiro, telling him it's time for their final round. The SMT members are panting, exhausted from holding back a monster, but they're still standing. Chrono gives them a rare, genuine smile, telling them they did a good job and to leave the rest to him. He looks at Toshiro, asking, "Shall we do this?" as he prepares his final void spell. But Toshiro just holds up his hands and says the 3 words nobody expected, "I surrender." Chrono is genuinely confused, his magic dying down as he asks Toshiro what the hell he's talking about. Suddenly, Chrono's earpiece crackles to life with a frantic message from his team back at base. The news is insane. The police and magic nobles are currently swarming every single Black Rebellion hideout in Tokyo at the same time. It was a perfectly timed raid, and the reason is shocking. All the top-secret information was leaked by none other than Mizuha Toshiro. Chrono realizes the truth. Toshiro wasn't a traitor, he was a spy who had spent years infiltrating the rebellion to destroy it from the inside. But the moment of relief is cut short as a massive bang echoes through the warehouse. Kuroi has crawled back up, bleeding and broken, but holding a small detonator in his hand. He's dissolved the dark magic curse using a hidden piece of anti-magic tech, and he looks absolutely deranged. He screams that he's going to destroy everything and everyone, and he hits the button to blow up the backup bombs nearby. The SMT realizes their bodies are too drained to move, and they look on in horror as the floor begins to glow red. Chrono and Toshiro react instantly, the 2 former enemies moving in perfect synchronization to save the team. Chrono unleashes a level 7 firewall, trying to contain the explosion and create a heat shield. Toshiro counters with a level 7 water spell called Emerald Aqua, turning the area into a protective shell of steam and ice. The 2 masters of magic stand side by side, their mana combining to create a defense that no bomb could ever penetrate. The sisters watch in tears as their father and their hero work together to keep them safe from the fire. But Kuroi has one last trick, and as the warehouse begins to explode, he lunges forward with a crazed scream of "Die!" Chrono and Toshiro are locked in a defensive stance, their mana swirling as they prepare to tank whatever Kuroi throws at them. Minato isn't taking any chances and throws up a level 7 firewall, the blazing heat creating a solid barrier of protection. At the same time, Toshiro backs him up with level 7 water magic, freezing the air with an Emerald Aqua spell that turns the area into a fortress. Toshiro's magic circles are intricate and glowing with a deep blue light, showing that the noble head is finally fighting at his full capacity. Kuroi is completely unhinged, screaming at the top of his lungs as he slams the detonator button, desperate to take everyone down with him. The moon hangs high over the silent city, the calm before what should be a massive, city-leveling explosion. But suddenly, the tension snaps as Yuika realizes that, well, absolutely nothing is happening. Kuroi is frantically clicking the button over and over, his face pale with sweat because the fireworks he promised aren't going off. One of Chrono's allies, dressed in black tactical gear, steps out of the shadows and mockingly reminds him that they already took care of the bombs. Kuroi's jaw drops as he realizes his plan failed, cursing the pests who dared to work together to dismantle his life's work. He starts ranting about how everyone else is just a slave meant to serve him, his ego refusing to accept that he's been outplayed. The tactical ally doesn't want to hear another word and drops from the ceiling, delivering a brutal, silencing punch right to Kuroi's jaw. As Kuroi collapses, she lets out a sigh of relief, finally getting her long-awaited payback against the man who caused so much chaos. Kuroi lets out one final, haunting laugh, claiming he wasn't even the mastermind, just a pawn in a much bigger game. He finally passes out, hitting the floor as the weight of the Black Rebellion officially comes crashing down. Minato stands there in thought, realizing that if Kuroi was just a pawn, then the real enemy is still out there somewhere, hiding in the shadows. The group stands together in the wreckage, the sisters still looking at their father with a mix of confusion and lingering hurt. The sound of sirens fills the night air, and Minato knows it's time for Chrono to disappear before the regular cops show up. Before he leaves, he scoops up his exhausted ally in a bridal carry, showing that even the world's strongest mage has a soft side for his team. Yuika reaches out, begging him to wait, her heart still racing from the intensity of the night. But with a flash of green light, Chrono leaps into the air, vanishing into the night sky before she can say another word. The rest of the SMT can only watch in awe, Ryuji admitting that the guy really is something else, disappearing just like the wind. One of the younger mages looks up with genuine gratitude, whispering a thank you to the man she now knows is their secret leader, Kusanagi. By the next morning, the news is everywhere. Kuroi Akuto has been arrested, and the Black Rebellion is officially history. The public is praising the police for their swift action, not knowing it was actually a high schooler and a masked vigilante who did all the work. Hinata walks through the city, tsking at the TV screens, clearly annoyed that the police are taking all the credit for a win they didn't earn. Meanwhile, the SMT members are walking together, chatting about the crazy family drama that went down with the Mizuha clan. Minato catches up with them, apologizing for being hectic lately, while Yuika tells him he better keep them in the loop next time. The group arrives at the traditional Mizuha estate, where they are greeted by two stern-looking attendants at the gate. Inside, the sisters sit formally before their father, Toshiro, demanding he finally explain why he lived a double life as a terrorist. Toshiro begins his explanation, stating his goal was always to clear the disgrace that had fallen upon the noble families. He reveals that he only pretended to join Kuroi so he could infiltrate the BR and gather enough evidence to bury them for good. He admits that Kuroi's crimes were so vast and disgusting that he simply couldn't overlook them as a man of honor. Ruka asks why he chose to do it now, and Toshiro explains that he received a direct imperial command from the top brass of the police. A flashback shows a high-ranking police chief meeting with Toshiro, admitting they needed a noble head to get close to Kuroi's inner circle. Toshiro notes with a cold smirk that Kuroi was arrogant enough to actually trust him, which was his final mistake. Minato listens quietly, realizing that the story actually makes sense, though he's still suspicious of the police's true motives. Toshiro confirms that because he was an official undercover agent, he won't be held accountable for any of the crimes he committed while in the BR. The sisters finally let out the breath they've been holding, their faces lighting up with pure relief that their dad isn't actually a villain. Yuika is still a bit salty though, complaining that the police were basically doing nothing while her father was risking his life. Minato sits in a formal bow, thinking to himself that the SMT is just the tip of the iceberg, and there are much larger forces at play here. He wonders why a man as powerful as Toshiro would go to such extreme lengths just for a police investigation. He remembers how the police used to bow down to the nobles, but in this case, the roles were completely reversed. Our guy's internal alarm is going off, sensing that the police's sudden urge to act lacks any real conviction or justice. Later that night, Chrono meets with his tactical ally on a rooftop, discussing how the police actually managed to get ahead of them. His ally points out that despite the police's lower intelligence-gathering skills, they moved with impossible speed during the raid. She notes that more than half of the bombs Kuroi planted were actually fakes, which seems way too sloppy for a major terrorist threat. She stares into the night, warning Minato that the police acted like they knew exactly what was going to happen in advance. Back at the estate, Toshiro makes a shocking announcement. He's officially lifting the disownment of his daughters and will now publicly cooperate with the SMT. The sisters are overjoyed, their eyes sparkling as they realize they finally have their family back. Minato watches the reunion with a small smile, happy for his disciples even if he's still wary of the politics involved. The Mizuha clan and the special magic team are now officially allies, a move that's going to shake up the entire magic world. Ryuji stretches out with a huge grin, thinking that with the BR destroyed, all their major problems are finally resolved. A younger mage looks at Minato, wondering if there's anything more she can do for the guy she considers her hero. Sanada looks down, torn by the realization that Chrono and Minato might be the same person, wondering if he should actually try to capture him. Yuika stands in the sunset, her expression turning somber as she thinks back to the warehouse battle. She remembers that split second when the fire cleared, and she caught a glimpse of Chrono's eyes under the mask. She's starting to put the pieces together, realizing those purple eyes looked exactly like Minato's. Minato walks away, feeling the heat of their gazes on his back and knowing his secret identity is hanging by a thread. Later, Minato visits the hospital as Chrono, his hands glowing with a soft, divine light as he touches the sleeping Kai. He whispers for the boy to wake up, telling him his sister is waiting for him to come home. A woman enters the room, her face tired and worn, expecting to see her brother still in a coma. Chrono is already leaning against the window, ready to vanish the second he's spotted. He tells her that they've defeated the villains together, and she doesn't have to worry about anyone hurting them ever again. He reaches out and gently pats Kai's head, a final gesture of kindness before he departs. Suddenly, Kai's eyes flutter open, and he whispers out a soft, "Big sis." The sister is in total shock, her eyes filling with tears as she rushes to her brother's bedside, grabbing his hands. Kai gives her a weak but genuine smile, telling her he tried his absolute best to stay strong while she was away. The two siblings embrace, sobbing with joy as the nightmare of Kai's illness is finally over thanks to Minato's magic. Minato watches from the shadows, a rare, genuine smile on his face as he sees the family he managed to save. With his mission complete, he leaps out the window, soaring through the moonlight over the sleeping city. The next morning, Ryuji is practically begging Minato with his hands pressed together, asking for a huge favor. He explains that his work shift is running super late tomorrow and he needs someone to watch his younger siblings while his mom is away. We see a glimpse of Ryuji's busy life, balancing his training with a part-time job as a cook just to make ends meet. He bows his head, telling Minato he can't possibly leave the kids alone until nighttime and begs him to help. Minato agrees without a second thought, casually mentioning that he actually loves kids, much to Ryuji's excitement. Yuika apologizes, saying she's too busy with the family's move to help, and mentions they're moving into an even bigger place. Ruka adds that their father wants them to stay close to Minato while they explore their independence in the outside world. Ryuji laughs, noting that their dad is still the same as ever, even if he is providing all the money they need now. Minato thinks to himself that, while it makes sense for the sisters to live together, Toshiro definitely has hidden reasons for keeping them close to him. Ryuji realizes that if Yuika is busy, then it's just going to be Minato and Ruka watching the kids together. The contrast between the two is hilarious, Minato looking totally overbearing, and Ruka looking completely ignorant of how to handle children. Ryuji lets out a big laugh, teasing that maybe Yuika alone would have been a better choice for this job. He turns to Ruka, asking if she's actually okay with this, and she starts to stutter. Minato tells her he can handle it alone if she's uncomfortable, but Ruka's face turns bright red. She clenches her fist, gathering her courage and stating that she wants to help out too. Ryuji is thrilled, pumping his fist and promising to make it up to both of them later. Minato and Ruka share a quiet moment, the air between them thick with a bit of awkward, newfound tension. The next day, they arrive at the amusement park, and the kids are absolutely losing their minds with excitement. Minato is beaming, genuinely happy to be at a park again after what feels like a lifetime of fighting. The kids are swarming him, shouting about riding the roller coaster, the merry-go-round, and the Ferris wheel all at once. Our guy just rolls with it, raising a fist and promising they're going to ride every single thing in the park. He looks back at Ruka, who is standing still with a terrifyingly stiff expression, and asks her what's wrong. Ruka is literally vibrating with nerves, her face looking like she's about to go into battle instead of a carousel. One of the little girls grabs Minato's leg, looking up at Ruka with a terrified expression, clearly intimidated by her cold aura. Minato tells Ruka her face looks scary and suggests she tries smiling to put the kids at ease. Ruka tries her absolute best, but she ends up making a forced, creepy grin that only makes things 10 times worse. The little girl bursts into tears, screaming that the big sis looks scary, while Ruka panics in the background. Minato lets out a good grief, comforting the crying child, while Ruka looks completely devastated by her failure. They end up on the merry-go-round, Minato and the kids having a blast, while Ruka sits on a horse looking like she's contemplating her life choices. On the monorail ride, the kids are glued to the window, but Ruka is still staring off into space, lost in her own head. They hit the roller coaster next, and while the kids are screaming with joy, Ruka looks like she's actually seen a ghost. After the ride, Minato notices Ruka's gloomy mood and looks at her with a concerned expression. Ruka gives him a small, sad smile, clearly feeling out of place in this high-energy environment. The kids suddenly announce they need to use the bathroom and sprint off, with Ryuji's siblings leading the charge. Minato and Ruka sit on a bench, and Minato notes that kids acting all excited really is the best thing to see. Ruka looks down, telling Minato he's amazing because the kids already adore him, while she feels like a failure. She admits that she's not good with children, and is just bad at communicating her feelings in general. Minato tells her he's well aware of that, which isn't exactly the comfort she was looking for. Ruka apologizes, her head hanging low as she feels like she's ruining the day with her stiffness. She remembers how she once told Yuika that she could never beat her, and now she's starting to regret those words. She realizes that while she's strong in magic, she can't cook, she isn't considerate like Yuika, and she can't get along with people. She sees a vision of Yuika being her usual bright, energetic self, and feels like she's being surpassed in every way that matters. She calls herself a clumsy woman who can't do anything, her voice cracking with the weight of her insecurity. Minato looks at her silently, his purple eyes softening as he listens to her pour her heart out. Ruka catches herself and quickly tells him to forget everything she just said, trying to put her cold mask back on. The kids come running back, full of energy and ready for the next adventure. Suddenly, a group of obnoxious teenagers walk by complaining about noisy brats and being generally rude. One guy is filming everything on a selfie stick, laughing at the families and calling them idiots for wearing theme park headgear. The jerk purposefully bumps into one of the little boys, sending the kids stumbling to the ground. Minato's eyes sharpen instantly, the Shadowbringer aura starting to leak out for a split second. But before he can act, he notices a surge of mana coming from beside him. Ruka has already moved, her speed casting manifesting a small gust of wind that trips the jerk and sends him face-planting into the dirt. She immediately scoops up the little boy, holding him tight and shielding him from the scary guy. She asks him if he's okay, her voice full of genuine motherly concern that completely replaces her cold exterior. The little boy starts to cry, but it's not from fear of Ruka anymore, he's just relieved she's there. Ruka lets out a breath of relief, her face breaking into a soft, beautiful smile that puts everyone at ease. The jerk gets up and starts yelling, calling them gross for bumping into him without apologizing. Ruka stands her ground, her gaze turning icy, as she tells him they did nothing wrong and he should be the one apologizing. The guy is furious, thinking she's just acting tough because she's pretty, and he raises a fist to strike her. But Minato is there in a flash, grabbing the guy's wrist and telling him this is a public place meant for smiles, not his playground. Our guy applies just a tiny bit of pressure, and the jerk starts screaming in pain, begging to be let go. The jerks run away with their tails between their legs, and Minato turns to Ruka and the kids with a calm expression. The little boy clings to Ruka's leg, crying that he was so scared, and Ruka's heart clearly melts. The other kids join in the group hug, finally seeing Ruka as the kind, big sister she really is. Minato looks at her and gives a small, knowing smirk, proud of her for breaking through her shell. Ruka kneels down to the kids' level, telling them it's okay, and that they're safe now, her eyes filled with warmth. The sun sets over the amusement park, the day ending on a much higher note than it started. Back at the apartment, Ryuji bursts through the door, apologizing for being late and asking if the kids caused any trouble. He stops mid-sentence, a surprised look on his face as he looks at the scene in front of him. Minato, Ruka, and all the kids are passed out on the floor together, looking like one big, happy family. The story shifts to the public perception of the twin mages, with the media obsessing over the connection between Chrono and Kusanagi. In contrast, the police department's reputation is in the toilet, and they're holding a high-level meeting to deal with the fallout. The chief is furious, noting that despite their fast response to the warehouse, the SMT overshadowed them completely. Another official argues that they can't let Shadowbringer run wild and tarnish the dignity of the police force. The chief slams his fist on the table, ordering his men to capture the criminals, posing as vigilantes at any cost. The scene changes to the Kaichi family dojo, a traditional and imposing building. The courtyard is silent and perfectly maintained, a place designed for serious training. Minato and Kaichi Riku are standing opposite each other, both holding training swords. Minato is focused, his purple eyes tracking every slight movement Riku makes. Riku takes a low stance, his messy hair covering his eyes as he prepares to strike. With a burst of speed, Riku lunges forward, his wooden sword cutting through the air like a blur. A flurry of strikes follows, sparks practically flying, as Minato parries every single blow with effortless precision. Riku is relentless, using the momentum of his gravity magic to keep the pressure on our boy. Minato finds a gap and delivers a powerful overhead strike, forcing Riku to commit to a full-body block. The two mages dance across the dojo floor, their movements a perfect mix of magic and martial arts. Suddenly, Minato's blade stops just inches from Riku's throat, the match ending in a heartbeat. Riku stops as well, his training sword positioned right against Minato's ribs. The match is officially a draw, and both men stand there, catching their breath. They lower their weapons, the intense atmosphere of the duel finally dissipating. Riku is genuinely impressed, noting that Minato can fight on par with him, the assistant master of the dojo. Minato just laughs it off, modestly saying he might not be a match for Riku in pure swordsmanship. Riku tells him he's far too modest, and that his skills are actually terrifying for someone his age. Riku walks over to the sword rack, but as he places his weapon back, his posture completely slumps. He literally collapses onto the floor, groaning that life is just too troublesome and he doesn't want to do anything anymore. He mumbles that unless he's holding a sword, he has no motivation and just wishes he could become a plant or die. Minato kneels beside him and with a serious expression tells him not to talk about dying so casually. He says that doing nothing is perfectly fine, and just being alive is enough if that brings someone happiness. Riku looks up, his tired eyes wide, thinking that Minato is one of the most interesting people he's ever met. Riku admits that he's always felt out of place, and becoming a famous swordsman only made him feel more alienated from the world. Minato tells him that's not being an alien, it's just his own uniqueness that makes him who he is. Riku lets out a soft chuckle, noting that no one has ever put it that way to him before. Minato looks away, admitting that he's had very similar experiences with feeling like an oddity. He has a brief flashback to a traumatic event, caught in an unimaginable terror as a massive monster outbreak ravaged a city. A younger version of Minato stands in the middle of a cracked street, death looming right in front of his eyes. A colossal monster stands over the ruins of a building, its presence enough to crush a normal person's spirit. But Minato fought back, manifesting a glowing purple magic circle even as a child. He explains that his powers only awakened because he was forced into that nightmare. Riku listens intently, the two of them bonding over the scars that magic has left on their lives. Minato looks at his hand, remembering how he learned to use magic by mimicking the very monsters that tried to kill him. He reveals a dark truth. On that day, he was the only survivor left in the entire area. He looks down with regret, still haunted by the fact that he couldn't save anyone back then. He clenches his fist, stating that while everyone else saw him as an oddity, his strength now allows him to aid others. He looks Riku in the eye and asks him if he doesn't have something he wants to protect. Riku's expression changes as he realizes Minato is right, there is something he wishes to protect. Minato stands up and offers a hand, telling Riku to use his power and his uniqueness for that cause. Riku takes his hand, thanking him by name, the bond between the two now stronger than ever. They share a firm handshake, both looking forward to working together as allies in the coming war. Minato walks away from the dojo, leaving Riku standing in the courtyard in thought. Riku watches him go, a new light finally shining in his tired eyes. Minato thinks that Riku is actually a pretty decent guy for a noble, despite his weird personality quirks. He thinks Riku is far better than the other nobles who are pretentious, wicked, or just plain incomprehensible. Suddenly, Minato gets blindsided as someone crashes right into his chest with a loud "Whoa!" The person falls to the ground yelling "That hurt!" and telling him to watch where he's going. Minato looks down and lets out a "Gah!" as he recognizes the person. The girl on the ground looks up, her eyes going wide as she screams, "Yo, you! What are you doing here?" It's Homarai Hinata, and she looks absolutely furious to have bumped into her rival in the middle of the street. Hinata is still fuming after bumping into Minato, clearly annoyed that she keeps crossing paths with the one guy who gets under her skin. Our guy notices she's swapped her usual flashy noble attire for a simple black hoodie, and he can't help but point it out. She snaps back that her usual gear is for demon hunting, not for a casual stroll, showing off her signature tough girl attitude. Minato admits he thought she just had a thing for the over-the-top outfits, which earns him a cold stare from the fire noble. Hinata screams at him to shut up, her face turning bright red as she insists her clothing choices are her business, and her business alone. The tension is drawing eyes from the crowd, and Minato suggests they move before their bickering turns them into a local attraction. He leads her toward a nearby building, wanting to get away from the prying eyes of the public. Hinata follows close behind, still acting bossy and telling him to hurry it up like she's the one in charge of the situation. Our boy lets out a tired sigh, thinking about how Hinata always operates at her own chaotic pace. They end up at a quiet outdoor cafe, sitting across from each other while the world continues on around them. Nearby customers recognize him immediately, whispering about how cool the famous Kusanagi Minato looks in person. They notice he's with Hinata from the noble Homurai family, wondering if the two are actually on a secret date. Hinata catches them staring and gives them a terrifying look that sends the gossiping customers into a panic. Minato thinks to himself that she really is like an untrained mad dog, snapping at anything that moves. He changes the subject, asking if she met with Riku today, which catches her off guard. She scoffs, leaning on her hand and teasing that it's nice to see the two of them are getting along so well. Minato casually says he should have invited her too, but Hinata immediately gets defensive, shouting that she's not sulking about being left out. She claims she's not interested in making friends and is only temporarily aligned with them for the sake of the mission. She looks over at a happy family at the next table, and for a split second, her tough mask slips, revealing a hint of loneliness. Minato doesn't care about the attitude, saying as long as they can cooperate for now, he's fine with whatever persona she wants to play. Hinata leans in, her gaze turning sharp as she demands to know how a regular student like him became so freakishly strong. She mentions the road accident story he's been using, but she makes it clear she doesn't buy a single word of it. She points out that his magic power is completely abnormal, and that a near-death experience shouldn't be enough to grant that kind of power. Minato stays quiet, his internal monologue revealing that he's actually suppressing his magic even more than usual to keep from blowing his cover. Hinata gets frustrated, arguing that if risking death was the secret to power, then every mage in the world would be doing it. She grabs him by the collar, slamming her hands on the table and demanding he spill it already. Our guy realizes she's truly desperate for answers, but he knows telling her he's a 50-year-old reincarnated sage would only make things more complicated. He tells her there's nothing special to tell, and that if she wants power, she just needs to keep training like everyone else. Hinata lets out an angry "Tch," clearly unsatisfied with being brushed off again. She calls him impossible to read, frustrated by the wall of calm he keeps around himself. The waitress arrives with their order, breaking the heavy tension just as things were getting heated. She places down a massive berry parfait that's piled high with fruit and ice cream, practically glowing on the table. Minato is genuinely shocked by the size of the thing, asking what kind of monster dessert he's just been served. But across the table, Hinata's eyes sparkle with excitement. This was clearly the highlight of her day. She tries to play it cool, but her inner fox is practically wagging its tail at the sight of the sweets. Minato stares at her in disbelief, wondering if this is really the same arrogant noble who was just threatening him. She pretends they got her order wrong, but says since it's here, she might as well eat it so it doesn't go to waste. She dives in with a look of pure bliss, her eyes literally turning into stars as she takes the first bite. All her anger vanishes instantly, replaced by a soft smile as she savors the sugar rush. She's surrounded by hearts and light, looking completely peaceful for the first time since we met her. She starts devouring the parfait, repeating "so good" in her head like a broken record. Minato just sips his drink, watching her go into a sugar-induced trance and wondering how she can change her personality so fast. She finishes the whole thing and leans back with a satisfied sigh, admitting she's stuffed. She tells him she's always wanted to try this place, but felt too awkward coming alone, so this worked out perfectly. Minato smiles, realizing she just has a massive sweet tooth, but then he feels a sudden shift in the atmosphere. A massive, oppressive wave of red mana begins to leak out from her. She's overflowing with magic power that she's barely containing. Hinata realizes her guard dropped because of the food, and her expression snaps back to being alert. She jumps up, tossing some money on the table and announcing that she's leaving because she has nothing left to discuss. Minato watches her run off, thinking that the glimpse of power he just saw was way more intense than during their last fight. He wonders what in the world she did to get that kind of boost through just training alone. He watches her disappear down the street, convinced that Hinata is definitely hiding a dark secret. The scene shifts to the SMT headquarters, where the lights are dim and the air is heavy with stress. The blonde investigator is sitting at his desk, deep in thought as he connects the dots between Minato and Chrono. He remembers that every time Chrono showed up, Kusanagi was nowhere to be found, making the connection nearly impossible to ignore. He knows the police investigation is intensifying, and that it's only a matter of time before Chrono is backed into a corner. He looks at a framed photo, asking his deceased father what the right path for justice truly is. The photo shows him as a happy child with his parents, a stark contrast to the cold man he's become. On a rooftop, Leona warns Chrono that the police are moving to dismantle the Shadowbringers for good. She reports that operations are being conducted all over the city, and some of their members have already been brought in for questioning. Even the SMT has been ordered to catch them, meaning our guy is essentially being forced to hunt himself. Minato considers telling Leona his true identity to ease her stress, but he realizes it would only put her in more danger if she got caught. He decides the time isn't right to reveal the truth, knowing that having inside info on the police is a valuable card to keep hidden. Leona is worried they're running out of time, but Chrono tells her not to panic and to leave everything to him. With a determined look, he announces that he has a plan to turn this whole situation upside down. The scene cuts to Minato meeting with Shizuku, the legendary artisan, and apologizing for the sudden request. Shizuku gives him a knowing smile, telling him that if it's a request from her old friend Ichikami, she has no reason to refuse. At the police station, the chief is losing his mind, screaming at his subordinates because they haven't found a single trace of Chrono yet. An officer nervously reports that they've rounded up some Shadowbringers, but the lower-level members genuinely don't know anything. The chief slams his desk, shouting that it's their job to make them talk, and that they need to find some leverage fast. He doesn't care if they have to use force. All that matters is capturing Chrono to save the police force's failing reputation. At SMT headquarters, the squad is gathered as they receive their official orders to join the manhunt. Minato and Ryuji listen as the commander explains that Chrono's whereabouts are trending all over social media, making the police look incompetent. The commander insists they have to put their utmost effort into the search while also dealing with the rising monster calamity. The team is grumbling, annoyed that the higher-ups are pushing the brunt of the work onto them instead of the regular police. Minato realizes the situation is becoming desperate and that if the police truly get serious, his secret identity won't last. The commander dismisses the meeting, telling everyone to prioritize the search while keeping the monsters at bay. The blonde investigator pulls Minato aside, his eyes cold and suspicious as they stand in the empty classroom. Ryuji and the sisters watch from a distance, feeling the tension radiating off the two men. The investigator tells Minato it's time to end the charade and addresses him as Captain Kusanagi with a pointed tone. Minato plays dumb, asking him what he's trying to say, but his eyes remain sharp and focused. The investigator bluntly tells him that if he is Chrono, he should surrender himself now before things get even worse. The team is horrified, their jaws dropping at the direct accusation being thrown at their leader. Ryuji looks ready to jump in, unable to believe the investigator would turn on his own teammate like this. Yuika screams that Minato couldn't possibly be Chrono, and that she's told him that 100 times already. The investigator isn't buying it, suggesting that their desperate defense of him just means they're all in on the conspiracy. He admits that both Kusanagi and Chrono have saved many lives, but that doesn't excuse breaking the law. He argues that if Chrono surrenders now, a judge might reduce his sentence, which is better than being hunted like a dog. He lays out the evidence, the similar stature, the god-tier abilities, and the fact that they never appear in the same place at once. The sisters look away, unable to argue because they've had the exact same suspicions in their own hearts. The investigator points a finger, demanding Minato tell him his true identity once and for all. Minato opens his mouth to respond, the weight of the reveal hanging in the air like a guillotine. But before he can speak, one of the mages bursts in, holding her phone and begging them to look at the screen. She shows them a live broadcast where the Shadowbringers have successfully hijacked the national news station. A masked figure in Chrono's signature gear sits on a throne-like chair, speaking directly to the citizens of Japan. The figure apologizes for the intrusion, but states that the world seems way too interested in who is stronger between him and Kusanagi Minato. He points a finger at the camera and officially challenges Kusanagi Minato to a public duel. The SMT squad is losing their minds. If Chrono is on TV right now, then he can't possibly be the guy standing in the room with them. Minato watches the screen with a neutral expression, his plan working perfectly to divert suspicion. The blonde investigator is stunned, thinking it's impossible for Chrono to be challenging himself to a duel. The younger mages are relieved, thinking this finally proves that Minato isn't the masked vigilante after all. Yuika looks at Minato, wondering if she was actually mistaken this whole time, her heart feeling a bit lighter. Ryuji turns to Minato with a grin, asking what he's going to do, even though they all know the answer. Minato's eyes glow with a mischievous purple light as he lets out a confident smirk. He announces to the room that he accepts the challenge, ready to put on the biggest show Japan has ever seen. The scene shifts to Shibuya, which has been turned into a massive desert-like arena for the fight. A news helicopter circles overhead, the reporter screaming that Chrono still hasn't made his entrance while the world waits in suspense. A massive crowd has gathered at the barricades, while the police stand by in full riot gear, ready to arrest Chrono the second he appears. Fangirls are screaming for Minato-sama, holding up signs and rooting for the official hero to win. But across the line, some fans are shouting for Chrono, calling him a dark hero and mocking the police for hanging around. Ryuji looks through binoculars, noting that the whole thing has turned into a massive global spectacle. Ruka checks her phone, shocked to see there are over 4 million live comments and millions more watching the stream worldwide. The blonde investigator stands on a balcony, wondering what Kusanagi is really planning, and knowing there's no turning back now. Up on the rocks, Hinata is watching with Riku, complaining that the masked bastard is late to his own duel. Toshiro is there too, standing silently as he waits to see the battle between the two strongest mages in the country. Hinata notes that Toshiro's presence is unexpected, but he insists he has to see this fight for himself. He stands on a floating magic bubble, his calm demeanor hiding the fact that he probably knows exactly what's going on. Suddenly, Hinata's eyes go wide as she senses a massive surge of mana approaching the area. A blinding spark of light appears in the sky, drawing every eye and camera in the city toward the clouds. The SMT members look up in awe, wondering what kind of entrance is being made. The news helicopter pilot screams as a shockwave passes them, the air vibrating with pure magic. Minato stands in the center of the arena, looking up as the sky itself seems to split open. A massive beam of blue energy slams into the ground, creating a crater and sending a cloud of dust into the air. The force of the landing is insane, practically shaking the foundations of the surrounding buildings. As the energy dissipates, the dust begins to clear, revealing a silhouette standing in the wreckage. Minato doesn't move a muscle, his expression calm as he stares into the clearing haze. And there he is, Chrono, the leader of the Shadowbringers, looking exactly as he did on the news broadcast. The reporter goes ballistic, shouting that it's really him in the flesh as the cameras zoom in on the mask. The SMT can't believe their eyes, thinking they were totally wrong about Minato and Chrono being the same person. Minato casually says he doesn't like putting on a show, but it seems he has no choice this time. Chrono starts moving, a blur of black and purple as he closes the distance in a heartbeat. Minato prepares to counter, telling his opponent to stop stalling and put an end to this already. The two mages stand on opposite sides of the desert, the air between them crackling with killing intent. The crowd holds its breath, the silence in the stadium so heavy you could hear a pin drop. Our core group, Ryuji, Yuika, and Ruka, watch with terrified anticipation, knowing this fight will change everything. The noble heads look down from their vantage points, ready to analyze the high-level techniques about to be unleashed. A text box appears on screen, Level 6 Magic. Null Magic. Inorganic Cannon. Minato unleashes a barrage of golden spheres that scream through the air. Chrono counters instantly with Dark Magic Chaos Raven, swirling purple energy manifestations that look like birds of prey. The two spells collide, creating a massive explosion of purple and gold that marks the official start of the war. The inorganic cannon spheres explode on impact, sending ripples of golden energy across the crater. Chrono is engulfed in the blast, a massive pillar of light shooting into the sky as the first hit connects. But he emerges unscathed, his Chaos Raven wings shielding him as they tear through the remains of the explosion. The collision of their mana creates a secondary shockwave that practically blows the cameras back. The news chopper pilot frantically pulls away, yelling that they're going to crash if they stay any closer to the epicenter. The ground beneath them is turning into glass from the sheer heat of the magical output. Chrono leaps into the air, his black cloak billowing like wings as he rains down a barrage of shadowy projectiles. Minato dodges with surgical precision, moving between the strikes like he's practicing a dance. Chrono drops from the sky, delivering a heavy black-gloved punch that Minato blocks with his bare forearm. They engage in a flurry of hand-to-hand combat, every strike sending out a visible pulse of mana that shakes the air. A massive explosion of green and white light marks a point-blank exchange of high-level elemental magic. Chrono tries to sweep his leg, but Minato jumps over it, his eyes glowing with an intense green light. Our boy catches Chrono with a palm strike to the chest, pushing the vigilante back several dozen feet. Level 9 lightning magic, penetrating thunder! Chrono retaliates, a web of purple electricity covering the entire sky. The lightning bolts slam into the surrounding ruins, turning the concrete into molten slag in a matter of seconds. As the smoke clears, Minato is standing there with a hand outstretched, looking like he's just dusting off his coat. He lets out a good grief, complaining that his uniform is getting dirty because Chrono isn't holding back at all. He decides to return the favor, summoning level 7 Earth Magic Comet and launching a literal mountain of rock at Chrono. A text box confirms another level 9 spell is about to drop from Minato's side. Chrono counters with a massive golden beam that pierces right through the center of the giant comet, shattering it into pieces. The debris rains down on the arena, turning the sky into a hellscape of falling stone and magical energy. Huge chunks of rock slam into the crater, but both fighters are already moving to their next position. Minato summons a magic fairy, a tiny glowing spirit that flutters around him with a chirpy pui. He notes that for neo-magic, that actually went pretty well, showing off a technique the modern world has never seen. The crowd is losing it, their faces frozen in a mix of terror and awe at the godlike display of power. One guy is screaming, "Whoa!" at the top of his lungs, his eyes practically popping out of his head. They start shouting that these two are on a whole different level, and that the noble families look like kids compared to them. Fangirls are literally collapsing from the coolness factor, sobbing that Minato is too handsome to handle. Hinata is watching with her arms crossed, sking and calling the null magic users flashy idiots. Riku notes that both of them are capable of level 9 magic, and their mana pools are so deep they aren't even breathing hard yet. Toshiro points out that Minato's continuous magic is moving as if it has its own sentient will. He explains that by reactivating a spell within a short time frame, the effects persist indefinitely, a legendary skill. He notes that very few mages can use continuous magic, and probably zero can use automatic magic on top of that. Hinata is annoyed by his probablys and likelies, her own competitive spirit burning as she watches the two monsters fight. Toshiro admits that these two have officially surpassed the magic nobles in every single aspect of combat. He calls them true monsters as they clash midair again, their silhouettes a blur of white and black energy. They trade a dozen blows in a single second, the impacts creating a rhythm of explosions that echoes through Shibuya. Chrono lands a solid kick that sends Minato sliding through the dirt, but our boy just readies another spell. Magic circles manifest around Minato's arm, glowing with a dangerous electric blue light. Chrono dodges the blast and shouts, "Too slow!" appearing above Minato for a crushing downward strike. He slams Minato into the ground with enough force to create a shockwave that rattles the entire district. But Minato teleports behind him using a green seal, his eyes locking on to Chrono's back. The SMT squad is screaming at the intensity of the exchange, unable to believe what they're witnessing. Ryuji is sweating, admitting he knew they were strong, but he didn't realize they had this much more up their sleeves. Ruka notices that the social media metrics are breaking. The entire world is currently tuned in to this one fight. In New York, a massive screen shows the battle to thousands of people who have stopped everything to watch. People are cheering and filming, saying they haven't felt this alive in years. In South Korea, a couple is on a date, but the guy is glued to his phone watching the Japanese mages instead of his girlfriend. The girl is annoyed at first, but as she catches a glimpse of the fight, she finds herself drawn into the hype too. The entire restaurant is shouting for their favorite fighter, the world divided between Team Kusanagi and Team Chrono. The earth itself is practically surrounded by speech bubbles of people chanting their names. Back in the arena, Minato tells Chrono he put up a good fight, but it's time to wrap this up. Chrono looks battered, his cloak torn and his mask cracked, as Minato tells him, "You're finished." Level 9 Dark Magic, Chrono begins his final chant, his mana turning into a dark, swirling abyss. Shadow Scythe! A colossal blade of pure darkness manifests in his hands, large enough to cut a building in half. He swings the scythe, the dark energy slicing through everything in its path, including the ground itself. Minato just gives a confident smile, telling him this is the end, as he prepares his counter. Level 10 Null Magic, Gigant Hex! A massive wall of golden light erupts from Minato's hand, a spell power that shouldn't even exist. The golden beam collides with the shadow scythe, the two forces of nature grinding against each other with a deafening roar. The explosion is so blinding that the newsfeed starts to glitch and flicker. The shockwave is so powerful it literally pushes back the cloud layer above the city. Surrounding skyscrapers are having their windows blown out by the sheer pressure of the level 10 magic. The entire arena is engulfed in a dome of golden and purple fire, a scene that looks like the end of the world. The SMT squad is shielding their eyes, screaming in disbelief that someone could actually cast a level 10 spell. Minato teleports away from the center of the blast just as the feedback loop starts to collapse. The news reporter screams for her pilot to follow him, but the guy yells back that he's just too fast to track. The video feed finally cuts out completely, leaving millions of viewers staring at static just as the fight reached its peak. In the silence of the aftermath, Chrono is slumped against some rubble, looking completely drained and defeated. Minato walks toward him slowly, his shoes crunching on the broken glass and dust of the battlefield. He looks down at the masked vigilante, and suddenly, Chrono reaches out, manifesting a dozen tiny purple magic circles right at Minato's feet. The dust settles in the middle of a ruined Shibuya as Minato stands over the defeated, masked figure of Chrono. With a cold, calm expression, Minato looks down and tells his double that it's time to stop this. The masked figure freezes, the purple magical seals around its hands flickering out as the spell reaches its end. Suddenly, the figure begins to glow with a blinding golden light, its body dissolving into pure mana. Minato lets out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that he actually managed to pull off this insane stunt without getting caught. He looks down at his wrist, noticing the specialized anti-monster equipment Takigami made for him is cracked and hitting its limit. He realizes that while clone magic is useful, maintaining a duplicate that can barely speak and is far weaker than him is incredibly draining. From a distance, the master artisan Shizuku watches him through the rubble, letting out a long breath of her own. She clutches her chest, thankful that everything went according to plan despite how risky it was. She's still reeling from the shock of learning Kusanagi Minato is her old master Ichikami, and now she's found out he's Chrono too. The technical side of it is mind-blowing. Since you can't normally cast 2 spells at once, Minato had to reactivate his duplicate in tiny windows of time. He used his high-tier gear to cast magic automatically while he was unconscious, essentially cheating the laws of magic to use multiple spells simultaneously. The sheer amount of mana required to pull this off is something only a god-tier mage like him could handle. If he had lost control for even a second, the clone could have gone rogue and started massacring the innocent bystanders watching the fight. Shizuku smiles, realizing Minato was juggling insane mana costs while putting on a thrilling show just to keep the audience entertained. In her eyes, only the great sage Ichikami is capable of such a flawless, high-stakes performance. Minato taps his headset and checks in with Leona, telling her it's finally safe to stop jamming the live broadcast signals. Leona confirms from the high-tech Shadowbringer base, surrounded by monitors as she watches the chaos wind down. She smirks, calling him Captain Kusanagi Minato, and acknowledging that his plan to erase Chrono's trail worked perfectly. Minato is surprised she figured out his secret identity, but Leona tells him not to underestimate her massive intel network. He asks if she has a reason for bringing it up now, and she simply says she does, reaching for a door handle. She steps out onto a roof as the sun sets, mentioning that since the Shadowbringers are disbanding for now, this is the last time she'll see Chrono. Minato gives a small, knowing smile, realizing she really did see right through his act from the very beginning. Leona turns soft for a moment, thanking him for saving her, her group members, and the entire city. She looks over the city lights, noting that crime is down and Japan will be just fine without a masked vigilante for a while. Then, her playful side returns as she offers to handle any of Kusanagi Minato's future dirty work, for a price, of course. Minato laughs it off, and she promises him a friends and family discount as he tells her he's counting on her. There's a brief, heavy silence between them as they both realize an era of their lives is coming to an end. Minato's eyes soften, showing a rare moment of genuine human connection through the headset. With a beautiful smile and a slight blush, Leona says her final goodbye, Chrono. The line goes dead with a quiet click, leaving Minato alone with his thoughts in the middle of the wreckage. He lowers his hand, whispering for her to take care of herself as he prepares to face his friends. Right on cue, Yuika and Ruka come flying in using flight magic, screaming his name and checking for injuries. Minato plays it cool, telling them Chrono got away but won't be showing his face again anytime soon. Shido suddenly appears, bowing so low his head almost hits the ground while he screams an apology. The whole squad joins in, feeling terrible for ever doubting him or accusing him of being a dangerous vigilante. Minato looks at their guilty faces and feels a twinge of regret for lying to them, but he knows it was the only way to protect them. He brushes it off with a smirk, telling them not to worry because everyone makes mistakes. Meanwhile, Hinata is absolutely fuming on a nearby roof, screaming about how those bastards have become so incredibly strong. She's grinding her teeth, realizing that normal training will never be enough to catch up to the monsters in the SMT. Riku, the gravity mage, watches Minato from afar, stunned that the guy still has energy to spare after such a massive fight. He can't even comprehend how much magic power Minato actually possesses. Minato watches his friends, satisfied that he's successfully created two separate identities in the eyes of the public. The Black Rebellion is gone, and the Shadowbringers aren't needed, but the final words of the terrorist leader Kuroi still weigh on his mind. For now, he decides that solving the most urgent problem is enough, and heads back home. Cut to a few days later, Minato is on a literal tea commercial, asking the audience to spend time with him. He's become a national icon, with his face plastered on billboards and posters for elegant tea all over the city. He's even on TV during training sessions, barking orders at the SMT to work their legs and never skip training. During an interview, he lies through his teeth, claiming he got strong by having a near-death experience and training to the limit. His popularity is through the roof, his merchandise is sold out, and fans are literally crying over his posters. At his school, the hallways are packed with girls screaming and pushing each other just to get a glimpse of him. The moment he sits down at his desk, he's swarmed by students begging for handshakes, hugs, and even marriage. Shido and the sisters watch from the hallway, worried that Minato, who hates this kind of attention, won't be able to handle the pressure. Minato is literally being buried under a pile of fangirls, screaming internally about what a massive pain this has become. He slams his hands on the desk, his patience finally snapping as he realizes he needs to escape. In a move only he could do, he leaps out of the second-story window and sprints across the school grounds at high speed. Shido watches him go, jokingly shouting that more guest appearances would help recruit talented mages while Minato curses his name. A literal mob of girls chases him through the streets as he screams for them to just leave him alone already. Later that evening, he's safe inside a new apartment, looking completely exhausted while Ruka brings him a drink. The place is spotless, with the kitchen and living room sparkling after a long day of moving. Yuika proudly takes the credit for the cleaning, though Ruka points out that she did most of the actual work. It's a massive 3-room apartment, meaning everyone finally gets their own space instead of being cramped together. Ruka stares at Minato with a deep, longing look, thinking about how she won't be able to see his sleeping face anymore. Both sisters suddenly turn beet red and start panicking, wondering what the hell they're even thinking about. Minato's phone suddenly buzzes in his pocket, breaking the awkward tension in the room. It's a call from Takigami Shizuku, and she's laughing at him, teasing him about how hard it is to be a national heartthrob. She tells him she's his important friend, and reminds him that she's the only one who knows who he really is. She tells him to call her if anything happens, and they hang up after a short, friendly chat. After the call, Shizuku sits alone on her floor, her playful attitude disappearing into a somber, quiet moment. She picks up a framed photo, her eyes filled with nostalgia and a hint of sadness. The photo shows her as a young student next to the original Ichikami Minato, and she whispers to herself, wondering what she should do next. The scene shifts to the MPD training field, where a massive crowd of new recruits is gathered under the bright morning sun. The newbies are pumped, screaming about how they can't believe they're in the same squadron as the legendary Mizuha sisters and Captain Minato. Shido notes that there are way more recruits than they expected, and the sisters agree it's all because of Minato's fame. The girls look nervous, remembering the pure hell they went through and hoping the new recruits can survive it. Minato walks onto the field looking like a total boss, causing the crowd to erupt into cheers over how handsome he is in person. He looks at the sheer number of people and sighs, clearly not looking forward to the mountain of work ahead. Suddenly, a massive swirling pillar of rainbow-colored mana erupts from his body. The ground literally shakes as the pressure of his magic hits the students like a physical wave. Recruits fall to their knees, their faces pale as they realize they can't even move their bodies under his magic pressure. Minato smiles pleasantly, noting that the pressure finally got everyone to shut up and pay attention. He tells them he was going to go light on them for the first day, but since they seem so resilient, he's changing his mind. Training begins immediately. It's absolute insanity as recruits are forced to cast complex spells while sprinting and dragging heavy tires. Minato floats in the air, firing beams of energy at them and shouting that they'll never beat a monster with such weak magic. Students are collapsing left and right, gasping for air and wondering if this is even legal for humans to endure. One girl is face down in the dirt, cursing Minato for being mean-spirited and wondering how anyone could possibly keep up. But amidst the failure, Yuika lets out a defiant roar, refusing to give up even as she's pushed to her limit. She unleashes a massive swirling water vortex that dwarfs anything she's done before. She and Ruka move like a well-oiled machine, weaving through energy beams and counterattacking with precision. Ryuji and Shido are right behind them, casting advanced shields and explosive spells that light up the entire field. The new recruits can only watch in absolute horror, realizing the SMT is operating on a level that's not even in the same realm as them. Minato finally calls an end to the session, standing calmly while everyone behind him is panting and drenched in sweat. He tells them to take a 5-minute break before they move to the testing room to measure their updated magic power. The recruits watch him walk away as if he just took a light stroll, officially labeling him a monster. Even Ryuji is frustrated, realizing he still can't compete with Minato and needs to move even more efficiently. The newbies realize their mental image of the sweet Mizuha sisters was a lie. These girls are absolute beasts. Inside the testing room, Yuika steps up to the machine, and her score flashes a staggering 120,000. The scores keep rolling in, Ruka at 118k, Ryuji at 105k, Sanada at 100k, and even Shido at 112k. The room goes silent, as the recruits realize everyone in the SMT is now on the same level as the powerful nobleheads. Minato points out that Yuika's power was only 2,000 when they met, proving that growth is possible with the right mindset. He asks a trembling recruit if he's serious about becoming that strong, offering a spark of hope. The recruits look at their own hands, the fear from earlier being replaced by a burning desire to improve. Minato thinks to himself that, as they are now, the SMT could probably take down a demon general if they fought together. He smiles at his team, but his internal thoughts darken. It's still not enough to face the demon king or the demon god. Shido approaches him with a nervous look, asking if they can talk about an upcoming event. Minato's eyes narrow, as he gets a bad feeling that something annoying is about to happen. Cut to a high-end gala hall, where a sign announces a collaborative event between the mage nobles and the SMT. Minato is there, looking sharp but miserable in a full suit as he adjusts his tie. He's losing his mind internally, screaming about what a massive pain these formal parties are. Shido waves him over, also in a suit, while Ryuji stands nearby looking extremely uncomfortable in his tuxedo. Minato complains about the need for a party, but Shido explains the police force wanted a celebration to restore their reputation. He clutches his head, realizing that as a captain, he can't just skip out on these duties anymore. Minato tries to be nice, telling Shido he looks good in a suit, which the inspector takes with a confident grin. Ryuji is tugging at his collar, convinced the suit looks terrible on his muscular frame, but Minato reassures him he looks great. Shido notices the girls have arrived, and Minato prepares himself for whatever fashion statement they're about to make. Yuika walks in wearing a soft lilac dress with lace details, while Ruka follows in a sleek, dark blue evening gown. Sanada enters in a light green dress, looking wide-eyed and overwhelmed by the sheer number of people in the room. Yuika nervously asks Minato if she looks strange, clearly seeking his approval. Minato doesn't hesitate, telling her she looks even cuter than usual and that the dress really highlights her charm. He turns to Ruka, complimenting her mature beauty and how well the dark colors suit her style. Even Sanada gets a compliment, with Minato praising her coordinated design and attractive silhouette. All three girls turn bright red and start fidgeting, completely undone by his straightforward praise. Ryuji grabs Minato's collar in a panic, shocked that the guy can give such smooth compliments with a totally straight face. Suddenly, a pair of high heels clicks on the carpet as a familiar voice scoffs at their arrival. It's Hinata in a fiery red dress. Minato tries to compliment her too, but she screams at him to quit being gross. She storms off, leaving Minato to talk to Toshiro, who confirms he's only here because he promised to cooperate. Toshiro doesn't waste time on idle chat, turning his back and excusing himself almost immediately. The girls apologize for their father's coldness, but Minato's attention is suddenly drawn to a woman in a black dress passing by. His eyes sharpen as he catches a glimpse of her face, a girl with long, dark hair and a cold gaze. He watches her walk away into the crowd, feeling a strange, nagging sensation that he knows her from somewhere. The lights dim as an announcer thanks everyone for gathering, and welcomes the stars of the evening. The SMT and the heads of the noble families stand in a line on stage as the crowd erupts into applause. The announcer then introduces the final guest, the founder of the Mage Nobles and director of the Mages Association. A powerful older man named Mumio Hifumi steps out, accompanied by his daughter, a girl named Chloe. Minato's heart stops. He recognizes Hifumi as a man he saw back in Dotonbori, realizing he's been being watched. But it's Chloe who truly unnerves him. She has a dark, knowing smile as she stares directly at him. Mumio Hifumi takes the microphone, his voice booming through the hall as he introduces himself to the crowd. He speaks about the crisis Japan is facing with the return of the calamity and the monsters appearing across the country. He slams his hand down, declaring that if the nobles and the SMT combine their forces, no monster will ever be a threat again. He vows that the Mage Nobles will do everything in their power to protect world peace and ensure the prosperity of all mages. The crowd goes wild, clapping and cheering for the vision of a united front against the darkness. Minato watches him, impressed by how straightforward and easy to understand the man's speech was compared to most politicians. But then, he notices Chloe standing behind her father, her gaze still locked onto him with that same unsettling expression. She gives him a small, mysterious smirk that sends a chill down his spine. Hifumi turns to the SMT, stating that they will be working closely together to uphold the public safety of Japan from now on. He smiles warmly, extending a hand and telling Minato that he looks forward to working with him. Minato takes the hand with a polite smile, but the moment their skin touches, the atmosphere shifts. Minato senses a massive amount of magic power radiating from the old man. It's clear Hifumi hasn't slacked on his training. He thinks to himself that Hifumi hasn't changed a bit since back then, and the scene flashes back 50 years. We're at the ancient mage training grounds, where a younger Ichikami Minato is standing before a group of cadets. The great sage tells them to come at him with everything they've got, even offering to let them attack him all at once. A young, hot-headed cadet named Mumio Hifumi screams at him, telling him not to be so arrogant. Another cadet, a young Shizuku, scolds Hifumi, reminding him that he's talking to a living legend. Hifumi doesn't care who he is. He charges forward with multiple magic circles, determined to slam Ichikami's face into the dirt. He lets out a feral scream, launching a high-level attack meant to end the fight instantly. A massive, swirling vortex of energy tears through the air toward the great sage, but Ichikami doesn't even move, watching the attack with a bored, almost disappointed look. The energy crashes into a barrier, but it doesn't even leave a scratch on Ichikami's defenses. He sighs, calling Hifumi's magic crude, while lazily spinning a tiny magic circle on the tip of his finger. Hifumi is insulted, realizing Ichikami is preparing a mere level 1 spell to counter his best move. Ichikami whispers level 1 earth magic, wood spear, and a massive spike of timber erupts from the ground. The simple wood spear shatters Hifumi's advanced magic like it was made of thin glass. The impact sends the cadets flying backward, with Hifumi and Shizuku both hitting the ground hard. Shizuku is terrified, realizing that he just overpowered a level 4 spell with a basic level 1 cantrip. Ichikami looks down at them, noting that he held back a lot but expects most of them to drop out after the first day. But Hifumi isn't done. He groans and forces himself to stand back up, his face twisted with determination. Ichikami is surprised to see the boy still standing and dares him to keep going if he thinks that was nothing. Shizuku forces herself up too, sweating and shaking, but refusing to let her fellow cadets stand alone. Ichikami smiles to himself, thinking that he's finally found a good harvest of students who actually show promise. The two cadets scream and charge again, swearing they'll wipe that smug smile off his face. The scene cuts to the end of the day, with Ichikami standing tall while both students are face down in the dust. He notes that all the other cadets already quit and won't be coming back, but these two are the only ones who stayed. He tells them that's enough for today, and to go home and get some well-earned rest. As he walks away, a dark shadow of mana looms over him, symbolizing the burden of being the strongest. Hifumi is still trying to crawl, his body broken but his spirit still burning as he tries to form a magic circle. He gasps out that it isn't over yet, and that he's going to defeat Ichikami no matter what. He finally collapses for good, but the look in his eyes tells a different story. Ichikami looks back one last time, certain that the boy with the fierce eyes will become a truly great mage one day. He looks at Shizuku too, noting that she was trying to find an opening to attack him even while injured. He walks into the sunset, satisfied that the Mage Association has gained two very interesting new members. Back in the past, Hifumi clenches his fist, swearing to surpass his master, while Ichikami smiles and says he'll be waiting. In the present day, Minato looks at the old Hifumi and realizes the lad has turned into a fine individual. He briefly considers telling Hifumi his true identity, but remembers Shizuku's warning that it would only lead to chaos. The ceremony on stage finally ends, and the crowd begins to disperse into smaller groups for the party. The announcer encourages everyone to take this time to converse and network amongst themselves. Minato grabs a glass of juice, relieved that his formal role is finally over and he can fade into the background. But his peace is short-lived as Chloe approaches him, her black dress trailing behind her elegantly. She introduces herself and tells Minato she's had a keen interest in him for a while, wanting to have a chat. Minato plays along politely, noting that she looks like a mage herself, which she modestly confirms. But internally, Minato is analyzing her. She doesn't have much magic power and can't control many attributes. Yet, he feels a strange, cold sensation in his gut. Something about her feels fundamentally off. She leans in close, telling him she has a strong intuition for these things and wants to get along with him. Yuika and Ruka watch from across the room, fuming with jealousy as they see Minato hitting it off with a mysterious girl. Minato agrees to work with her, shaking her gloved hand as the party continues around them. The moment their hands meet, a dark, sinister light flashes in Chloe's eyes as she thinks, "Just as I thought." She giggles, telling him she's glad to know he's a good man, before pulling her hand away. She walks away with a graceful wave, promising that they will be meeting again very soon. Minato stares at his hand, the unsettling feeling growing stronger as he watches her disappear. Cut to the next day at school, Minato is back at his desk, surrounded by the usual mob of screaming fangirls. The teacher suddenly walks in, telling everyone to take their seats because a new student is joining the class. The door slides open, and a pair of black school shoes steps into the classroom. Minato's jaw drops as Chloe stands at the front of the room, introducing herself as a transfer student from Kamui Magic Academy. The atmosphere in the classroom shifts instantly as the new transfer student, Mumu Chloe, introduces herself with a polite smile. The guys in the back are already losing it, recognizing her from the high-profile Noble event and drooling over her looks. The teacher points her to the only empty seat in the room, which just happens to be right next to our boy Minato. She sits down gracefully, her presence alone making the surrounding air feel a lot heavier for the MC. Minato leans on his hand, telling her he didn't expect to see her here, but Chloe just smirks, reminding him she promised they'd meet again soon. Before they can even finish a sentence, a mob of students swarms Chloe's desk, bombarding her with questions about her old school and her boyfriend's status. Yuika watches from the front, her face turning blue with jealousy as she realizes all the attention they usually get is being sucked up by this new girl. Out in the hallway, Ruka and Ryuji look just as stressed, wondering what a high-ranking noble like Chloe is actually planning. Ryuji's worried this might be another scheme from the noble families, even though their previous beef seemed settled. Minato joins them, his arms crossed as he stares through the window, sensing that Chloe's presence is far from accidental. Inside the room, Chloe just keeps that mysterious smile on her face, seemingly enjoying the chaos she's created. Later at the training field, the entire SMT squad let out a collective "what the heck" when they see who their new teammate is. Shido looks just as awkward as he introduces Chloe, explaining that she'll be joining the SMT officially today. The other members are baffled. She's the daughter of the biggest conglomerate in the country, so why the hell is she joining a field unit? Shido explains it's a political move to deepen the bond between the SMT and the nobles, but even he looks like he doesn't fully buy it. Chloe bows, acting the part of the inexperienced student and asking everyone for their guidance. The core trio, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji, just stare back with blank, suspicious faces, knowing damn well she's not as inexperienced as she claims. Yuika forces a fake smile and shakes Chloe's hand, but you can practically see the sparks of rivalry flying between them. Shido whispers an apology to Minato, admitting this was a sudden order from the higher-ups that he couldn't block. Minato tells him not to worry about it, but his eyes are locked on Chloe, already planning how to figure out her real game. He knows he can't just take her at face value, he needs to put her through a real test to see what she's truly made of. The training kicks off with a roar. Minato screams at everyone to run like their lives depend on it, and surpass their limits. The Mizuha sisters and Ryuji bolt forward, their bodies reinforced with mana as they tear across the grass. Minato decides to get a little serious, and turns into a literal blur, challenging them to keep up if they can. Ryuji lets out a battle cry, pushing his physical reinforcement to the max, just to stay in the MC's shadow. The newer recruits are already collapsing, gasping for air and admitting that only the core squad can even see Minato's movements. Suddenly, a shadow passes right over them. It's Chloe, moving with an eerie, effortless speed. The camera pans as a gust of wind follows her, showing she's not even breaking a sweat. In a single burst, she zips past the sisters and Ryuji, leaving them stunned by her sudden acceleration. She tosses a playful "pardon me" over her shoulder as she effortlessly takes the lead in the race. Yuika's eyes widen in rage, refusing to let the new girl show her up in front of Minato. Minato watches the group with a sharp gaze, telling them to use their magic even when they're totally exhausted. Ryuji and the sisters are literally dragging massive stacks of tires while sprinting, their muscles screaming from the weight. Minato finally calls a break, and the entire squad collapses onto the grass like they've just been through a war zone. Ryuji groans about his muscles being in agony, even though he knows he did better than he ever has before. Chloe just stands there, tilting her head and asking if it's time for a break already. She gives a chillingly calm smile, telling everyone she still has plenty of energy to spare. Yuika is staring at her, completely baffled at how this girl is totally fine when even the elite SMT members are dying. Minato asks her if his old-fashioned training is too much for her, testing her reaction. Chloe closes her eyes and tells him it makes perfect sense, showing she understands the deeper logic of his methods. She explains that by pushing the body and mana to their absolute limits at the same time, you force the level cap of your magic to rise. She understands that being on the brink of total depletion is the only way to make your mana pool grow stronger. She even praises his Spartan-like yelling, saying it's the best way to keep everyone motivated. With a dark glint in her eyes, she notes that if you don't act like your life is on the line, you'll probably lose that life in a real fight. Minato is impressed despite himself, realizing she really knows her stuff as the daughter of the Mumyu clan. The rest of the squad is forced to concede. Chloe isn't just a political puppet, she's got serious talent and knowledge. Chloe claps her hands together, playing the role of the humble teammate, and praising everyone else's hard work. Then, she turns directly to Minato, saying she has a question she's been wanting to ask the captain. The sisters watch from the background, their anxiety levels hitting 100 as they realize Chloe is popular with everyone. Ruka is biting her lip, worried that if Chloe is stronger and smarter than them, she'll be the one who ends up supporting Minato. Both sisters start shaking their heads in a frantic "No, that won't happen!" as Ryuji just watches them with a "What are they doing?" look. The sisters watch as Chloe leans in close to Minato, the atmosphere between them becoming way too intimate for their liking. Flash forward to the city, where we see the results of the SMT and nobles working together to clear out monster-infested ruins. Casualties across Japan are dropping significantly as the SMT establishes bases in major cities like Osaka and Hokkaido. Minato looks out over a burning horizon, his face serious as he realizes the number of calamities is actually increasing globally. Somewhere else in the city, Hinata unleashes a massive fire strike, obliterating a demon and calling it trash. Her underlings cheer her on, but the red-haired noble just crosses her arms, looking completely unsatisfied. Yuika catches up to Minato, reporting that Hinata took down most of the monsters in this sector. Minato notes that Hinata has definitely gotten stronger since their last encounter. Hinata stares at him from a distance, her eyes burning with a promise that she'll eventually surpass him. Minato's talk with Riku is cut short as he tries to discuss their next move. Hinata just scoffs and storms off, unable to be honest about her respect for the MC. The entire group stands in the rubble of a fallen city, the tension between the SMT and the nobles still simmering under the surface. Minato asks Riku about Chloe, but Riku admits even the other nobles try to stay away from the mysterious Mumyu clan. Riku looks totally drained as he waves goodbye and heads back to his own mission. Suddenly, Chloe appears right behind Minato, asking if he has a moment to talk. With a glowing pink background and a beautiful, calculated smile, she asks him point blank, "Would you like to go on a date with me?" Cut to the following day at Shinjuku Station, where Minato is standing around in casual clothes, looking completely out of place. Random guys passing by are talking about a hella cute girl they just saw, and they're not kidding. The crowd part as Chloe arrives, wearing a stunning black Gothic-style dress that has every guy in the station stopping in their tracks. The sheer jealousy radiating from the other dudes is enough to make the air vibrate as Minato walks toward her. He asks if he kept her waiting, and she gives a soft no, looking like a total model as they stand together. The guys nearby are fuming, recognizing Minato as the famous SMT captain, and realizing they stand zero chance. One guy literally gives up on life, calling them a power couple and heading home in defeat. As they walk, Minato gets straight to the point, asking why she actually invited him out. Chloe plays it cool, claiming she doesn't know the area since she transferred schools and needs a guide. Minato calls her out, saying she could have asked anyone else, and she finally admits she just wanted to talk in private. Minato sighs internally, thinking about how she always chooses the most troublesome way to phrase things. Chloe opens up a bit, explaining that because she's the president's daughter, everyone gives her special treatment and fake respect. She looks up at Minato with genuine eyes, saying that he's the only person who treats her like a normal human. She tells him that the first time they talked, she realized he doesn't care about titles or positions. Minato shrugs it off, simply stating that what matters is the kind of person you are, not your social status. Chloe lets out a light giggle, the most honest sound he's heard from her so far. She calls him a truly interesting person, her gaze becoming a lot more focused. Suddenly, the camera shifts to a corner. Someone is tailing them. It's Yuika wearing a hat and glasses, cursing herself for being a hopeless woman who can't stop spying on her crush. She's about to give up when she hears a weird noise behind a nearby sign. She peeks behind the sign and her jaw drops. It's Ruka, also in a disguise and crouching on the ground. Yuika is in total shock, unable to believe her cool and elegant sister would ever resort to stalking. Ruka is even eating a red bean bun while she watches them, proving she's been here for the long haul. Yuika decides she needs to keep moving before she loses sight of the couple. Both sisters start sprinting through the crowd, nearly crashing into each other in their desperation. They scream, "What are you doing here?" at each other, their disguises totally failing as they bicker. Minato stops and turns around, sensing a familiar mana presence nearby. Chloe asks if something's wrong, and Minato just looks at a weird bear mascot, telling her it's nothing. The sisters are hiding behind the bear mascot, sweating bullets and realizing that Minato's senses are still sharp as ever. They lock eyes and realize they're both after the same thing, making sure Chloe doesn't steal their man. In a rare moment of sisterly bonding, they nod to each other, forming an official stalker alliance. Minato asks Chloe what she wants to see, and she says she wants a typical high school date experience. They stroll through a park with beautiful blue skies, unaware that two blue-haired ninjas are hiding in the bushes behind them. Chloe checks out some magical potions in a shop window while the sisters watch from a nearby pillar. They finally sit down at a cafe. Minato is drinking juice while the sisters are literally at the table right behind them. Minato explains that usually people just chat and hang out before heading home, but it depends on the person. Yuika is chewing on a cake, crying internally because she can't hear a single word they're saying. Chloe sips her tea, taking in Minato's explanation of a normal life. She sets the cup down with a quiet clink, her expression turning strangely vacant. She asks what the actual point is of doing all these meaningless things like walking and eating together. She looks at the other couples in the cafe, unable to comprehend what meaning these actions could possibly have. Minato looks at her and admits that there's probably no meaning in the actions themselves. He explains that it's about who you're with. Even just walking around becomes special when it's with a certain someone. He tells her that's what makes the time valuable, even if it seems pointless on the outside. He gives her a small, charming smirk and asks if the time they spent together today had any value to her. Chloe freezes, her eyes widening as if she's just heard something completely revolutionary. She softly admits that she thinks so, and Minato tells her he's glad to hear it. She notes that she usually surprises people with her weirdness, but Minato wasn't fazed by her at all. With a soft, genuine blush, she looks him in the eye and tells him he's a lovely person. The sisters behind them are having a literal heart attack, screaming "lovely" and "does she like him?" in a total panic. Minato just gives a cool smile and tells her he's honored by the compliment. The other customers start whispering, recognizing the famous duo and making the atmosphere awkward. Minato sighs and says they should probably get going before a crowd forms. Back at the station, Chloe tells him that today was very valuable for her personally. She looks at him hopefully, asking if they could go out together again sometime. The sisters are peeking around a wall, their hearts breaking as Minato says he doesn't mind. Minato adds that he'd like to learn more about her as well, showing he's still investigating her. The sisters let out a final, dramatic gasp, their world seemingly ending right there. Chloe giggles at how assertive he's being and says she feels exactly the same way. She waves goodbye and heads into the station, leaving Minato standing in the crowd. Yuika and Ruka are left in the shadows, looking absolutely devastated by the betrayal they just witnessed. But as Chloe walks away, Minato's eyes lose their warmth, his face turning cold as he watches her leave. The next morning at the MPD training grounds, Ryuji is already grilling Minato about how his date went. Minato asks why he's asking, and Ryuji claims it's just out of friendship, while the sisters watch from the back with dark auras. Minato tries to downplay it, saying they just walked and had tea, but Ryuji bluntly tells him that's exactly what a date is. The sisters look like they haven't slept a wink, their eyes hollow as they stare at our oblivious MC. Chloe arrives and starts chatting with Sanada, looking perfectly normal and cheerful. Ryuji lets out a long sigh, hoping this whole situation doesn't turn into some crazy high school drama. He grabs Minato's shoulder and tells him to make sure he doesn't get stung, though Minato has no clue what he's talking about. Shido gathers everyone to explain the current state of the world and their recent successes. He reports a dramatic decrease in monster casualties and illegal mage activity since the Black Rebellion fell. Sanada notes that nobody is even talking about Chrono or the Shadowbringers anymore, even though they were a huge trend. Minato thinks to himself that if the police can handle things now, maybe the Shadowbringers really aren't needed. But he shouts at the squad to stay focused, promising they're going to train even harder from now on. The sisters snap out of their daze and salute, their competitive fire reignited by his command. Later that night, Minato lies on his bed, worrying that the SMT's coordination with the noble families is still too weak. His phone starts buzzing. It's a late-night call that snaps him back to reality. He answers the phone with a quiet, "What's up?" sensing it's something important. It's Leona, and she tells him she's found some dirt on Mumu, Chloe, and the artisan Shizuku. Minato stands up, telling her to give him the full report on what she's discovered. First, Leona reveals that Chloe isn't Hifumi's biological daughter. She's a stepdaughter who was only adopted a few years ago. She was attending a different academy until the exact moment she joined the SMT, which is extremely suspicious. Her magic abilities were labeled above average, but Minato knows after their race that she's far beyond that. The scene cuts to Leona's side, where her phone is on a stand in a cozy-looking kitchen. She calls her little brother Kai to come help set the table for dinner. Kai comes running in, looking healthy and energetic thanks to the miracle heal Minato gave him. Minato smiles through the phone, hearing Kai's voice and telling him not to run while he's still recovering. Leona gets back on topic while she cooks, her voice turning serious again. She mentions Shizuku, noting that the old artisan has a daughter and a granddaughter that she keeps hidden. But the weird part is that nobody has seen Shizuku's family lately, with some rumors saying they went overseas. Suddenly, Minato hears a door open on his end and quickly tells Leona to hold on. The sisters walk in from grocery shopping, greeting him with a smile and looking back to their normal selves. Minato tells Leona to continue, but she admits the info is still unconfirmed and something about it feels wrong. Minato thanks her for the trouble, but Leona says it's fine since he's helped her more times than she can count. Kai asks Leona if she was talking to Chrono, and she asks him why he thinks that. Kai points out that she looked really happy while she was on the phone, causing her to blush. She pats his head with a soft smile, admitting that maybe she did look a little happy. Meanwhile, in a dark office, a high-ranking official tells Shizuku that they need to know the secret to Minato's strength. Shizuku looks exhausted, her face covered in sweat as she's pressured by the government higher-ups. The official is desperate, fearing they'll become useless if they can't control or replicate Minato's power. He notes that Minato lets his guard down around her and asks if there's a reason for that. Shizuku stammers, her eyes filled with fear as she tries to come up with an excuse. She claims it's just because she's old and he's a kind person, trying to protect her old master's secret. The official doesn't care, telling her that they're in the same boat now and she can't turn back. He points a finger at her, basically threatening her family to force her into being their spy. Shizuku bows her head in defeat, whispering "yes, sir," while her heart breaks from the betrayal. Back on the field, the SMT is lined up for training, looking like a professional army. Minato is about to start the session when Shido comes running in, telling him to hold on for a second. He reports that the U.S. Army's Mage Division has arrived in Japan and wants to observe their training. The sisters are stunned. The U.S. Mage Division is known as one of the strongest elite units in the world. Minato thinks to himself that America's level wasn't this high 50 years ago, but they must have risen to the top in this era. Shido notes that the fight with Chrono put the SMT on the global radar, and now the world is watching them. Chloe smirks, noting that the Americans are probably interested in more than just observing. Minato stands tall, his eyes narrowing as he looks toward the entrance of the field. Shido explains that with calamities happening worldwide, the Americans are likely here to force a global countermeasure. Suddenly, a booming voice shouts, "Who the hell needs countermeasures?" causing everyone to jump. A massive, buff man in a gray military suit steps forward, his presence drowning out everyone else. His hand is the size of a dinner plate, and the sheer magic pressure coming off him is insane. It's General Henderson and his squad of elite soldiers. They've arrived to show Japan what real power looks like. The arrival of the American mages signals a shift in the global balance of power. Major Aaron Anderson leads his elite squad onto the field, their heavy footsteps echoing with the authority of the world's strongest military. The SMT recruits are visibly shaken, realizing that the aura coming off these soldiers is on a completely different level from anything they've faced. The major towers over Minato, his massive frame casting a literal shadow over our guy. A clash of magic pressure erupts between the two leaders, the air crackling with lightning and flames as they size each other up. Yuika and Ruka find it hard to even stay standing, feeling the weight of the major's overwhelming murderous intent. Aaron's eyes narrow as he stares down the MC, looking like he's ready to tear him apart just to see what's inside. Suddenly, the major lunges forward, grabbing Minato in what looks like a lethal bear hug. The girls scream in horror, but Aaron just bursts into a booming laugh, greeting Mr. Kusanagi with terrifying enthusiasm. He pulls back, his expression turning sharp and analytical as he scans Minato's body. Aaron starts circling him like a predator, poking and prodding Minato while humming in confusion. He squeezes Minato's arm, baffled that such a skinny body could be capable of fighting monsters to the death. Minato awkwardly asks him to let go, while the major apologizes for his lack of manners. He formally introduces himself as Major Aaron Anderson, the chief researcher of the U.S. Army Magic Institute. Minato realizes this guy isn't just a meathead, he's a scientist who studies the very nature of magic and the calamity. Minato introduces himself and the rest of the SMT, trying to keep things professional. Aaron waves him off, claiming he already knows everything about the skilled members of the team. The SMT recruits are pumped, feeling honored that a high-ranking U.S. official has heard of them. Minato thinks to himself that this is a perfect chance to update his own 50-year-old knowledge on magic research. He asks Aaron if he can share some of his findings regarding the monsters and the frequent calamities. The U.S. soldiers behind Aaron suddenly tense up, their eyes glowing with a sharp magical light. A massive pillar of fire erupts behind them, the sheer pressure forcing the girls to shield their eyes. Minato doesn't even blink, standing his ground as the heat washes over him. Yuika is terrified, realizing that the collective power of these soldiers completely surpasses their own mana levels. Aaron barks out a ceasefire order, and the soldiers instantly retract their magic with military precision. He laughs it off, calling his men immature hunting dogs who get a bit too cautious around strong mages. Minato just smiles, casually describing their terrifying magic pressure as a pleasant breeze. The major is stunned, finding Minato hilarious for being so unfazed by a display that would scare most S-class mages. They get back to the topic of monsters, with Minato admitting he's curious about the latest research findings. Aaron explains his theory. Monsters are magical life forms, and calamities are just the transport phenomena that bring them to Earth. He reveals that during a calamity, the area is flooded with a special type of magic that is different from what humans possess. He points out that when monsters die, they dissolve into particles, proving they are literally composed of magic itself. The major starts flexing his muscles while explaining that monsters only mimic animalistic behaviors like mating to bait humanity. He notes that 50 years ago, America didn't have many calamities, so their research was behind Japan's for a long time. However, calamities are what trigger a person's magic power to awaken, which is still the case today. He starts doing sit-ups while explaining that their new measuring instruments can track magic even after a calamity ends. When a monster is defeated, its body dissolves into a massive amount of natural magic that lingers in the atmosphere. Aaron squats while explaining that they've deduced monster bodies are just solidified mana. Yuika is shocked, realizing Minato told her the exact same thing days ago, and wonders how he knew it before the researchers did. Minato mentions that he's seen monsters trying to actively cause a calamity before, which surprises the major. Aaron brushes it off as a mistake, saying there's no evidence of monsters having that kind of agency. Minato stares at the ground, knowing from his past life that the major is dead wrong. Aaron admits that boss-level monsters do grow stronger the longer a calamity is left unchecked. He reveals they ran an experiment where they purposefully didn't kill a small calamity's boss to see what would happen. The monsters stopped spawning at a certain number, and the amount of magic in the air leveled off. He concludes that there's a causal link between the boss's strength and the frequency of the portals. Minato realizes that while their experiments are interesting, the modern world still lacks concrete answers about the true nature of the demon god. Eren gets in Minato's face again, complimenting his impressive amount of magic power. He demands to inspect Minato's body, likely for research, but our boy gives him a hard refusal. Eren pouts, calling him mean, while Minato finds the whole situation to be a massive pain. Minato asks if the Americans are aware of the corrupt noble families in Japan. He realizes that America only surpassed Japan in magic because the nobles monopolized and then stagnated Japanese magical growth. Eren thanks Minato for the talk, saying America is happy to repay Japan for their help during the world calamity, but Minato senses the Major is still after something else. The friendly talk was just a warm-up. Eren's face turns predatory as he admits he came to Japan solely to experience Minato's strength for himself. He laughs off the important meetings he was supposed to attend, calling the big shots ignorant and boring. Shido panics, telling Minato that they don't have official permission for combat training with foreign mages. Minato tells everyone to just keep their mouths shut, as he's a big fan of the Major's spirit. He throws Eren's own words back at him, asking, "Who needs countermeasures when you have faith in your own abilities?" Minato's eyes glow with a fierce blue light, ready to measure the true power of America's elite. Eren decides to play it smart, telling Minato he has to face off against his elite squad first. The SMT squad steps up, with Yuika and Ruka demanding to join the fight if the Major is using his subordinates. Eren holds up a hand, telling them to stay back, which immediately irritates the girls. He bluntly states that he only has interest in the strong, implying the rest of the SMT isn't on Minato's level yet. Yuika is fuming, her pride as Minato's disciple taking a massive hit from the Major's insult. Minato tells his team to relax and observe the fight closely, calling it a good lecture on how to fight fellow mages. The recruits nod nervously, realizing they're about to see a masterclass in magical combat. Eren watches them, surprised that despite their chump status, the SMT members are incredibly well-disciplined. Minato stands alone against the squad, his aura beginning to swirl like a brewing storm. The US soldiers take their stances, their magic circles glowing with intense heat and pressure. Eren screams for the battle exercise to commence, and the ground practically explodes from the sudden movement. The three soldiers charge Minato from different angles, moving like shadows. They close the distance in a literal heartbeat, their speed being far beyond what the SMT recruits can track. Minato unleashes a barrage of light beams, but the soldiers weave through them with ease. They aren't just mages, they are trained killers who know how to dodge and counterattack in an instant. Minato finds himself surrounded, the soldiers closing in for a physical strike. Ryuji is stunned that they closed the gap without using a single bit of magic for propulsion. Minato gives a small smirk, admitting that their movement isn't bad at all. He ducks under a punch and begins to flow through their attacks like water, his reflexes being god tier. One soldier tries to catch him with a green binding spell, but Minato's already gone. The MC blocks a direct palm strike with his own magic circle, the impact creating a shockwave that tears up the grass. The soldiers unleash a combination of fire, ice, and lightning, turning the battlefield into a chaotic elemental blender. Minato does a mid-air flip, the elemental attacks missing him by mere inches. He lands perfectly, his eyes scanning the battlefield for his next move. The soldiers don't give him a second to breathe, diving in for a coordinated three-way punch. A massive explosion of light and sound rocks the field as their spells collide at point-blank range. Minato stands in the center of a high magic barrier, a level 4 null magic spell that looks like a golden honeycomb. The girls are worried, seeing the MC forced onto the defensive by the sheer firepower of the Americans. Ruka realizes that while their spells aren't high level, their activation speed is so fast that even Minato's barrier won't last long. The recruits watch in awe, finally seeing the true gap between themselves and a global military power. Minato drops the barrier and compliments them on their excellent training. He turns to the SMT and explains that in mage-on-mage combat, large-scale spells are almost never used. He shows them a flashback, explaining that skilled mages usually settle fights in close-quarters combat, CQC. Because magic takes time to cast, a fast opponent will always get close and personal before you can finish a chant. One soldier tries to drop-kick him with a flame-enhanced boot, but Minato sees it coming from a mile away. He blocks the kick with a small barrier and prepares to end the farce. Eren is disappointed, thinking Minato is just lecturing to show off instead of focusing on the fight. He commands his men to put an end to it and take the MC down for real. The soldier pauses, looking confused and frustrated as he realizes he can't actually land a hit. Minato begins moving so fast he leaves after images, weaving through their attacks with effortless grace. The Major realizes something is very wrong as he watches his elite squad swing at thin air. Minato is literally playing with them, spinning around their strikes like they're moving in slow motion. Aaron's eyes widen in shock. He can't understand why his best men can't even touch a mere student. Minato hasn't sustained a single scratch, his white uniform remaining perfectly clean throughout the chaos. The soldiers are panting, admitting they've never faced an opponent who feels this impossible to hit. Minato commends their refined technique and mental fortitude, but tells them the playtime is over. He announces he's getting a little serious as a reward for showing him their skills. In a flash, he's behind the first soldier, his speed making the air scream. He delivers a high-speed kick to the man's jaw, sending him flying into the dirt. The second soldier turns in panic, but Minato is already right in front of his face. He spins into a roundhouse kick, the force of the strike knocking the soldier out cold instantly. The final soldier tries to block with a barrier, but Minato's kick shatters it like it was made of glass, slamming him into the ground. The soldier gasps for air as he hits the turf, his consciousness fading fast. Minato stands over them with 3 glowing magic circles on his fingers, looking like a total god. The girls and even the Major are left in absolute silence, unable to process the total destruction of an elite unit. Minato stands alone in the middle of 3 downed soldiers, his presence completely dominating the training field. Eren scratches his head, laughing at how complacent he was to think he could easily beat someone this strong. Minato praises the men, but Eren admits they were utterly defeated and asks where the hell a student learned to fight like that. Minato lies with a straight face, claiming he's mostly self-taught. The Major laughs again, finding the MC to be the most interesting man he's ever met. Suddenly, Eren rips off his military jacket, his shirt tearing under the pressure of his swelling muscles. He stands there, half naked and absolutely ripped, declaring that he loves a good fight. Minato sweat drops, thinking that Eren looks exactly like the kind of guy who would say that. The real battle is about to begin as the Major prepares to demonstrate his own legendary strength. The air begins to boil as Eren Anderson pumps his magic directly into his own muscle fibers. He lunges at Minato like a cannonball, his body glowing with a golden explosive aura. Minato is genuinely surprised by the speed, barely having time to track the massive fist coming for his head. Eren swings a massive haymaker that carries the force of a wrecking ball. Minato blocks it with his forearm, but the impact creates a crater in the ground beneath his feet. The Major doesn't stop, unleashing a barrage of magic-enhanced punches that light up the field. He uses level 5 lightning magic, particle charge, to overclock his nervous system, moving even faster. Minato is forced to jump back, narrowly dodging a strike that would have shattered his ribs. He slides across the grass, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the Major is a true combat genius. Eren is suddenly right behind him, taunting him for being too slow. Minato launches himself into the air to escape the follow-up strike. Eren flexes, calling the MC a slippery one, and laughing that he was sure he had him that time. Minato asks if he's using magic to physically enhance his muscles, and Eren gleefully confirms it. He explains that his research institute has created a method to freely control magic to augment human biology. He screams out the name of his technique, Muscle Mana Arts! Minato repeats the name with a blank expression, clearly thinking it's a bit ridiculous. But then, Minato's own aura begins to flare, a calm but massive green energy surrounding him. Eren realizes this is the same power Minato used against Chrono, and he's thrilled that it far surpasses his own. He knows his technique is the result of decades of research, yet Minato seems to be using it naturally. Eren charges in again, shouting that he's going to bulk himself up along with Minato. Minato thinks to himself that he's surprised someone in this era created such a refined technique through pure effort. He decides he's going to enjoy this, and meets the Major head-on. Their feet clash in mid-air, the sound of the impact echoing like a thunderclap across the school. Minato delivers a punch that sinks deep into Eren's muscular chest, but the Major just smiles through the pain. The MC spins around Eren's guard, his movements becoming more fluid and efficient as the fight goes on. Eren tries to land a power strike, but Minato parries it and counters with a blow to the jaw. Yuika and Ruka watch from the sidelines, their eyes barely able to keep up with the fierce battle. Ryuji is sweat-dropping, wondering just how strong Minato actually is. He's stunned that a student is overwhelming a high-ranking US major in both magic and physical combat. Yuika looks down, realizing that Minato is simply in a different dimension of strength from them. Ruka worries that no matter how hard they train, they'll never be able to stand by his side as equals. The girls reach out their hands, feeling like Minato is drifting further and further away into a world they can't touch. Back in the fight, Minato and Eren exchange a flurry of blows that tear up the training field. Minato blocks a massive fist with his palm, his expression turning cold and serious. He delivers a brutal axe kick that slams the Major into the ground with enough force to cause a shockwave. Eren is sent rolling across the field, his muscle mana arts finally failing him. He coughs, gasping for air as he tries to force his broken body back up. Minato stands over him, his aura still burning bright and untouched. Eren looks at him and realizes that compared to this kid, he's like a helpless infant. He starts to wonder if Minato is even a human being at all. To the Major, the MC looks more like a monster than a mage. Minato calmly asks if they should continue, but Eren officially concedes defeat. The Major admits it wasn't even a competition and shakes Minato's hand in respect. He mentions that while Minato is strong, there are other monsters in America that he should be wary of. He invites our boy to visit the U.S. homeland anytime, promising a warm welcome. Minato gives a friendly wave, saying he'll go if he ever gets the chance. They share one last firm handshake, sealing a bond of respect between the two nations. Eren waves goodbye to the rest of the SMT, his soldiers helping their injured comrades off the field. The recruits swarm Minato, cheering for him and shouting about how amazing he was for beating the Americans. The core squad remains silent, the weight of their own weakness still hanging heavy in their hearts. Later that night, we see Yuika out jogging in the dark, her face set with a new, desperate determination. Ruka is also training alone, her ice magic glowing as she pushes herself to get stronger. Ryuji is training in his room, swearing that he's done depending on others and needs to find his own path. Cut to a few days later, Minato is looking at a proposal and asking Shido if they're really going to sell SMT merch. Shido explains that because of Minato's fame, everyone wants to join the SMT, and they need a bigger budget for the new recruits. Minato asks if Shido just wants to line his own pockets, and Shido admits it's a weird idea but necessary for operations. Minato sighs, wondering how his life turned into being a literal idol for the Magic Association. He looks at a concept image of a chibi Minato plushie and dies a little inside. He imagines little kids happily playing with a toy version of the Great Sage and can't help but feel a bit soft. He finally agrees to the merch plan, much to Shido's absolute joy. But Minato adds one condition. He wants the training to become even more intense for the new recruits. Shido says it's no problem, as preparations are already underway for their next big event. Suddenly, everyone's phones start buzzing in unison, a mass notification sent to the entire class. Yuika and Ruka stare at their screens, their eyes widening at the headline, Joint Training Camp. The announcement reveals they'll be spending a week training directly with the mage nobles to improve their cooperation, and you already know things are about to get chaotic. The sun is blazing over a winding mountain road as the buses carry the world's elite mages to a hidden training facility in Tokyo. Our boy Minato steps off the bus, looking completely unbothered, while the others wonder just what kind of hell they've signed up for. The air is thick with tension as the noble families stare down the SMT, clearly annoyed that they have to cooperate with people they consider beneath them. President Mumyu hobbles out with his cane, joking about his old bones even though he's the one pulling all the strings here. Yuika is caught off guard, realizing this isn't just some standard camp if the big boss himself is showing up to oversee it. One of the mages explains that Mumyu is the promoter, likely trying to force the nobles to fix their past mistakes through some hard work. Chloe walks alongside Minato, mentioning how the Fuka family is nowhere to be seen after Minato personally dismantled their corrupt empire. Minato wonders if any innocent family members were left, but Chloe casually dismisses it, figuring they've all moved on to new lives by now. Minato's thoughts drift to a safe butler he heard about, hoping that at least some good people survived the purge. Hinata, the fire-haired noble, marches past Minato with a look that could kill, her pride clearly still stinging. She lets out a sharp huff, refusing to even acknowledge the guy who's been stealing the spotlight from the noble families. Everywhere they look, the noble mages are throwing daggers with their eyes, making it clear they aren't here to make friends. Yuika is visibly shaken by the hostility, remembering that these people usually don't even talk to the SMT during actual monster missions. Minato just sighs, already feeling the massive headache this joint exercise is going to be. The group moves inside the facility, dropping off their gear as they prepare for the first day of the grind. The sky is clear and the sun is high, a perfect day for some brutal training that most of these spoiled mages aren't ready for. The entire crowd of mages lines up in the courtyard, looking like a small army waiting for orders. President Mumyu thanks them for coming, buttering them up by saying how mentally drained they must be from their heavy responsibilities. Minato watches silently, knowing that while the regional teams are covering for them, he can't shake the feeling that something is off. Mumyu gets fired up, clenching his fist and shouting that this camp is the only way they'll survive the upcoming great calamity. He emphasizes that cooperation between the nobles and the SMT is no longer optional, it's a necessity for survival. He claims he can only think of one person wise and powerful enough to lead this diverse group of mages. And then he drops the bomb. Minato is officially the instructor for the entire joint training camp. Hinata's face twists in pure rage as she clicks her tongue, absolutely hating the idea of taking orders from a student. The crowd erupts in protest, with noble mages screaming about how they shouldn't have to listen to some kid from the SMT. Mumyu's aura shifts, turning dark and oppressive as he asks if anyone there actually thinks they can defeat Minato in a fight. The silence is instant as the protesters suddenly find the ground very interesting, knowing they'd get smoked in seconds. With the crowd silenced, Mumyu turns the floor over to Captain Kusanagi to address his new students. Minato realizes the old man is totally using him to break the noble's monopoly on magic knowledge, but he doesn't really mind. He catches the sly look on Mumyu's face. The old man still hates losing and is playing a very long game. Minato steps up to the podium with a faint smile, deciding he's going to make the most of this situation. He keeps it short and blunt. They have 2 weeks, and they better follow his lead like their lives depend on it. Because they do. The training starts, and it's not magic. It's pure physical torture, with mages struggling through push-ups while dragging heavy tires. Minato leads by example, crushing push-ups with a massive stack of tires on his back, while lecturing them on physical limits. Hinata and the others are pushing through the pain, but even with their magic reinforcement, the sheer weight is brutal. Next up is a sprint, and Minato is flying across the sand, mocking anyone who tries to cut corners or slack off. He takes off like a rocket, leaving a trail of dust and shattered expectations behind him. Hinata grinds her teeth, refusing to let him get away as she pushes her body to the absolute breaking point. Yuika watches from the side, amazed that Minato actually managed to get these stuck-up nobles to follow his insane regime. When he finally calls a break, half the mages collapse into the dirt, gasping for air and desperately needing water. The noble mages start complaining immediately, whining that there's no point to this army-style training without a goal. Ryuji snaps back, telling them that calling it goalless is a lie because Minato is a genius who knows exactly what he's doing. A noble laughs in his face, insulting Minato's skills, and Ryuji looks ready to throw hands right then and there. Yuika and the others panic, realizing the friction between the two groups is about to turn into an all-out brawl. Minato steps in before things get ugly, telling both sides to shut it and keep their cool. He tells the noble he doesn't care if they distrust him, but as long as he's the leader, they will obey his orders without question. He then turns to his own team, telling them to just bear with the insults for now and stay focused. He watches them walk away, realizing that the deep-seated grudges are a bigger problem than their physical weakness. A dark, mischievous grin spreads across Minato's face as he realizes the best way to handle mages who still have the energy to argue. Suddenly, the training field turns into a war zone as Minato unleashes a barrage of elemental magic on his own students. He shouts at them to fight back or die for real, forcing them to use every drop of magic they have just to survive his onslaught. Hinata screams that this isn't training, it's straight-up abuse, while the SMT members try to keep up with the chaos. The nobles finally snap and decide to show Minato what they're made of, their competitive spirits finally catching fire. The SMT joins in, refusing to be outdone by the nobles, and the entire group starts fighting with genuine intensity. Minato watches with a satisfied look, his mission accomplished now that he's turned their hatred into motivation. By the end of the day, everyone is a heap of exhaustion on the ground, but the air feels different, more focused. As the sun sets, Hinata stops Minato, her arms crossed and her pride still clearly wounded. She asks if he's really going to keep this up, and Minato explains that shock therapy is the only way to awaken their stagnant magic flow. He recalls how he used a similar method on Yuika back in the beginning, pushing her until her magic capacity finally cracked open. But he bluntly tells Hinata that her current level is so low that standard methods won't have any effect on her. Hinata explodes, demanding to know how he got so strong and why his magic power is so ridiculously high without any chance. Minato gives her a simple answer: use magic until you're on the brink of death, then do it again. There are no shortcuts. Hinata grinds her teeth, her face shadowed with frustration, as she tells him to just forget she even asked. Kaichi watches her walk away, offering a quick apology to Minato for her rough attitude. Minato watches the two of them leave, his mind drifting back to his own past and the nature of his strength. He asks himself the same question Hinata did. How did he actually become this strong in the first place? He remembers the first calamity, the moment his power awakened in a world of monsters and rubble. He stares at his hand, wondering why he was the only one who reached this godlike level and what the true source of his mana is. The next day, Minato calls an end to the morning session, his voice echoing across the training grounds. The mages are literally dying on the sand, gasping that they can't go on for even one more second. The nobles are back to grumbling, complaining that this grueling army-style training hasn't shown them any real results after several days. Minato ignores the whining and tells them all to follow him to the magic measurement room immediately. The noble mages smirk, betting that their numbers haven't budged and that Minato is just a big talker. But as they step up to the testing crystals, their jaws collectively hit the floor in pure shock. One guy stares at the screen. His mana jumped from 30,000 to 40,000 in just a few days of tire dragging. The room erupts in whispers as they realize their power is growing at a rate that should be impossible. Minato stands tall, telling them that this is just the beginning and they'll be exponentially stronger by the end of the 2 weeks. Suddenly, the motivation is through the roof and the mages are sprinting back to the field with fire in their eyes. Minato watches them with a smirk, knowing that once mages see real numbers, they'll work themselves to death. Even the nobles are throwing themselves into the physical drills now, their arrogance replaced by a desperate hunger for more power. One noble grinds his teeth, promising himself that if he puts everything into these 2 weeks, he'll finally reach the top. Minato looks on, pleased that his disciples are finally starting to understand the value of a strong foundation. He tells them to show him what they've got, and the real training session begins. Massive beams of golden light rain down on the field, as Minato forces them to dodge high-level spells while exhausted. The field becomes a chaotic dance of fire and water as the mages push their limits to avoid getting blasted. The intensity is insane, with spells clashing and the ground literally cracking under the pressure. The SMT members are panting, their magic reserves running dangerously low as they try to keep up with Minato's pace. The nobles start trash-talking the SMT, calling them sloppy, which only fuels the fire and makes the SMT mages fight even harder. The Mizuha sisters watch the rivalry with a mix of worry and amusement, noticing how fired up everyone has become. Ruka notices that since they have enough breath to keep chatting, the training must be too easy for them. Minato's eyes glow with a predatory light as he tells the sisters he's going to raise the difficulty level just for them. The sisters let out a synchronized scream of terror as they realize the hell that's about to descend on them. Later that day, the group gathered in the mess hall, the atmosphere much more relaxed than it was at the start of the week. The nobles are actually bragging about how well their magic is performing and how their spell levels have improved. They're amazed that their casting speeds have increased and their incantations are getting shorter. One of the red-haired nobles finally admits it. Minato's strength is the real deal, and his methods are working. The others agree, realizing that if he can produce results this fast, he really is a monster in human form. The SMT guys chime in with a "told you so," beaming with pride for their captain. The noble grumbles that he'll admit Minato is good, but he still won't give him total respect just yet. He tries to save face by claiming their own family head is even more amazing, but he sounds less convinced than before. The entire room is buzzing with conversation, the divide between SMT and nobles finally starting to blur. Minato watches from the counter, a small smile on his face, as he sees his plan for unity actually working out. Back on the field, the training shifts to precision, with mages shattering targets with pinpoint magical strikes. Minato observes the progress, noting that every single person has seen a massive jump in their magic levels. He raises a hand to signal a pause, his eyes drifting toward one specific student. Chloe unleashes a swirling vortex of dark purple energy, looking bored as she obliterates her targets. Minato recalls Leona's intel saying Chloe was above average, but seeing her in person, he knows she's hiding a god-tier power. She catches him looking and gives a playful wave, her innocent act not fooling him for a second. He realizes he can't get a clear read on her true strength, which makes her the most dangerous person in the camp. Deciding to set Chloe aside for now, his focus shifts to another problematic student. Kaiichi is performing flawlessly, but Hinata looks like she's just going through the motions, her heart not in it. Minato notes that while the others are thriving, Hinata's motivation is completely lacking. He imagines her as a tiny, angry dog that wants to bite his face off every time he gets close, and he wonders why she's so defensive. He knows it won't be good if things continue this way, so he decides it's time for a direct intervention. He asks Hinata and Kaiichi to stay behind after the session, wanting to get to the bottom of her attitude. He bluntly asks Hinata why the training hasn't been effective for her and what's really going on in her head. Hinata shouts that it's all pointless and she's not getting any stronger like this, her frustration finally boiling over. Minato points out that she's still showing up every day and she just screams at him to shut up, claiming she's only there because it's an order. Minato reflects on the fact that the nobles only seem to obey President Mumyu, which makes Hinata's presence even more interesting. She stomps off, shouting that she's not going to change her attitude no matter what he says. Kaiichi offers another apology, and Minato tells him it's fine. He's used to dealing with difficult personalities. Minato asks Kaiichi about his relationship with Hinata, noticing how much he seems to care about her. Kaiichi says they're just friends and there's nothing special between them, but his eyes tell a different story. Minato apologizes for the personal question, and Kaiichi thanks him for being understanding. Kaiichi explains that Hinata has a rough personality, and people often take her the wrong way, but deep down, she isn't a bad person. Minato smiles, saying he actually likes straightforward grumps like her because they're honest about their feelings. Kaiichi is stunned by the response and offers a genuine thank you to Minato for seeing past her walls. Minato watches them leave, making a mental note to keep a close eye on Hinata. The next day, the camp is in full swing again, with mages resting between drills under the bright sun. Kaiichi and Hinata are standing together as usual, with Hinata still looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. The Mizuha sisters cling to Minato, their cheerful energy a sharp contrast to Hinata's dark mood. Hinata watches them through the window, her expression unreadable as she stretches her arms. Later, she's in the mess hall by herself, happily stuffing her face with a piece of strawberry cake. Minato spots her from across the room, seeing a side of her that's surprisingly normal and even a little cute. He notices her subordinates are having a rough time even talking to her, making Kaiichi her only true friend in the group. Yuika wonders if Hinata prefers being alone, but Minato doesn't think that's the case at all. Our boy decides it's time to step in and lend her a hand, much to the shock of the sisters. Minato approaches Hinata the next morning with a big, bright, "Good morning," but she just looks at him like he's an annoying bug. He tries to coach her on her magic circle, but she's completely closed off, her aura practically screaming, "Stay away." He asks what's wrong and if she's listening, which only makes the tiny, angry dog in her head start barking even louder. She snaps, asking him what his problem is and why he keeps bugging her when she just wants to be left alone. Minato just blinks and says he simply wanted to talk to her, his calm demeanor making her even more furious. He points out that she's always on her own, and she seems incredibly lonely, which hits a nerve she wasn't ready for. She shouts that she ain't lonely, and that she prefers being by herself, but her body language says the exact opposite. Minato doesn't back down, telling her it doesn't look that way from the outside, and she screams that he doesn't know anything. He breaks down the psychology of someone who actually prefers being alone, explaining that they wouldn't even put themselves in these situations. Hinata is speechless for a second before telling him to quit talking like he understands her. Minato gets a bright idea and decides to try a completely different approach to break through her walls. He looks her straight in the eye and simply asks her to be his friend, throwing her for a total loop. Hinata's brain basically short-circuits as she shouts "Hua!" at the top of her lungs, wondering what planet this guy is from. Minato acts hurt, asking if that's a no, and admitting that he's actually pretty fond of her straightforward personality. Hinata's face turns bright red as she stammers, her tsundere defenses failing her in real time. She points out that normal people don't go out of their way to ask to be friends, and Minato just shrugs, agreeing that she might be right. She tells him to give up, saying a girl like her is just annoying and troublesome to be around. Minato shakes his head, saying he likes the way she honestly expresses herself, and that he finds flatterers much more uncomfortable. Hinata lets out a small, genuine laugh, calling him a weirdo as her walls finally start to crumble. Minato is caught off guard by her smile, seeing the beautiful girl hidden behind all that fire and anger. Hinata realizes she's being vulnerable, and her face goes full tomato mode instantly. She shouts that she's never going to be friends with him and sprints away as fast as her legs can carry her. Minato just chuckles to himself, noting that he got rejected, but he knows he finally made a connection. As he watches her go, he doesn't notice a certain pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. Chloe is standing nearby with a dark, unreadable smile, her jealousy likely reaching a boiling point. Back on the field, the training session is ending with massive explosions of magic as the students give it their all. Mizuha Toshiro, the sister's father, is showing off some incredible water magic, proving why he's a noble family head. The sisters watch him from a distance, their expressions a mix of pride and sadness. Minato calls an end to the training, telling everyone they worked hard and it's time for a well-earned break. The group is looking much more cohesive now, with even the nobles looking like they're starting to respect the SMT. Minato notices the sisters walking toward their father, and he decides to hang back and observe. They ask their father to have a meal with them since they haven't had a chance to talk lately. He coldly tells them he has things to do and passes on the meal, walking away without even looking back. The sisters are left standing there, the rejection clearly hurting them more than any physical training ever could. Minato steps up, noting that the father hasn't changed his cold attitude even after lifting their disownment. Yuika sadly mentions that he never used to be like this, and Minato asks what exactly changed. Ruka explains that after their mother passed away, their father was never the same person again. He stopped talking to them and buried himself in work, becoming a stranger in his own home. Ruka admits she understands his feelings now, because she went through a similar phase of closing herself off. She explains that by trying to protect Yuika after their mother died, she became too strict and lost sight of who she was. Yuika takes her sister's hands, thanking her for becoming the kind, loving sister she used to be. But Ruka is still worried, wondering if their father still loves them or if he's truly lost to his grief. Minato smiles, telling them that if he didn't love them, he wouldn't have treated Minato like an enemy and tested him so harshly. He remembers the terrifying look the father gave him, a classic overprotective dad who's scared of anyone getting too close to his daughters. But Minato's internal monologue shifts. He noticed the father's magic wavering, as if he was hesitating about a big decision. The moment is interrupted as a soft voice calls out to Minato from behind. Chloe is standing there, looking ethereal in the sunset, and asks if she can have a private word with him. Minato gets a sinking feeling that he's about to get asked on another date that's more like an interrogation. Chloe leans in, her voice dropping to a whisper, as she says she wants to know more about him every single day. She gets uncomfortably close, her purple eyes locking onto his as she says she wants to know the deepest parts of him. She reaches out, her hand grazing his uniform as she tells him she wants to know what kind of person he truly is. She calls him unlike any other person in both beauty and character, her charm practically radiating off her in waves. Minato keeps his cool, saying he's honored by the praise, but he's internally calling her an odd woman. Chloe continues her confession, calling him dashing and naive all at once, and finding his hard-to-grasp nature charming. And then she drops the final bomb. She asks Minato if he would consider going out with her. She claims their relationship would be splendid, and that despite her appearance, she's actually the devoted type. She touches her lip, her expression turning dangerously seductive as she stares him down. She tells him she would do anything and give him anything if he just accepts her offer. The chapter ends on the ultimate cliffhanger, with Chloe practically pinning him down and asking, "Shall we spend our lives together, Minato-san?" Chloe leans in, her voice like silk as she offers Minato everything he could ever desire if he just chooses her. She promises to be his absolute support, a devoted partner who would give him the world on a silver platter. Minato looks her dead in the eye, the air between them thick enough to cut with a knife. She asks one more time, "Shall we spend our lives together, Minato-san?" her purple eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. Our boy doesn't even hesitate. He bluntly tells her no thanks, because he's got zero interest in dating anyone right now. Chloe just smiles that creepy, hollow smile of hers, acting like the rejection didn't just bruise her ego in front of the whole school. She turns to leave, casually saying her business is finished, but her calm vibe is honestly scarier than if she had screamed. Minato watches her walk away, knowing that even though she played it cool, this isn't the last he's heard from the Mumyu family. Suddenly, the mood shifts as Ryuji and Kaichi are seen laughing and high-fiving like they've been best friends for years. Minato and the sisters are totally confused, wondering how these two bitter rivals ended up acting like brothers. Ruka explains that they started talking about their workout routines and decided to turn their training into a competition. The outcome? Both of them did 1,000 reps, collapsed in the sand, and bonded over the shared pain of a massive pump. The SMT girls just sigh. It turns out all you need to fix a rivalry between muscleheads is a set of heavy tires and a common goal. The training camp officially winds down with a final display of power as fire, water, and energy blasts light up the sky. The mages sit together, sharing a meal and actually laughing, the divide between nobles and SMT finally starting to vanish. Minato looks at his handiwork, proud that he's turned a bunch of spoiled kids into actual soldiers. He stands on the platform and announces that the training is officially over, but warns them that the real fight is just starting. He reminds them that many lives will be at risk when the world calamity strikes, but if they work together, the demons won't stand a chance. Minato lets out a battle cry, telling them they are strong enough to take on any disaster the world throws at them. The mages roar in response, their fists raised high as they swear to protect Japan and the rest of the world. Nobles and SMT members shake hands, a sight that would have been impossible just 2 weeks ago. Even the grumpiest mages admit that Minato is something else. He didn't just train their bodies, he changed their entire mindset. Hinata watches him from the crowd, blushing as she curses him for being too nice after everything she put him through. She thinks about the word friends, looking at the guy she used to hate with a completely different light in her eyes. She shakes her head, trying to snap out of it, insisting to herself that she doesn't need friends and she definitely doesn't want them. But deep down, as she stands alone in the shadow of the group, her pride is the only thing keeping her from joining in. President Mumio approaches Minato, praising the splendid results he's achieved in such a short amount of time. The old man is impressed. The trust between the two groups is growing exactly how he hoped it would. He smiles, claiming that with Minato leading the way, the world might finally find a path toward lasting peace. Minato shakes his hand, but his mind is on the battlefield, knowing that coordination is the only thing that will save them. And it pays off. Reports start coming in that the damage from minor calamities is hitting an all-time low. In the city, people are actually feeling safe for once, trusting the SMT to handle any threat that pops up. Families are out enjoying the day, oblivious to the fact that the world's greatest mages are suffering in silence to keep it that way. Peace has returned to Japan, but Minato knows it's the kind of quiet that only happens right before a massive storm. While everyone else relaxes, Minato is still pushing his team, screaming at them not to slack off for even a second. He tells them that the more they die in training, the more peaceful the country will be. Protecting the people is their ultimate duty. Shido informs him that they've secured cooperation from mages all over Japan, including skilled civilians. They've already planned the deployments based on the data from 50 years ago, though Tokyo Tower remains the biggest concern. Minato whispers a secret order to Shido, asking for a special distribution as a bit of extra insurance for the coming fight. He reflects on the world calamity. It's not just one event, but a global wave of disasters that humanity failed to handle 50 years ago. He clenches his fist, promising himself that this time will be different because he's prepared for every single possibility. He gives his team one last order: go home, rest up, and spend time with your families while you still can. The students are nervous, whispering about how they still don't know just how dangerous these major calamities are going to be. Minato gives them a confident smirk, telling them they've done everything they can, and that victory is already a certainty. Even with his reassurance, the weight of the coming war is visible on every single face in the crowd. The SMT leaders stand together, a final moment of quiet before the chaos begins. Minato notices their doubt and leaves them with one last simple command: believe in me. He tells them that when things get painful, scary, or when they want to run away, they just need to remember his face. The team looks at their captain, the man who has saved them, taught them, and led them through hell, and they find their resolve. Minato raises his hand, promising that whatever situation crops up, he personally will take care of it. The students erupt in a cheer of "Yes, Captain Kusanagi!" their fears replaced by absolute faith in their leader. Hinata walks through the city alone, her mind clearly elsewhere as her silent bodyguard trails behind her. Mizuha Toshiro sits on his porch in silence, looking like a man carrying the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. President Mumyu stares out his office window, while Chloe stands behind him, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Shido and Sanada are buried in paperwork, working through the night to ensure the logistics for the defense are perfect. Ryuji is home with his family, sharing a simple meal and cherishing the quiet moment before he has to go back to war. Minato joins the Mizuha sisters for pizza, a normal high school moment that feels like a lifetime away from his past life as a sage. Suddenly, the emergency broadcast cuts through every screen in the city. The world calamity is upon us. Lock your doors. Military trucks begin rolling through the streets, the sound of engines the only thing breaking the eerie silence. The police stand guard behind barriers, knowing that their handguns are basically toys against what's coming. The SMT stands ready in the schoolyard, their uniforms pressed and their magic circles already beginning to hum. Minato looks up as the sky begins to bleed red, a haunting sign that the barrier between worlds has finally shattered. It's the exact same sight he saw when he died as Ichikami Minato, a sky filled with winged demons looking for blood. An army of thousands of demons begins to materialize, their roars shaking the very foundations of the city. The world's survival now rests on the shoulders of one man who has already died once to save it. Minato gives the signal, "Let's go save the world!" And the SMT charges into the mouth of hell with a unified shout. The narration explains that a world calamity is a global phenomenon where thousands of disasters occur simultaneously. Across the city, mages are already engaging the first wave, their magic circles clashing against the hide of massive demons. This is the greatest disaster in human history, and at the center of it all is a demon of absolute darkness. Ground Zero is Tokyo Tower, the very place where Ichikami Minato fell 50 years ago during the same struggle. The Prime Minister is briefed on the situation, his face pale as he realizes the scale of the invasion. He knows the military can't handle this. The entire country's hope is now pinned on the SMT. The team arrives in Old Shibuya, and Minato can feel the massive surge of magic power vibrating in the air. He looks at his team, flying through the air with their magic circles, and vows that this time he won't let a single soul die. Families huddle in their homes, terrified as the sky turns a sickening shade of crimson. A young boy holds up a great sage action figure, telling his little sister that Minato will protect them no matter what. In the evacuation shelters, students are clutching Minato merchandise, praying for the victory of their national hero. News helicopters circle the area, broadcasting the sight of the red sky spreading across the entire country. Dark portals tear open in the middle of the streets, pulsing with a foul, ancient energy. Demons pour out of the rifts, their bodies twisted and covered in glowing purple gems. A reporter on the scene is visibly panicked, asking if the citizens will really be safe from an army this size. The demons are literally materializing one after another, an endless tide of monsters flooding the ruins of the city. The reporter's voice shakes. There are simply too many of them for any normal mage team to handle. The streets below are packed with a sea of demonic bodies, a nightmare scenario that looks completely hopeless. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupts in the middle of the horde, incinerating dozens of demons instantly. Minato lands in the center of the crater, his white coat fluttering in the wind as he prepares for war. The news cameras catch him, and the headline screams, "Captain Kusanagi has arrived!" He unleashes a volley of golden energy blasts, shredding through the demons like they were made of paper. The rest of the squad joins in, a torrent of water and energy following Minato's lead and clearing the street. The Mizuha sisters and the rest of the elite squad take their positions, their magic circles glowing with absolute power. Minato orders them to clear the area quickly and save their strength for the big boss that's definitely coming. Yuika and Ruka combine their magic, a massive blast of frozen water washing over the demon ranks. The demons are being tossed around like ragdolls, the SMT showing off the results of their brutal training camp. But Yuika notices the numbers aren't dropping. The demons are getting stronger and faster with every passing minute. Ryuji asks where the hell the noble mages are, while Shido realizes that even the family heads aren't answering their comms. Minato asks Chloe if she knows why the nobles have abandoned the front lines, but she just plays innocent and claims she's in the dark too. Sanada is losing her mind over the radio. The chain of command is in total chaos, and communications are completely dead. Minato realizes their meticulous preparations are being sabotaged from the inside, and he knows exactly who's responsible. A police officer and a soldier run toward him, looking like they've just seen a ghost. They confirm that wireless communication is down for everyone, and the entire defense force is unable to coordinate their moves. They're desperate, asking Minato for orders as the entire scene turns into a disorganized mess. Shido is panicking. Without the noble families, they can't cover all the disaster zones at once. Minato shouts for everyone to calm down, his voice cutting through the noise like a thunderclap. He tells them that no matter who isn't here, their mission stays the same. United, they are strong enough to win. The team finds their courage again, shouting their agreement as they prepare for the next wave. Yuika realizes that as long as Minato is leading them, they don't need to worry about anything but their own roles. She looks at his back, calm, reliable, and completely unstoppable, and knows they can't lose. The SMT unleashes a coordinated assault, a massive explosion of magic that levels the entire block. The reporter in the helicopter is amazed. The SMT is actually overwhelming the demons all by themselves. Old couples watching from their living rooms feel their hope returning as they see Minato on the screen. Students are cheering, clutching their Minato dolls and knowing that their hero is going to save the country. The squad stands in the ruins, looking like absolute legends as the first wave of demons lies defeated at their feet. Minato knows this was just the warm-up. The real-world calamity is going to be much harder without the nobles. But he's not worried. He's been planning for this exact scenario since the day he woke up in this body. A massive dark portal opens, and a demon twice the size of the others steps onto the battlefield. Minato tells everyone to stay sharp. The demons are still materializing, and the real threat is just starting. Our boy leaps into the air, his fist glowing with mana as he prepares to punch a hole through a giant monster. His eyes sharpen. He spotted a weakness that only someone with his experience would see. The demons try to counter with their own dark magic, purple beams of energy crisscrossing the sky. Winged demons swarm the rooftops, looking to flank the SMT and take them down from above. Minato calls them too naive, his voice full of cold confidence as he prepares a high-level spell. He activates level 9 null magic, Magic Sparkle, a spell that turns the entire battlefield into a storm of golden lightning. The demons are vaporized instantly, the golden energy tearing through their armor like it was nothing. Minato lands gracefully as the dust settles, his aura glowing with all the colors of the rainbow. But the portals are still pulsing. Another wave of even stronger demons is already stepping out. Minato sighs, realizing he's going to have to step things up if he wants to finish this quickly. The rest of the squad is gasping for air, stunned by the sheer numbers they've had to fight through. Minato notes that these demons are stronger than the ones from 50 years ago. This won't be a straightforward fight. Suddenly, a wave of pure, concentrated malice washes over the area, making the sisters freeze in their tracks. A massive swirling portal of blood-red energy tears open the sky, far larger than any they've seen before. A monstrous hand claws its way out, followed by a horned, armored titan dripping with dark energy. Ruka is terrified, her voice shaking as she realizes they're looking at something beyond disaster level. The nightmare is here. A demon king has descended, and the real war has finally begun. The Demon King towers over the ruins, his multiple eyes glowing with a sinister purple light. The sisters are paralyzed by the pressure, realize that the real deal is way more intimidating than any simulation. The Demon King raises his hand, and dozens of massive red magic circles appear, preparing a devastating strike. He unleashes a wave of pure destruction, a sea of fire and darkness aimed directly at the SMT. But Minato counters instantly with level 10 fire magic. Big Bang, a spell that makes the Demon King's attack look like a candle. The explosion is like a small sun, a golden dome of energy that swallows the entire district. The Demon King is blasted into the ground, leaving a massive crater where he once stood. He crawls out of the rubble, his armor cracked and his pride clearly wounded by a mere human. Minato looks down at him with zero emotion, simply asking, "Where do you think you're going?" He activates level 9 null magic, Fairy Shield, surrounding his team in a protective golden light. Then he doubles down with level 10 null magic, Aegis Shield, a defense that even a Demon King can't hope to penetrate. Yuika and Ruka apologize for being too slow to react, their hands still trembling from the Demon King's aura. Minato tells them not to worry about it, this is a Demon King after all, and warns them to stay on their guard. The SMT mages are stunned that Minato can use 2 high-level spells at the exact same time. They've always been taught that mages can only cast 1 spell at once, but Minato is breaking all the rules again. Chloe explains that those are autonomous spells, an advanced technique where the caster controls them subconsciously. She describes it like muscle memory. Minato has mastered magic so deeply that he doesn't even have to think about it anymore. The Demon King lets out a monstrous roar, his body beginning to mutate as he taps into his true power. He lunges forward, his massive claws tearing through the asphalt and sending the SMT mages scrambling. The sisters find their footing and decide to fight back, their combined magic swirling in the air. They unleash level 8 greater water magic, Tidal Wave, a mountain of water that slams into the Demon King. The king is momentarily buried under the pressure, but his dark aura is already starting to evaporate the water. The rest of the squad jumps in, a barrage of multiple elements hitting the monster from all sides. The Demon King is surrounded by explosions, but he just walks through the flames like they were a light breeze. Ruka is horrified. He just shook off their best spells like they were nothing. He's simply too massive to damage. He counters with another blast of dark energy, a pillar of red fire that forces everyone to retreat. Minato steps forward, telling the squad that he'll handle this guy alone while they head to other disaster zones. He notes that there are dozens of calamities happening, and they need to assist the other groups who don't have a sage to help them. The sisters realize that staying here would only slow him down, and they decide to trust their captain's absolute strength. Yuika orders the squads to move out, her voice confident as she tells them they don't need to worry about Minato. She gives one last look back, certain that no matter who the opponent is, Minato definitely won't lose. Minato stands alone against the Demon King, a green aura beginning to swirl around his feet. The Demon King roars, frustrated that this tiny human is looking at him like he's just a minor inconvenience. Minato leaps into the air, moving so fast he becomes a blur of green and white energy. The Demon King swings a massive fist, but Minato dodges it effortlessly, his movements perfectly calculated. He runs up the demon's arm, his feet barely touching the armor as he closes the distance. He notes that defeating a Demon King is simple, but he needs to conserve his magic power for the big boss. He's not just fighting, he's being efficient, using the minimum amount of energy to achieve maximum damage. He admits that even his magic power isn't endless, and preparing his biggest spells takes time he might not have later. He decides to end this using as little mana as possible, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light. He lands a precision strike on the Demon King's head, a shockwave of energy rippling through the monster's skull. The Demon King collapses, the ground shattering under his weight as his dark aura begins to flicker. Minato raises his hand, summoning level 11 Holy Magic, Holy Ray, a pillar of pure light that descends from the heavens. The light pierces through the Demon King, a holy energy that literally melts away his dark physical form. The king screams in agony, his armored hide dissolving as the ray of light incinerates his very soul. Massive chunks of the demon's body are vaporized, leaving nothing behind but ash and lingering holy energy. Minato watches the light fade, but then he notices the Demon King's spirit trying to escape into the shadows. He tells the monster he's too slow, appearing behind the escaping shadow in the blink of an eye. He prepares a final finishing move, a combination of 2 elements, level 12 Fire-Earth Synthesis Magic. The spell is called Ground Zero, and the air around Minato begins to vibrate with a terrifying pressure. A massive explosion of magma and energy erupts, a shockwave that levels everything in a 5-mile radius. The pillar of fire reaches into the clouds, turning the red sky into a blinding white light for a split second. Minato walks out of the smoke, wondering if he used too much magic power on what should have been an easy opponent. The Demon King is gone. Not even a single piece of his armor remains after that absolute overkill of a spell. Minato knows he has to preserve his strength even more until the demon god finally shows his face. Across the country, citizens are watching the broadcast in shock, cheering for the captain who just deleted a Demon King. But the news anchor reports that while Minato is winning, the SMT and police are struggling at every other location. The reporter in the helicopter suddenly shouts, pointing toward a massive structure in the distance. Tokyo Tower is being swarmed by thousands of demons, all of them channeling their power into the steel structure. They're acting like a living battery, their dark energy turning the tower into a massive antenna for another world. Minato sees it, and realizes it's the exact same ritual he witnessed 50 years ago before his death. The demons aren't just attacking, they're summoning a calamity that will dwarf everything they've faced so far. Our boy's face goes pale. This is the final stage of the world calamity, the moment the demon god will finally arrive. The sky over the tower tears open, revealing a darkness so deep it swallows the red clouds, and Minato knows his second death, or his ultimate victory, is just moments away. One of the SMT mages is caught completely off guard as a magic circle activates right behind his head, signaling a strike from an unexpected direction. Minato's headset crackles with a desperate emergency broadcast, warning everyone that the mage nobles have officially turned traitor. Yuika looks around in pure disbelief, wondering how the people they just trained with could stab them in the back during a literal apocalypse. A heavy cane thumps against the ground as a pair of polished shoes steps through the rubble, carrying an aura of pure malice. Yuika's eyes widen in horror as she recognizes the person stepping out from the shadows of the falling city. It's Chairman Mumyu himself, standing tall with the heads of the noble families, and even some escaped criminals by his side. Minato doesn't even flinch, his aura flaring up in a vibrant green light as he prepares to deal with this new human-made disaster. He raises his hand, summoning a massive level 11 holy magic, holy ray to clear out the surrounding demons in one go. The light is blinding, incinerating everything in its path and turning the dark battlefield into a pillar of pure white heat. As the dust settles, the SMT elite group gathers around Minato, exhausted but ready for whatever insane turn the fight takes next. But the portals are still pulsing, and an even more terrifying demon begins to manifest, its dark eyes locked onto our hero. Minato gets word that the situation is the same at every other calamity site. They're being overwhelmed and need backup they don't have. The SMT mages are starting to panic, pointing toward the horizon as more monsters flood the streets of Tokyo. Suddenly, the mage nobles show up, but they aren't wearing their battle gear. They're dressed in casual clothes, looking down at the SMT like they're garbage. The SMT mages are happy to see them at first, telling them to join the fight, but the nobles just give them a cold, mocking stare. Without a word, one of the nobles unleashes a beam of dark energy, but it's not aimed at the demons, it's aimed at the SMT. Minato analyzes the spell instantly, noting it's a magic nullifying technique, but he scoffs at how inefficient and weak it actually is. Yuika warns that the demons are still coming, her voice trembling as the sheer scale of the invasion starts to sink in. Minato orders everyone to stay sharp and not let their guard down, his calm voice acting like an anchor in the middle of the storm. The Mizuha sisters combine their power, unleashing a massive level 8 greater water magic, tidal wave, to sweep away the first wave of attackers. The entire elite squad opens fire, a chaotic barrage of purple, gold, and white magic clashing against the demonic hide. Sonata and the others are flying through the air, their magic circles humming as they try to keep the demons from reaching the civilians. The sisters are working in perfect sync, their training finally paying off as they handle threats that would have killed them weeks ago. Ryuji dives into the fray, his fists reinforced with mana as he physically tears through a demon's chest in a display of raw power. Chloe watches from the center of the chaos, her expression bored as she deletes demons with beams of dark purple energy. One of the mages unleashes a level 6 firewind synthesis magic, Flare Cyclone, turning the street into a literal firestorm. Minato follows up with a level 7 null magic, Banish, a spell that literally erases the demons from existence with a single touch. Our guy launches into the air, his movements so fast and precise that he looks more like a god than a human mage. The broadcast continues, showing people all across the country huddled in their homes, absolutely terrified for their lives. Families are watching the news with bated breath, their only hope being the young mages they see fighting on the screen. Minato looks directly into the news camera, his face determined as he promises the nation that he won't let a single person die. He leaps toward a news helicopter that's about to be swatted out of the sky, his magic circle flaring green with speed. The reporter inside is blushing, totally caught off guard by how cool Minato looks while he's literally saving her life. She screams in terror a second later as a winged demon lunges at the glass, its claws ready to shred the cabin. But Minato's defensive shield activates just in time, a golden honeycomb barrier that stops the demon dead in its tracks. The reporter realizes they're safe, her eyes wide, as she witnesses the absolute gap between Minato and every other mage. The demon tries to bash through the shield, its face twisted in rage as it realizes its prey is being protected by something it can't break. The girl panics, thinking the shield might be defective, but she doesn't realize she's watching a master at work. Minato fires a beam of light from his hand, vaporizing the demon instantly and clearing the path for the helicopter to escape. He hovers by the open door, calmly asking if they're all right, looking like he's just out for a casual stroll. The camera guy is in awe, making sure he catches every second of Captain Kusanagi's heroics for the world to see. Minato gives the signal for his team to move out, and the entire SMT squad takes to the sky, their green circles lighting up the red clouds. The reporter whispers in shock. She realizes this is the final stage of the calamity, the same one that killed the legendary sage 50 years ago. Tokyo Tower has been transformed into a twisted, demonic spire, and the sky above it is a swirling vortex of blood and shadow. People watching from their shelters are losing hope, whispering that there's no way humans can win against a nightmare on this scale. The helicopter pilot shouts that it's too dangerous to stay, but the reporter refuses to leave the front lines. She insists that the world needs to see this, that they need to see their heroes giving everything to protect them. She claims the helicopter is equipped with anti-monster gear, unaware that a massive demon is lurking right beneath them. Minato senses the threat and activates a series of golden magic circles, his eyes glowing with an intense, focused light. He fires his level 8 null magic, inorganic cannon, a beam of pure energy that skewers the demon and saves the helicopter again. He lands on a rooftop, realizing there are just too many demons, and wondering if he should stop holding back and use a high-level spell. The sisters catch up to him, apologizing for the delay as they land beside their captain. Minato is just glad they're okay, but he notices they had to leave the other members behind to make it to his side. Yuika explains that without the mage nobles, they were stretched too thin and had no choice but to retreat and regroup. Minato stares at the demon army and decides that this is where it ends. They're going to stop the invasion right here, right now. The battle resumes with even more intensity as Yuika unleashes a torrent of water against a giant, three-eyed wolf demon. She smiles, feeling the massive pressure of the Demon King finally vanish, knowing that Minato has already taken care of the biggest threat. The rest of the team looks exhausted, their uniforms torn, and their mana reserves running dangerously low. Suddenly, a burst of static clears in their headsets. Wireless communications are miraculously being restored across the city. An emergency order comes through. A massive calamity has occurred near Tokyo Tower, and every available mage is ordered to the scene. The SMT members are worried. If they leave their current spots, the small-scale calamities will destroy the rest of the city. Yuika makes a split-second decision, ordering some members to stay and handle the local demons while she heads for the tower. She takes off in a flash of green light, leaving the rest of the defense to her comrades as she races toward the final battle. Chairman Mumyu stands in the middle of the devastation, mockingly asking why everyone is making so much noise. Yuika arrives on the scene and can barely breathe from the shock of seeing the man she once respected leading the enemy. The chairman is flanked by the most dangerous people in Japan, all of them looking at the SMT with pure, unfiltered contempt. One of the mages asks if the report about the noble betrayal is true, hoping against hope that it's all just a mistake. Mumyu just smiles that grandfatherly smile, asking why on earth they would ever betray a country they never planned to join in the first place. Fukujin steps forward with a smirk, mocking the SMT for being naive enough to think the nobles were ever on their side. The chairman bluntly states that since they never intended to cooperate, there is no such thing as betrayal. It was just a long-term plan. The SMT mages are stunned into silence, their worldview crumbling as they realize they've been used from the start. Ruka shouts at them, asking if they weren't supposed to be comrades, but her plea falls on deaf ears. A bolt of energy narrowly misses her as Hinata steps forward, her fire magic already flickering around her fists. Hinata screams at them to get the wrong idea. The nobles have never once considered the SMT to be their equals or their friends. Minato looks at Kaichi, asking if he's part of this insanity too, and Kaichi just gives him a cold, empty look of confirmation. Kaichi states that the mage nobles have officially turned against the SMT, the police, and the entire nation of Japan. Chloe stands in the background, her expression unreadable as she watches her own father lead the country into total ruin. Mumyu begins to float into the air, a dark purple aura surrounding his body as he laughs like a true lunatic. He claims that after years of experiments, his masterpiece is finally complete and the time for his ascension has arrived. A massive, dark, magic circle spreads across the sky, pulsing with a frequency that makes the very ground vibrate. The SMT mages are terrified. They've never seen a magic circle this big or this complex in their entire lives. Ruka and the others try to attack before it activates, but a sudden shield of dark energy blocks their path. Chloe unleashes her fourth-rank dark magic, Shadow Edge, a wave of purple blades that forces the SMT to back off. The chairman's magic begins to funnel the energy of the world calamity directly into his own body, his power growing by the second. A demon actually moves to protect Mumyu, shocking the SMT mages who realize the nobles aren't just fighting the demons, they're controlling them. Minato watches with a blank face, but internally he's piecing together exactly how deep this conspiracy actually goes. The realization hits the rest of the team like a physical blow. The nobles are actively cooperating with the monsters to wipe out humanity. Demons and noble mages are fighting side by side, a sight that looks like something out of a twisted nightmare. The SMT mages are being backed into a corner, wondering what the hell is going on as their world literally burns around them. One of the mages is on the verge of tears, asking why the bonds they built during the training camp didn't mean anything. Mumyu shouts that with this calamity-controlling magic, every demon in Japan will soon be under his absolute command. Minato wonders where the old man could have possibly learned a technique that interferes with the very fabric of the calamity. The chairman reveals the special effect of his magic. It doesn't just control the demons, it absorbs their very life force. Tendrils of dark energy wrap around Mumyu, funneling the raw power of thousands of demons directly into his soul. Yuika is horrified, realizing that her father is being turned into a monster right before her eyes. Minato's eyes widen. He's seen this exact phenomenon before, back when he first awakened to his magic 50 years ago. He remembers the first calamity, how he stood in the rubble and felt the same dark energy surging through the air. He realizes the calamity isn't just an attack, it's a phenomenon that brings massive amounts of magic power to the land. Mumyu praises Minato for catching on so quickly, admitting that the calamity is the ultimate battery for those strong enough to hold its power. Minato asks if this is why the noble's magic power has been increasing so unnaturally lately, and the villains just laugh. Hinata and the others admit they've been faking their cooperation just to ensure the calamity proceeded without any interruptions. They mock the SMT, calling them worthless scum, who were used to create the perfect environment for the noble's ascension. Minato realizes they want a total monopoly on magic power, intending to rule the world as literal gods. Hinata admits they originally planned to kill Minato, but decided his skills were too useful to waste until the final stage. She explains that they needed the flow of history to trigger the Great World Calamity, and the SMT played their parts perfectly. She calls Minato an ignorant fool, completely unaware of the true nature of the world he's trying to save. She explains that calamities always occur in the same spots because those locations have the strongest flow of magic power. They used the SMT to resolve the smaller calamities, just so the next larger ones would be triggered in sequence. Mumyo is now glowing with an immeasurable amount of energy, heralding the birth of the strongest magician in history. Minato asks if they truly planned to betray them from the very beginning, his voice low and dangerous. Hinata screams at him to shut up, telling him to stop talking about bonds and disgusting things like friendship. She claims there is no such thing as bonds between mages, and that she doesn't need comrades like the SMT. Ryuji asks if Kaichi is really going to betray them too, but his former training partner stays silent. Kaichi looks down, his face hidden in shadow as he chooses his family's corrupt ambition over the friends he made. He coldly states that Japan is already falling, and that the nobles and demons have already won the war. He looks Minato in the eye, telling him that even a great sage can't protect an entire nation all by himself. Minato just gives him a sharp, calculating stare as if he's already found the flaw in their perfect plan. Across the city, civilian mages are being cornered by demons, screaming that they were never trained for actual life-or-death combat. Shido and the others are at their limit, realizing there are no reserve forces left to save the people. A group of shadowy figures watches the chaos from a rooftop, satisfied that everything is going according to their plan. Shido is horrified to see Kuroya Kuto and Fukajin, the criminals they captured, standing freely in the middle of the city. Even more shocking is the presence of Takigami Shizuku, the legendary artisan, who looks like she's lost all hope. Shido can't believe Shizuku would join the traitors, but she just stands there with a guilty, haunted expression. Minato steps forward, facing the woman who knew him 50 years ago, and asks her if she's really going to do this. Kuroi lets out a manic laugh, shouting that he's finally going to kill Minato with his own hands and reclaim his lost glory. Kuroi is losing his mind with joy, practically salivating at the thought of finally getting his revenge on our boy Minato. Shido asks how he escaped prison, and Kuroi mocks him, saying the nobles have collaborators everywhere, even within the police force. He puts a hand on Shizuku's shoulder, a gesture that looks more like a threat than a sign of friendship. Yuika is furious, screaming at the nobles and asking how they can do this to their own country and its people. Kuroi just digs his finger into his ear, acting like her screaming is nothing but a minor annoyance to his noble ears. He explains that as nobles, they are beings of a higher existence, far above the incompetent commoners they're currently slaughtering. A dark aura erupts from his body as his face twists into a demonic mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. He unleashes a beam of dark energy that collides with a wall of fire, the explosion shaking the very foundations of the city. He uses his 8th rank dark magic, Chaos Raven, summoning a swarm of shadowy birds that tear through anything they touch. Buildings crumble and dust fills the air as the villains show off the terrifying power they've stolen from the calamity. Kuroi boasts that with their new magic, a single magician can easily destroy an entire city or even a whole nation if they feel like it. He looks at the SMT and asks why nobles were ever being manipulated and controlled by the powerless masses in the first place. His eyes are bugging out of his head as he screams that the world has been out of balance for far too long. He rants that magicians are meant to stand at the top, and those at the bottom are nothing but powerless trash that have gotten too full of themselves. Fukajin chimes in, saying their clan originally became nobles specifically to monopolize technology and rule over the incompetent. He shouts that their humiliation ends now, and that they've finally learned how to use calamities to grow stronger than ever. The two villains flare their auras, claiming that with this much power, they have no enemies left in the world who can stop them. Yuika and Ruka are nearly blown away by the magical pressure, realizing that these two are on a completely different level than before. Kuroi is pissed that Minato is still acting so calm, and he promises to wipe that smug look off his face with a look of pure despair. Minato looks at Takigami Shizuku again, his eyes narrowing as he realizes she's being forced into this situation against her will. He bluntly asks her if she was lying to him during their previous meetings, and she flinches at the coldness in his voice. Kuroi laughs, thinking Minato is being ignored, and he tells him he's got some nerve trying to talk to their prisoner. He claims Shizuku has always been on their side, calling her a piece of trash who lies for her own benefit and uses those around her. Shizuku looks away, her eyes filling with tears as she realizes she's lost the respect of the one person she truly cared about. Hinata and Kaichi stand behind the villains, looking conflicted but ultimately staying loyal to their family's dark path. Kuroi decides that the chit-chat is over and pulls out a phone, a signal that something even worse is about to happen. He has a manic grin as he announces, "Now let the slaughter begin," and clicks a button on his screen. Hordes of demons begin to spawn in areas that were supposed to be safe, catching the civilian mages completely off guard. In a secure shelter, people start screaming as demons literally tear through the ceiling and floor to get to them. A massive demon smashes through a wall, looming over a terrified family who thought they were safe behind locked doors. Kuroi mocks Minato, asking what he'll do now that he can't possibly save everyone across the entire city at once. Shido is in a state of panic. Even if they left now, they wouldn't make it in time to save most of the citizens. The villains laugh, telling Minato he'll be crushed by his own powerlessness and killed by his own hubris. Minato just raises his hand and holds up 3 fingers, calmly explaining that there are 3 types of anti-magic equipment in this world. Kuroi is confused, wondering why the hell this kid is giving a lecture while people are literally dying. Minato shows off a simple ring, explaining that the first type is standard equipment used by magicians to enhance their own spells. He notes that while these have a long lifespan, they require a magician's mana to actually work, making them useless for commoners. The second type is magic interference type, like the uniforms worn by the SMT, which amplify or suppress magic power. Fukajin asks if Minato has gone mad from the stress, but our boy is just getting started with his grand reveal. He explains the third type, equipment with a short lifespan that even those without magic power can use under certain conditions. The villains are starting to sweat, realizing that Minato isn't just talking to hear himself speak, he's revealing a trap. Back at the shelter, the demon lunges at the family, its claws inches away from the terrified children. But suddenly, a brilliant golden barrier erupts around the family, an automatic magic effect that shatters the demon's claws on impact. Minato's face is seen in a flashback, looking like a chibi genius as he explains his master plan to Shido and Sanada. All across Japan, citizens are holding on to Minato-branded merchandise, keychains, dolls, and charms that are suddenly glowing with power. A winged demon tries to attack a girl, but her Minato charm creates a barrier that vaporizes the monster instantly. Minato reveals he used the SMT's massive popularity to mass-produce merchandise embedded with high-level defensive magic. Shido admits that when he first heard the plan, he thought it was insane, but now he sees it was pure brilliance. Kuroi is losing his mind, terrified by how thorough and prepared Minato has been this entire time. Fukajin tries to save face, shouting that defensive equipment is meaningless if it has a short lifespan and can't be used repeatedly. Minato just gives them a cold "yes, that's right," as a massive pillar of fire erupts behind him. He reveals that he embedded his own magic into all that equipment, allowing him to accurately sense its location even from miles away. He raises his arms, and thousands of magic circles begin to appear in the sky, stretching as far as the eye can see. He shouts that his magic can now reach every single corner of Japan through the network of merchandise he created. Massive beams of golden light begin to rain down from the sky, a literal carpet bombing of divine energy. The map of Japan is seen from space, covered in thousands of golden strikes that are wiping out the demons in every single prefecture. He names the spell 13th rank null magic, unlimited magic bullet, a technique that shouldn't even be possible for a human. Demons are being sniped out of the sky by the thousands, the golden bullets seeking out their dark mana and incinerating them instantly. A giant demon about to eat a father and son is vaporized by a precision strike from above, leaving the family unharmed and in awe. The police and soldiers can only watch in silence as the impossible army they were fighting is deleted in a matter of seconds. Minato stands at the center of the storm, looking like a god of war as the entire country is saved by his singular will. Kuroi and the nobles are paralyzed with fear, watching their entire perfect plan get dismantled by a kid with some toys. Minato begins to channel an even greater amount of power, the air around him shimmering with a golden, ethereal mist. Reports flood in from all over the country. The demons have been wiped out, and the majority of citizens are safe and sound. Yuika and Ruka look at their captain with pure worship, realizing that his power is truly beyond anything common sense can explain. Kuroi screams that this is insane and impossible. Releasing magic across all of Japan is something no human could ever do. Fukajin tries to calm him down, desperately hoping that at least some of the demons survived the initial blast. He shouts that the mage nobles are still out there, and that Minato's limited magic won't be enough to stop their family heads. Minato just gives them a chillingly calm look and asks if they've forgotten something very important. A new rift opens, and even more demons begin to crawl out, proving that the calamity itself hasn't been stopped yet. Kuroi sees the new wave and laughs, thinking he's finally found an opening to take Minato down while he's drained. But Minato just smirks, asking them if they really think there isn't someone else in Japan that they should be worried about. Suddenly, 3 shadowy figures in military-style uniforms land on the scene, and the sheer pressure of their auras makes the ground shatter. Our boys' hidden reinforcements have finally arrived. Minato looks out at the chaos with a smirk, asking if there's anyone left in this country worth relying on. Suddenly, a heavy presence hits the field as a squad of mysterious figures in dark coats appear out of the smoke. The SMT members are losing their minds because these guys look exactly like the legendary Shadowbringer, and they can't tell if they're here to help or make things worse. Without a word, the dark-clad squad begins casting massive spells, firing beams of energy that cut through the demon ranks. A giant demon gets blasted directly in the face, showing that these newcomers aren't just for show, they have the firepower to back it up. The leader of the squad orders his team to cooperate with the SMT, protect the citizens, and wipe out every monster in sight. Ryuji is fired up, realizing that with the Shadowbringer squad on their side, they actually have a fighting chance to save the city. Back in the city, girls are screaming in excitement, recording the fight on their phones because Chrono has finally shown up to save them. The internet is blowing up with comments, everyone saying that the SMT and Shadowbringer teaming up is the most overpowered duo in history. We see one of the Shadowbringers standing tall, surrounded by a blue mana aura as they prepare their next move. But behind the mask, this Chrono is actually freaking out, sweating buckets as she wonders how her life ended up like this. It turns out Minato put Shido's unit through a hellish training camp, forcing them to memorize how to use a massive amount of anti-magic gear just for this moment. The agent is feeling super awkward because she already said her dramatic goodbyes, and now she has to fight right in front of the people she knows. She decides to just roll with it and goes all out, summoning multiple magic circles at once to prove her training wasn't a waste. She unleashes a rank 7 water magic, Geyser Wave, a massive pillar of water that slams into a monster with enough force to shatter the ground. The crowd cheers her on, shouting "Chrono!" as she strikes a pose, playing the part of the hero perfectly. The whole squad gets into it, raising their fists as they promise to wipe out every enemy standing in their way. The police and the army are inspired too, shouting that they won't be outshone, and that it's their duty to protect the peace of the nation. Under her breath, the agent tells Minato he better treat her to a high-end dinner after all this life-threatening work. Across the battlefield, the villainous Kuroya Kuto is checking his phone, stunned that Shadowbringers are appearing all over the country at the same time. He realizes that Minato never trusted the nobles for a single second and had this entire counteroffensive planned from the very beginning. Minato just stands there coolly, confirming that he's been onto their pathetic betrayal for a long time. The nobles are absolutely fuming, screaming that they'll kill him for mocking their superior status. The old woman, Takigami, steps forward with a green aura flaring around her, looking hesitant but forced to act. Hinata and Kaichi look at each other, realizing they have no choice but to fight their former friend if they want to survive. Minato signals his team that it's time to end this, and the SMT girls prepare to launch their own counterattack. It's a total free-for-all, as both sides charge at each other, the ground shaking as they prepare to clash. Kuroya Kuto lunges forward using 5th rank dark magic, his shadow stretching out like a predator. He sneers that he's going to start by killing the small fry, aiming his blade right at Yuika's throat. Minato sees the move instantly, shifting his weight to intervene before the villain can land a hit. But before he can move, Hinata slams into the scene with a flaming fist, her eyes wide with desperate rage. She lands a heavy blow, forcing Minato to block as sparks and mana fly everywhere from the impact. Meanwhile, Kuroi's blade is inches away from Ruka's neck, and it looks like she's completely caught off guard. But Ruka isn't the same weak girl she used to be. She counters with a 6th rank water magic, Burst Stream, blowing the shadow user back. She thanks her sister for the backup, and they both stand their ground, warning the nobles that they aren't done yet. Minato slides back across the dirt, perfectly balanced as he recovers from Hinata's explosive attack. His expression is cold. He's not hurt, just calculating the fastest way to end this fight without killing his former classmates. Kaichi joins the fray, swinging a sword wrapped in dark energy, trying to catch Minato in a pincer attack with Hinata. Minato shows off his insane speed, dodging a kick from Hinata and a sword strike from Kaichi at the same time like it's a choreographed dance. He uses a 7th rank water magic to create a shield of emerald ice, blocking a follow-up attack from the air. The old lady, Takigami, stands in his path, clutching a magic crystal and telling him she won't let him pass. Hinata and Kaichi admit they know how strong he is, so their only plan is to stall him so he can't help his friends. Minato realizes they're using a division strategy to keep him busy while the others get slaughtered, which is honestly just a huge pain for him. He looks up at the massive demon god floating in the sky, guarded by thousands of monsters, and realizes going all out now would be a massive gamble. Hinata screams that she won't let him interfere with Chairman Mumyu's grand plan, her body wreathed in intense flames. Minato clenches his fist, his eyes turning sharp as he realizes he needs to stop holding back if he wants to win this. He unleashes a flurry of movements, kicking and punching through the noble mages with such speed that they can barely track his position. Kaichi is sweating, screaming at Minato to stop darting around, but he can't even get close enough to land a scratch. Kuroi is getting frustrated, cursing under his breath because the SMT brats just won't stay down. Ruka and the others are starting to feel the pressure as more and more enemies surround them on all sides. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. It's Chloe, telling them not to give up because together they're unbeatable. Ruka is surprised by Chloe's spirit, admitting that maybe she misunderstood the girl's fiery personality all along. Chloe gives a confident smirk, saying she's been inspired by them, and they all power up their magic for a massive combined strike. The villains unleash an 8th rank dark magic, Chaos Raven, but Ruka and Chloe counter it with an 8th rank grand water magic, Tidal Wave. The two massive spells collide in a blinding explosion of purple and blue energy that levels the surrounding buildings. Kuroi is shocked that their attack was cancelled out, realizing with horror just how much stronger the SMT girls have actually become. He looks over and sees Takigami just standing there, and he starts losing his mind, calling her a damn hag for not doing more. Minato looks up at the sky, sensing that his preparations are finally about to reach their climax. Kuroi screams at Takigami to stop holding back and kill Minato already, threatening her with whatever leverage they have. The old woman's face goes pale with fear as Kuroi reminds her what happens to her family if she doesn't obey their orders. Tears in her eyes, she begs Minato to forgive her as she unleashes an 8th-rank wind magic, Raging Storm. Minato just sighs, closing his eyes as the massive green tornado begins to swallow him whole. The SMT girls scream in terror, thinking Minato has finally lost his guard and is planning to die. They yell for him to move, but the wind is too fast and too powerful to escape at this range. The screen goes green as the massive vortex of wind magic slams into Minato, seemingly ending the fight in one shot. He just stands there calmly, looking right through the storm as if it were a light breeze. Ruka gasps, realizing that the attack didn't actually hit him, it missed by a hair's breadth on purpose. Takigami collapses, crying out that she just can't bring herself to kill a good person like him. Kuroi Akuto is furious, screaming at the old woman and threatening to destroy her entire family for this betrayal. She begs him to stop, pleading for the lives of her daughter and grandson, but the villain doesn't have a shred of mercy. He pulls out his phone, laughing like a maniac as he prepares to give the order to have her family executed. He mocks her, saying her family is going to suffer because of her weakness and that she deserves to watch them die. Suddenly, Minato pulls out his own phone and says, "Good work," into the receiver, sounding completely relaxed. Kuroi screams at him for making a call in this situation, but Minato just shows him the screen. It's a video of Takigami's family being rescued by the police. The villain's jaw drops as he realizes his hostage plan has been completely dismantled in seconds. He can't believe it, stuttering that only a few people knew their location and that even the police had been bribed by the nobles. Minato explains that while they were careful to hide their traces, the fact that they evacuated during the disaster made it easy for him to track them. We see Shido's Shadowbringer agents disguised as regular cops, giving a thumbs up as they keep the grandma's family safe and sound. Kuroi asks when he figured it all out, and Minato reveals he knew something was wrong when the grandma never talked about her family despite having their photo on display. Minato tells Takigami that no one can hide anything from him, and the old woman begins to sob with relief. She looks at the photo of her daughter and grandson on Minato's phone, thanking the heavens that they're finally safe from the nobles. Kuroi loses it and tries to grab Takigami as a hostage, pulling out a knife to slit her throat. But she's done playing the victim. She unleashes her Raging Storm magic again, this time aiming it directly at the villain's face. She calls him filthy scum and tells him never to touch her again, her eyes burning with a new sense of power. Minato smiles, glad to see that she's finally gotten serious about fighting for the right side. Takigami bows deeply to Minato, apologizing for deceiving him and for ever working with those monsters. Minato tells her not to worry about it, saying that helping a friend is just the natural thing to do. The old woman looks at him with total admiration, realizing that this young man is truly something beyond a normal human. Kuroi is still alive and screaming for them to stop being sentimental, his rage reaching a breaking point. He orders the other noble mages to stop holding back and kill everyone, regardless of the cost. Hinata and Kaichi look conflicted, their faces showing that they're starting to doubt the path they've chosen. Minato looks at them with disappointment, saying he told them not to take hostages anymore, and that he expected better. Hinata tells him to shut up, her face turning red with frustration as she refuses to listen to her former teacher. The SMT girls report that they've taken down all the nearby monsters, and that the local noble mages have been defeated. Kuroi can't believe the brats have become this strong, looking around at his fallen comrades with growing fear. Takigami stands beside Minato, telling him she will fight alongside him from now on, which he finds very reassuring. Suddenly, a new presence enters the field. It's a man in a blue traditional robe, looking incredibly powerful and calm. Yuika and Ruka's eyes go wide as they scream out "Father!" in total shock. Kuroi greets the man as Toshiru, putting a hand on his shoulder like they're old war buddies. The girls are horrified, screaming for the villain to get away from their father, thinking he's being threatened. But Kuroi just laughs, telling Toshiru to tell his devoted daughters whose side he's actually on. Ruka refuses to believe it, shouting that she won't forgive Kuroi for insulting her father like that. But Toshiro looks them in the eye and coldly states that he is, and always has been, an ally of the mage nobles. The girls are devastated, their world crumbling as they realize their own father has been the enemy all along. Kuroi explains that their connection was never severed, even after he was supposedly exiled from the noble circles years ago. He reveals that the Black Rebellion and the nobles were working together to rule both the surface and the underworld. But because of Shadowbringer, their plans were nearly destroyed, and information about their corrupt ties started leaking to the public. He laughs, saying they had to abandon the Black Rebellion like cutting off a lizard's tail just to keep their own hands clean. This fake betrayal allowed the nobles and the SMT to form a natural alliance, which was their plan to control the country from the shadows. The entire country of Japan has been deceived, and the girls are forced to face the fact that their hero is a monster. The green-haired noble sneers that the true purpose of the nobles is absolute supremacy over everyone else. Minato stares at Toshiru, remembering how he used to act, and realizing it was all just a perfectly crafted lie. The girls are still in denial, begging their father to tell them he's actually undercover and just doing an investigation. But he remains cold, saying he has no intention of betraying his true comrades, and that he is a pure-blooded noble through and through. Yuika begins to cry, realizing that her entire life and her love for her father were built on a foundation of lies. Ruka is silent, the tears streaming down her face as she processes the ultimate betrayal. Minato looks at the broken girls, then turns his gaze back to Toshiru, his eyes filled with a cold, quiet fury. He asks how people who oppress others and only seek self-interest can even call themselves nobles. Toshiru simply tells him to be silent, showing no remorse for the pain he's caused his own children. Minato shouts that he knows Toshiru loves his daughters, and that's why he tested Minato and tried to keep them away from the fight. Toshiru's composure breaks for a split second, a look of pain crossing his face before he hardens his expression again. Minato tells him he's lying to himself and everyone else, asking what could have possibly made a man like him turn out this way. Toshiru loses his temper, screaming at Minato to shut up as his mana levels begin to skyrocket. The girls look at their father with a mix of fear and heartbreak, seeing a side of him they never knew existed. The noble mages line up behind Toshiru, ready to finish the job and wipe out the SMT once and for all. Toshiro prepares his magic, vowing to kill them all and restore the mage nobles to their former glory. Minato just calls him a stubborn old man, his own mana flaring up as he prepares for the final showdown. The chapter starts with a massive face-off, the SMT on one side and the high-ranking nobles on the other, both sides radiating intense power. Toshiru and the other villains charge forward, their magic creating a rainbow of destructive energy across the battlefield. A massive, armored demon god towers over the scene, its presence making the very air feel heavy and suffocating. Hinata leaps into the air, screaming for the SMT to take this as she focuses all her mana into her hands. She unleashes a 10th rank fire magic, Big Bang, a massive explosion of sun-hot flames that engulfs everything in sight. Minato and his team use speed casting to dodge the blast, flying through the air on platforms of green mana. He checks on his team, making sure everyone is okay after that insane opening attack. The demons are regrouping, and Minato realizes they're entering round 2 of this absolute nightmare of a war. He lands in front of the nobles, his expression determined as he stares down his former friends. He tells them he won't be holding back anymore, his own aura burning with a golden light. The green-haired noble mocks the SMT, calling them side characters who should just hurry up and die. Ryuji and Sanada aren't taking that disrespect. They tell the villain to stop underestimating them or he'll regret it. The green-haired guy launches an 8th rank wind magic, Raging Storm, trying to blow the SMT away with a massive tornado. But Ryuji counters it instantly with a 7th rank earth magic, Comet, slamming a massive rock into the wind to disrupt the flow. The two spells explode against each other, creating a massive shockwave that sends dirt and debris flying everywhere. Kuroyakudo tries to sneak up through the shadows again, but the SMT is already tracking his movements. The villains are getting frustrated, arguing among themselves because their magic types are a bad matchup for the SMT's teamwork. Kuroi pulls out a pair of anti-magic revolvers, laughing as he says he'll show them how it's really done. He fires into the air, screaming for them all to die, as he uses the specialized equipment to bypass their defenses. But Takigami intervenes with a flick of her wrist, her own wind magic knocking the guns right out of his hands. She tells him that anti-magic equipment is just a tool, and that if you lose your grip on it, it's completely useless. Kuroi is losing his mind with rage, his face contorted as he screams insults at the old hag. The green-haired noble decides to use his full power, his body glowing with a sickening purple and green light. Sanada and Ryuji stand together, vowing to give it their all and protect their friends no matter what. Ryuji shouts that it's finally his time to shine, and that he's going to show off the results of all that hellish training. Takigami senses the incredible mana power they're building up, and realizes they have a secret plan to end the fight. She uses her own equipment to amplify their magic, surrounding them with glowing crystals to boost their output. A massive purple crystal glows with intense energy, acting as a catalyst for the SMT's final move. Sonata unleashes a 10th rank holy magic, God's Breath, her eyes glowing white as she blesses the entire team. The team is feeling the power surge through them, and they give a confident grin, knowing they can finally win this. The green-haired noble is desperate, launching a special 10th rank atmospheric magic, Absolute Atom, to try and vaporize them. Kuroi summons a horde of skeleton reapers, telling the weaklings to sink into total darkness. He activates a special 10th rank dark magic, Death Parade, sending a wave of ghostly energy across the field. The two massive noble spells combine into a vortex of gravity and darkness that threatens to swallow the entire city. Ryuji stands his ground against the infinite gravity, holding up the weight of the spell with his bare hands and pure magic. Sonata finishes her chant for a 10th rank Holy Thunder composite magic, the sky turning purple with lightning. She shouts Kuranos as a dozen magic circles appear above the villains, ready to rain down judgment. A massive bolt of holy lightning slams down, looking like a giant glowing spear that pierces through the darkness. The spells collide in a chaotic mess of green and purple energy, the air itself screaming from the friction. Kuroi's skeletons are blasted apart by the holy light, their bones turning to dust in an instant. The lightning branches out, striking every villain on the field and disrupting their ability to cast any more magic. The SMT members scream in triumph as the nobles are finally pushed back, their faces filled with pure shock and disbelief. A massive explosion of light clears the field, leaving only smoke and a giant crater where the villains once stood. The holy lightning continues to surge, finishing off the last of the shadow summons and clearing the dark clouds from the sky. The green-haired noble is screaming in agony as the lightning cooks him alive inside his own armor. Kuroi Akuto is also caught in the blast, his body wreathed in purple electricity as he falls to his knees. The SMT team is breathing hard, completely out of magic power and at their absolute limit after that massive stunt, but the villains are still standing, looking beaten and bloodied but still far from finished. The SMT is horrified that they survived that attack, realizing that the high-ranking nobles are even tougher than they imagined. Kuroi and the green guy admit they're out of magic and gear, but they're not going to let the pests win so easily. Takigami also realizes she's reached her limit, the consequences of neglecting her training finally catching up to her. Sonata knows she's not a combat specialist, and decides it's best to observe for a moment while she tries to recover some mana. Suddenly, Yuika steps forward and unleashes a 7th rank water magic, Geyser Wave, her eyes burning with determination. But Toshiru, her father, counters it with the exact same spell, showing that he's still the master of this style. The two water pillars clash and explode, neither side gaining an inch of ground in the struggle. Toshiru effortlessly casts a 4th rank water magic, Waterfall, creating a massive wall of water to block his daughter's path. Yuika is almost swept away by the current, struggling to keep her footing against her father's overwhelming power. Chloe screams for Yuika to look out as Toshiru prepares a follow-up strike that could be lethal. She lunges in to protect her friend, taking the brunt of the water blast and groaning in pain as she's knocked back. The girls scream Chloe's name as they run to her side, fearing she's been seriously injured by the hit. Minato checks her pulse and says she's fine, just unconscious, and he thanks Ruka and Yuika for protecting their friend. Toshiru stands there coldly, saying first one down, as if he didn't just almost kill his daughter's best friend. Yuika and Ruka are finally done crying. They stand up and tell their father that hurting their comrades is the final straw. Toshiro just stares at them with that same cold expression, telling them he's been serious about this from the start. Yuika gives a dark, determined smile, her mana beginning to swirl around her like a hurricane. She and Ruka both shout that they're going to get serious too, and that they will surpass their father right here and now. They combine their powers to cast a new magic they developed together, an 11th rank Great Ice Magic, Diamond Dust. The air turns freezing as they also launch an 11th rank water magic, Maelstrom, creating a storm of ice and water that fills the entire crater. Toshiru stands in the center of the storm, surrounded by his own massive magic circles, as the final battle between father and daughters begins. The power is so intense that the ground beneath them begins to liquefy, as father and daughters struggle in a literal life-or-death tug-of-war. Ruka is pushing her limits, her face pale from mana exhaustion, while Toshiro grits his teeth, realizing his daughters have finally surpassed his expectations. They scream that they won't lose, not until they hear the truth from his own mouth about why he chose the path of a traitor. The ice shards finally pierce through the maelstrom, a direct result of the sisters' synchronized training under Minato. A massive pillar of ice erupts, encasing the entire area in a jagged, frozen tomb. Toshiro is caught in the epicenter, his blue robes fluttering as the sheer force of the 11th rank magic slams into his chest. He crashes into the rubble, his breathing ragged and his mana signature flickering like a dying candle. Yuika and Ruka collapse to their knees, gasping for air and desperately wondering if they actually just killed their own father. But Toshiro is built different. He starts to push himself up, proving that even a rank 11 spell wasn't enough to end a high-ranking noble. The girls are terrified. If that didn't stop him, they don't have anything left in the tank to defend themselves. Toshiro raises his hand to cast another spell, but his eyes are shaking. He's looking at his daughters and the resolve in their eyes. Yuika begs him to stop, her voice cracking as she tells him she doesn't want to fight this family war anymore. Ruka adds that their mother would be absolutely heartbroken to see them trying to kill each other in the ruins of the city. The mention of their mother hits Toshiro like a physical blow, and his magic circles start to fade as his conviction wavers. He stands there in silence, the internal conflict between his duty as a noble and his love as a father finally reaching a breaking point. But the moment of peace is shattered as Kuroyakuto sneers from the sidelines, calling Toshiro out for hesitating at the most critical moment. The scumbag villain spots his discarded anti-magic gun and realizes this is his chance to finish the job and take out a weak-willed ally. He lunges for the weapon with a sadistic grin, faster than the exhausted sisters can react. Kuroi screams, "Die, you weaklings!" as he pulls the trigger, aiming the anti-magic bullets directly at the sisters' hearts. The beams of light streak across the battlefield, and for a second, it looks like the end for Yuika and Ruka. Blood splatters across the screen, and the sisters' eyes go wide in total horror as the impact hits. But they aren't the ones bleeding. Toshiro stepped right into the line of fire, taking both bullets in the chest to protect his children. The girls scream out for their father as he begins to fall, his body finally giving out after the double tap from the anti-magic rounds. They catch him before he hits the dirt, sobbing and asking why he would throw his life away for them after everything that happened. Kuroi just clicks his tongue in annoyance, calling them all stubborn pests and preparing to finish the rest of them off. But Takigami-san isn't having it. She summons a defensive barrier, telling the coward that she won't let him do any more harm. She pushes the villain back with a wave of wind, forcing him to retreat as he curses them for being worthless weaklings. Toshiro lies in his daughter's arms, blood leaking from his mouth as his life begins to flash before his eyes. He looks at their tear-stained faces and wonders what he was really trying to accomplish by making his own children cry. We see a flashback to Toshiro as a young boy, born and raised under the strict, cold laws of the mage nobles. He was taught from birth that nobles were supreme beings and that the rest of the world was beneath them. The nobles believed they were being exploited by powerless humans and plotted for decades to flip the script. Young Toshiro was groomed to be the perfect weapon for the noble uprising, gathering strength for the day they would rise. But their plans failed 50 years ago because of Ichikami Minato and his followers, forcing the nobles to go into hiding. Toshiro trained relentlessly his entire life, fueled by the mission to dominate the foolish masses and stand at the top of the world. He was even forced into a political marriage to preserve the pure bloodline of the noble families. He didn't care about love. He didn't even know his fiancée's name before the wedding day. It was just another duty to fulfill. He thought his life would be nothing but cold laws and magic circles, a hollow existence dedicated to a dead cause. But then he met Ruri, a woman who looked like a blooming flower in the middle of a desert. She was odd for a noble. She was willful, laughed loudly, and always had Toshiro wrapped around her little finger. For a man whose world was nothing but gray rules, her warmth was the most comforting thing he had ever experienced. She was the first person he truly cherished, and slowly, Toshiro started to see a world beyond the noble uprising. They had children, and for a few years, Toshiro was actually happy, holding his newborn daughters and feeling like a real human. But the shadow of the nobles still hung over him. He knew a war was coming, and feared what would happen to his precious family. He didn't want to drag them into a bloody conflict, or force them to become killers like him. The thought of his wife and daughters dying in a war that he helped start terrified him more than anything. He would hold their tiny hands and swear to protect them, but he didn't know how to escape the web of the noble families. And then, his worst nightmare took a different form, one that magic couldn't fix. Ruri fell ill with a fatal disease, and despite all the supreme magic of the nobles, they couldn't save her. On her deathbed, she begged Toshiro to take care of Yuika and Ruka and to love them forever. Toshiro promised he would, but his heart was shattered, leaving him colder and more distant than ever before. Ruri passed away peacefully, leaving Toshiro alone with two young girls he didn't know how to raise. He failed his promise. Without Ruri, he fell back into the only thing he knew, the absolute laws of the mage nobles. His love for his daughters and his duty to his clan were in constant conflict, tearing his soul apart. And then the final blow came. His daughters joined the SMT, the very organization the nobles were meant to destroy. Every time he saw them in that uniform, the noble in him wanted to crush them, but the father in him just wanted them safe. Back in the present, Toshiro covers his eyes, crying as he realizes he was never strong enough to choose between them. He tells his daughters he's so sorry that he couldn't love them enough to be the father they deserved. The girls are hysterical, screaming "Father!" as they realize they're losing him just as they finally found the real him. His last words are a whisper, telling them that no matter what happens, they must live and be happy. He gives a faint, peaceful smile, finally free from the burden of the noble laws that had chained him his entire life. The girls let out a heart-wrenching scream as his head falls back, thinking they've lost him forever. But Takigami-san rushes over, checking his vitals and telling them he's not dead, just unconscious and in critical condition. She starts applying emergency healing magic, the blue light of the circles reflecting in the sisters' teary eyes. They look toward the remaining villains, their grief turning into a cold, murderous rage. Kuroi and the other nobles are stunned. These girls should be broken, but they're radiating more mana than ever before. They vow to avenge their father right here and now, declaring that this is where the era of the mage nobles ends for good. While the sisters deal with the fallout, Minato is still popping off, fighting Hinata and Kaichi at high speeds. Hinata is a blur of fire and fury, launching a flying kick that creates a sonic boom, but Minato just slides out of the way. He lands perfectly and looks up as a massive Demon King stalks onto the battlefield, summoned by the nobles as a last resort. The Demon King opens its mouth to fire a beam of pure calamity energy, and it looks like a nuke is about to go off. The explosion levels the entire block, sending a shockwave of heat and fire that should have incinerated everything in the center. Hinata is panting, hoping that finally, after all that work, they manage to at least scratch the MC. But the smoke clears to show Minato standing there with a rainbow barrier, casually saying that the attack was pretty rough. Hinata is shaking, realizing that this guy isn't human. There's no way anyone should be unscathed after a direct hit from a Demon King. Minato decides it's time to thin the numbers and leaps into the air, moving faster than the eye can follow. He weaves through the giant demon's limbs, preparing a spell that dwarfs anything the nobles have shown so far. The Demon King tries to swat him like a fly, but Minato is already 5 steps ahead, positioning himself for a finishing blow. He unleashes an 11th rank holy magic, Holy Ray, a blinding beam of light that cuts through the Demon King like a hot knife through butter. The monster disintegrates into purple dust in a single second, proving that even a boss-level threat is just fodder to our boy. Hinata starts screaming at him to stop messing around, her mind breaking as she realizes their ultimate weapon was deleted instantly. She screams that their magic power surpassed 1,000,000 thanks to the calamity, the same level as the legendary Ichikami Minato. Minato just gives her a cold look and tells her the information she has must be wrong, because the real Ichikami Minato was never that weak. She points toward her fallen comrades, crying out that if he's so strong, why are his friends the ones struggling on the ground? We see Yuika and Ruka, their bodies trembling as they reach their absolute limit, unable to even stand up anymore. The rest of the SMT team is in the same boat, their mana is depleted, and their bodies won't listen to them after the marathon of fighting. Kuroi and the other noble mages start laughing, calling them weaklings and preparing to execute the entire team. Kuroi points his gun at the girls, telling them to just die already because they're nothing but an eyesore to the nobles. But a shadow falls over them. It's Minato, appearing behind them with a look of pure, unadulterated menace. The villains are stunned. They didn't even hear him move, and they realize they're in the presence of a literal god. Minato doesn't even use a spell. He just tells them they're in his way and prepares to drop a physical beatdown. He launches a kick that sends 2 high-ranking nobles flying like ragdolls, their bones shattering on impact. They crash into the rubble, coughing up blood and realizing that they never stood a chance against the MC's base stats. Minato looks over at his team, and Ruka apologizes with tears in her eyes for being the ones to hold him back. He gives her a warm smile, telling her they've done an amazing job getting this far, and to leave the rest to him. He tells the team to stay back so they don't get caught up in the absolute carnage he's about to unleash. Ruka and Yuika watch his back, admitting that they can't even imagine a world where Minato loses. The boys on the team salute him, putting the entire future of Japan in his hands as they prepare for the final clash. Even Takigami-san prays for his safety, calling him by his true name, Ichikami-san, as she recognizes his legendary power. Minato faces down the 4 remaining high-ranking nobles, his purple eyes glowing with a lethal intensity. Kuroi is shaking with rage, screaming that he'll kill Minato for trampling on the pride of the noble mages. Hinata and Kaichi join him, trying to convince themselves that even a monster can't win against 4 of them at once. Minato just gives them a cocky, come-at-me gesture, looking like he's about to handle some annoying chores. They all launch their attacks at once. Fire, bullets, and wind magic create a storm of death aimed right at his head. Minato dodges everything with millimeter precision, looking like a ghost dancing through a minefield. He weaves through a giant fire tornado and dodges a sword strike, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He lands a heavy punch on one noble while simultaneously preparing a spell to counter the others. Kuroi fires his anti-magic guns point-blank, screaming in terror as he realizes Minato is just swatting the bullets away like flies. Hinata tries a downward strike, but her fire is completely extinguished by the pressure of Minato's aura alone. Minato slams his hand into the ground, and a massive magic circle erupts, glowing with a rainbow-colored energy. The ground turns into molten lava, and columns of fire erupt from the earth, turning the battlefield into a literal hellscape. The noble mages are swallowed by the eruption, their screams lost in the roar of the flames. Minato calls it 12th rank Fire-Earth Composite Magic, Ground Zero, a spell so powerful it shouldn't even exist in this era. Hinata is thrown back by the force of the blast, her clothes scorched and her spirit finally broken. She lies in the dirt, gasping in disbelief that all the supreme nobles were defeated in a single instant. Minato stands in the middle of the flames, admitting that even he is surprised by how angry he's actually feeling right now. The villains are crawling on the ground, sobbing and calling him a monster, because they can't comprehend his strength. Hinata realizes there was never a way to win, that trying to fight Minato was like trying to punch the sun. The screen fades to black as she stares at the monster, who just single-handedly ended the noble uprising. Minato walks toward the center of the ruins, where the real mastermind is waiting for him. He declares that the nobles are finished, and that it's time for Chairman Mumyu to face the music. But the chairman is laughing, his body wrapped in red veins as he says it's already too late for anyone to stop him. He reveals that summoning a demon god required an enormous amount of power that he is now absorbing into his own body. A giant, demonic claw rips through the air, and we see the chairman's human form being consumed by something far worse. A red cocoon of mana surrounds him, and a single glowing red eye opens from within the mass of flesh. The SMT girls are horrified, wondering what kind of nightmare the chairman has turned himself into. Minato grits his teeth, realizing that the old man actually sacrificed his own humanity just for a chance at more power. The cocoon explodes, revealing the chairman's new form, a terrifying demon hybrid with wings, claws, and an aura of pure malice. The final boss has entered the building, and the real fight for the fate of Japan starts now! The girls are trembling as they look at the transformed chairman, realize this isn't even a magician anymore. It's a monster. Minato stares at Mumyu, his face hardening as he realizes the old man has crossed a line he can never come back from. Mumyu lets out a demonic roar, his new form radiating so much pressure that the buildings around them start to crumble. The SMT boys are sweating, asking what on earth is happening and how anyone is supposed to fight that thing. Even the old lady Takigami is speechless, unable to believe that the chairman would go this far for power. Mumyu stands in a pillar of red flame, looking down at everyone like they're insects waiting to be crushed. He admits he's surprised himself, but he loves the feeling of this amazing new body and the power flowing through him. Minato asks if this is really the result he wanted, to become a literal monster just to feel stronger. Mumyu screams that he doesn't care about being human anymore, because his magic power has surpassed 10 million and eclipsed the legend of Ichikami Minato. Hinata is on her knees behind him, her voice trembling as she calls out to her father. She begs him to acknowledge her, crying that she did her best and followed all his orders, even when she was sent away as a child. She kept training alone, made no friends, and even fought her own comrades just to make him proud of her. She clings to his leg, sobbing and begging for a single word of praise or acknowledgement after all her sacrifices. But the monster just tells her to shut up and delivers a brutal backhand that sends her flying across the battlefield. Minato catches her mid-air, his face turning into a mask of pure, cold fury as he sees the chairman strike his own child. Hinata lies in Minato's arms, her spirit completely crushed as she whispers, "Father." Why? Minato looks at her and realizes that this is the reason he can never forgive the nobles. They treat even their own families like tools. He gently lowers her to the ground, handing her over to the SMT girls to take care of her wounds. Ruka takes her, and Minato tells them to watch over Hinata while he finishes this once and for all. Mumyu mocks him, calling him a hypocrite for protecting the weak, and asking why he doesn't just leave the incompetent behind. Minato asks if it doesn't even bother his conscience to strike his own daughter, but the monster just laughs it off. He says it doesn't bother him at all, because in his new world, only the supreme beings deserve to exist. Minato shouts that he's fallen, and that he's lost everything that actually made him a magician in the first place. Mumyu screams that he hasn't fallen, he has transcended and become a being equal to a literal god. Minato asks if he wanted to surpass Ichikami Minato so badly, even though the man has been dead for 50 years. The chairman rants that he can't forgive Minato for running away with a victory and for choosing to protect worthless trash instead of ruling the world. Minato just calls him arrogant, and the pressure between the two starts to create sparks in the air. Mumyu launches a 14th rank dark magic, Shadow of Death, a forbidden spell that should be impossible for any human to cast. Massive shadow dragons erupt from the ground, swarming toward Minato with enough power to erase his existence. The girls are in shock. They've never even heard of a 14th rank spell, and they realize the MC is in actual danger for the first time. But Minato just sighs and counters with a 14th rank non-attribute magic, Oblivion. A massive crystal of pure mana erupts, shattering the shadow dragons into millions of harmless pieces. The explosion of light is so bright it clears the red sky, showing that Minato's silent casting is still miles ahead of the chairman. Mumyu tries an automatic dark flame spell, but Minato just walks through the fire like it's a warm shower. He tells the monster that his magic is interesting but uninspired, which is the ultimate flex in the middle of a god-tier battle. Minato promises to be more resourceful next time, his aura flaring up with a rainbow light that starts to push back the demonic pressure. The boys on the team are watching in awe, saying there's no way a regular human can win a fight like this. The sisters agree, but they say that they always knew Minato was different from everyone else they had ever met. They believe with all their hearts that if it's Minato, he can definitely win against any monster the world throws at him. But Takigami-san is looking at Minato's hands, and she realizes something that makes her blood run cold. She points out that Minato is actually shaking, not from fear, but from the massive strain of holding back the calamity magic. We see a close-up of Minato, and for the first time he looks genuinely exhausted, sweat dripping down his face. He's taking hits he would normally dodge, and his defensive barriers are starting to crack under the chairman's relentless assault. He uses a 10th rank Aegis shield, but the demonic energy is eating through the mana like acid. Another explosion hits, and Minato is actually knocked back, his boots dragging through the dirt as he struggles to maintain his footing. The chairman notices and starts laughing, realizing that the great sage is finally reaching his limit. Minato takes a heavy blow to the arm, his sleeve ripping as he barely manages to block a lethal claw strike. The girls are in a total panic. Seeing their invincible leader being pushed back is more terrifying than the monster itself. Minato stands there with his head down, his breathing heavy, and his white uniform covered in dust and blood. We see a flashback to Minato always smiling and telling everyone to leave it to him with total confidence. Mumyu mocks him, asking if he's finally exhausted his magic in this pointless battle for the weak. The sisters refuse to believe it, screaming that it's impossible for Minato to lose to anyone. The boys are also yelling for him to win, saying he's supposed to be the strongest magician in history. But Takigami-san starts crying, realizing that she and everyone else have been incredibly cruel to him. She realizes he only acted confident and said it would be fine, just to reassure the people and keep them from losing hope. She shouts to the team that they forgot something very important, that beneath all that power, Minato is human too. He is just as human as they are, feeling pain and exhaustion just like any other person. The sisters' eyes go wide as they realize she's right. They've been treated him like a god instead of a friend. They admit they haven't been trusting him. They've been clinging to him and forcing him to solve every single one of their problems. They realize they were just pushing the entire burden of the world onto his shoulders because it was easier than fighting for themselves. They look at his back and realize he's been standing so far ahead of them that no one noticed how lonely he actually was. No one realized how much pain he was in or how much he was sacrificing just to keep them safe and smiling. The boys call themselves the worst kind of bastards for just assuming he would always be fine without any help. Takigami says he kept smiling and showing confidence because if he didn't, the entire nation would fall into despair. She cries out that he's been standing in front of them this whole time, protecting them, and no one even bothered to ask if he was okay. The team screams Minato as one, their voices filled with a new kind of resolve and love for their leader. Yuika reaches out, her heart breaking as she realizes how much our boy has been carrying on his own. Minato hears them and looks back over his shoulder, a small, tired smile on his face as he sees their support. They are all in tears, but their eyes are burning with the promise that they won't let him fight alone anymore. Minato turns back to the chairman, his eyes glowing with a renewed light as he declares that he will not lose. Mumyu screams, "You will die here!" as he dives from the sky, his claws aimed directly at Minato's throat. Minato stands his ground, his mana surging for one final, desperate clash against the monster in the ruins. The screen cuts to a blinding flash of red and white energy as the battle for the soul of Japan reaches its ultimate climax. Mumyu mocks him, saying he's too slow, and that the great sage is finally showing his age. Our boy isn't just taking it, though. He twists mid-air and delivers a heavy counter, trying to find an opening in the monster's defense. The chairman's demonic skin is like iron, and he just grins through the impact, enjoying the sensation of the fight. Minato decides to drop a nuke, manifesting 13th rank null magic, unlimited magic bullet, filling the sky with golden circles of death. The golden beams rain down, slamming into Mumyu's chest, and creating a series of massive explosions that shake the entire district. Mumyu screams in rage, blasting through the smoke with purple mana circles, refusing to let a child look down on him. Minato is breathing hard, sweating as he realizes the chairman's automatic defense magic is more persistent than he anticipated. The chairman stares him down, looking like a literal nightmare wreathed in flames and hatred. He points a claw at Minato, gloating that he can sense the sage's magic power is finally nearing total depletion. He declares that the game is over, and that he's finally going to stand at the top of the magical world. Minato looks down, his face hidden in shadow as he admits it's probably about time to stop playing around. The chairman gathers every ounce of his demonic mana, preparing the highest-ranking magic he's ever devised to finish the job. He unleashes 15th rank dark magic, Armageddon, a massive vortex of purple and black energy that looks like it's eating the world. Minato counters with his own 15th rank Holy Null composite magic, Innocent Void, a beam of pure white light that pierces the darkness. The two god-tier spells collide, creating a blinding flash that turns the night into day for everyone in Japan. The white light and purple shadows struggle for dominance, a literal war between heaven and hell happening right in front of the SMT girls. Mumyu is caught in the backwash of the light, his demonic features twisting in agony as the holy energy starts to burn his soul. Minato collapses to one knee, his body trembling from the strain of casting magic that should be impossible for a human vessel. Yuika and Ruka scream his name, their hearts stopping as they wonder if he actually managed to pull off the impossible. But through the smoke, the chairman's voice rasps out, he's still standing, and he's laughing like a complete madman. He's drunk on the power of the calamity, boasting that even after a hit like that, he still has plenty of strength left to kill everyone. Minato just sighs, telling the old man he's had enough of his delusional grandstanding. Mumyu mocks him, asking if the great sage is finally begging for his life like the common trash he protects. He raises his arms, vowing to surpass both Kusanagi and the legend of Ichikami Minato to become a literal god. Minato asks him a simple question, "Why can't you see it?" sounding more disappointed than angry. The chairman's skin starts to crack and glow with red light, and for the first time, a look of genuine fear crosses his face. He begins to scream as his own blood starts to boil, the demonic energy he stole finally turning against its host. Minato explains that if you forcibly increase your magic power beyond your capacity, your vessel will inevitably shatter. The chairman realizes with horror that Minato knew this would happen from the very start and was just waiting for him to burn out. Minato gives a simple, cold yes, confirming that the old man's quest for power was always a suicide mission. Mumyu falls to his knees, his mind breaking as he asks why he's losing when he was supposed to be the one to surpass Ichikami. Minato's voice softens as he says, "Because I died, I caused you pain. I told you to wait." The chairman freezes, his eyes widening as he asks what on earth Minato is talking about. In a moment of spiritual clarity, the image of the original Ichikami Minato appears behind Kusanagi, apologizing to his old friend. Mumyu stammers in disbelief, realizing the impossible truth that the brat he's been fighting is the man he admired most. We see a flashback to 50 years ago, at the funeral of the legendary Ichikami Minato. A young Mumyu stands before the casket, his face twisted in grief and anger, asking why his idol had to die. He looks at Ichikami's peaceful face and can't stand the fact that the world's strongest hero just left them all behind. The mages around him try to comfort him, saying Ichikami fought tirelessly and deserved his rest, but it only fuels Mumyu's rage. He snaps, slapping a fellow mage and screaming at them to stop talking like it's over. He rants that Ichikami is still alive, and that the healing magicians are just incompetent fools who can't see his greatness. He tries to use holy magic on the corpse, desperate to bring back the only person he ever respected. Magic circles flare around the coffin as he pours every drop of his mana into a forbidden resurrection attempt. The observers are horrified, screaming that he shouldn't even be able to use that kind of magic, but he doesn't listen. He screams for Ichikami to come back to life, his voice cracking with a desperation that borders on madness. His eyes are bloodshot and wild, showing the exact moment his admiration turned into a dark, twisted obsession. The guards eventually tackle him, dragging him away as he kicks and screams like a possessed animal. He curses everyone, calling them incompetent trash who were the real reason Ichikami died. He shouts that Ichikami sacrificed everything for powerless fools who didn't deserve a single second of his time. In that moment, he vows to change the rotten world and become someone even greater than the legend he lost. From that day on, he trained relentlessly, pushing his body and mind far beyond the limits of any normal magician. He used his high status to manipulate politics and finance, slowly building the foundation of the mage nobles to control the masses. But no matter how much he trained, he felt like he was still miles away from the shadow of Ichikami Minato. His mind started to glitch, the pressure of his own ambition and the demon god's influence starting to tear his psyche apart. For the sake of his foolish pride, he even began falsifying historical records to make Ichikami seem weaker and himself stronger. He turned his shame into a burning anger, using it as fuel to keep refining his magic for the day of the uprising. He would shout at the air, vowing to surpass Ichikami and prove that his way was the only right way for the world. But deep down, he just wanted Ichikami to look back at him, to walk ahead and show him the path one more time. Every time he fell, he'd imagine Ichikami's shadow standing above him, pushing him to get back up. He promised himself he'd become stronger than his idol, not out of hate, but out of a desperate need to be worthy. In his final vision, he feels a hand on his head, a gentle touch that he's missed for half a century. He sees the real Ichikami Minato reaching out to him with a kind smile, looking exactly like he did in the old days. Ichikami offers his hand, inviting Mumyu to walk together with him at last. Mumyu finally admits it. He never hated the sage. He simply admired him more than anything else in the world. His voice trembles as he says that's why he wanted Ichikami to live, so they could have stood side by side. Back in the real world, the chairman is reaching out to Minato, tears streaming down his face as he finally sees his old friend. Their hands almost touch, a moment of redemption and peace finally within reach for the fallen chairman. But suddenly, the screen is slashed with red as a lethal strike tears through the atmosphere. The chairman's eyes go wide with a different kind of shock, blood leaking from a massive wound in his chest. Minato's expression shifts from pity to total horror as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong. A hand is thrust right through the chairman's back, clutching his glowing purple mana core as blood pours onto the ground. The chapter ends on a chilling note as the true shadow behind the nobles finally steps out from the darkness. A mysterious figure looms in the darkness behind him, their hands still buried deep inside his demonic chest. Mumio Hifumi collapses into the dirt, his life and his dreams ending in a pool of his own blood. Ruka gasps in terror, her voice shaking as she looks at the person who just executed the chairman. It's Chloe, but she's different. Her eyes are glowing red, and she's wearing a twisted, sadistic smile as she holds the chairman's mana crystal. Yuika screams her name, but Ruka realizes with a shudder that the girl standing there isn't their friend anymore. Hinata falls to her knees, crying out for her father as she watches the only person she ever wanted to please die like trash. She lunges forward, screaming at Chloe to stop, but the power gap is so massive she can't even get close. Minato doesn't hesitate. He launches himself at Chloe, his fist wreathed in green mana as he tries to stop whatever she's doing. Chloe doesn't even flinch, blocking his strike with a casual wave of her hand, showing off speed that rivals the MC. She mocks Minato, saying it's the lowest of the low to hit a woman, her voice dripping with a terrifying ancient malice. Hinata is hysterical, reaching for her father's body, but the mana leaking from the scene is starting to burn her skin. Minato demands to know what she's trying to do, his eyes sharp as he realizes he's looking at a completely different entity. Chloe unleashes a 14th rank dark magic Shadow of Death, summoning massive, jagged serpents of shadow that fill the sky. The shadow monsters loom over Hinata and the chairman's body, ready to devour everything in their path. Minato counters instantly with 14th rank null magic, Oblivion, creating a wall of blue light to shield the survivors. The shadows slam into the barrier with enough force to shatter the ground, creating a shockwave that levels the nearby ruins. The force of the impact throws everyone back, and Minato grunts as he struggles to hold the line against the darkness. He uses a green mana circle to stabilize himself, but he's clearly reaching his limit after the fight with the chairman. He teleports the girls away from the immediate danger zone, telling them to stay back and protect each other. Chloe laughs, holding the chairman's mana crystal up to the light, saying that finally, the time she's waited for has come. In a move that makes everyone's stomach turn, she swallows the massive crystal whole, her eyes glowing with an unholy intensity. A pillar of red and black fire erupts from her body, shooting into the clouds and tearing the sky wide open. Minato is blown back by the pure pressure, his clothes ripping as he realizes the mana level in front of him is off the charts. A giant demonic eye opens within the red aura, staring down at the world with a hunger that's been building for 50 years. Ruka and Yuika are paralyzed with fear, their bodies shaking as they feel the presence of a being that shouldn't exist on Earth. Chloe's form starts to change, her limbs elongating and wings of gold and flesh erupting from her back. Ryuji and the other SMT members are speechless, realizing that they're looking at the ultimate enemy of humanity. The demon god fully manifests behind Chloe, a towering monstrosity of bone, muscle, and glowing purple crystals. Takigami-san covers her mouth in horror, whispering that this can't be happening and that the world is truly doomed. The creature lets out a roar that echoes through the entire country, a sound of pure calamity that shatters glass for miles. Minato looks up at the beast and identifies it with a cold, hollow voice. It's the demon god. The monster raises its claws, and a massive wave of purple energy washes over the battlefield, snuffing out all light. The girls are hit by the psychic pressure, clutching their heads as they're forced to experience the raw despair of the beast. They collapse, the purple fog around them making it impossible to even see a few feet in front of them. All across Japan, citizens are looking at the sky in terror, the red clouds and the demonic aura making them realize the end is here. People are shivering in shelters, the feeling of death so thick in the air that they can't even find the strength to scream. Families huddle together, praying to the great sage to save them from the nightmare that has swallowed their world. The demon god mocks the humans, saying she can hear their screams and that their despair is the sweetest music. The image of the original Ichikami Minato appears behind Kusanagi as the beast recognizes its old nemesis in a new body. She reveals that the moment she first touched Minato's hand, she was certain that he was the reincarnation of Ichikami. She explains how she infiltrated the SMT, gathered intel, and lured everyone into a false sense of security while she prepared her move. Minato realizes that Mumyu's entire uprising was just a smokescreen for her own resurrection. Chloe gives a wicked grin, saying manipulated is an ugly word. She simply brainwashed the chairman to be her puppet. We see a flashback to Chloe as a student, standing behind a broken chairman and whispering poison into his ear for 50 years. She was the one who fueled his hatred and his pride, slowly and carefully molding him into the perfect vessel for mana. She orchestrated the gradual calamities and the birth of the mage nobles just to gather enough power to revive her true form. She screams that all that's left is to kill Minato once and for all and erase his legendary name from history. She unleashes 15th rank dark magic, Armageddon again, but this time it's powered by the demon god's true core. Minato tries to counter with innocent void, but his hands are shaking and the light is flicking out. His mana level is in the red, and as he tries to hold back the shadows, his knees finally buckle under the weight. The demon god laughs, gloating that even a great sage can't do a single thing once his magic power is depleted. The shadow serpents strike, tearing through Minato's defenses and slamming into his chest with enough force to level a mountain. He's thrown through the air, crashing through multiple buildings as blood sprays across the rubble. He tries to get back up, but another wave of shadows hits him, pinning him down and crushing his ribs. Minato coughs up a massive amount of blood, his purple eyes turning glassy as he feels his life force fading away. A giant ball of dark energy forms above him, the demon god preparing to vaporize him and the entire city in one shot. The shadows erupt in a massive explosion, leaving a crater so deep that the ground itself seems to have been erased. Minato stands in the center of the pit, his clothes in tatters and his body covered in deep wounds, looking like a ghost. The demon god tells him he's just like he was 50 years ago, fighting for others and dying because of his own weakness. She mocks him, saying he should have just left humanity to their fate and lived a long, selfish life. Minato is so low on magic power that even his automatic healing won't activate, leaving him to bleed out in the dirt. But through the pain, Minato's voice rasps out. He asks her why demons kill humans and why they come to this land. He demands to know the true meaning of the calamity before the end, his eyes still burning with a flicker of defiance. The demon god is in such a good mood that she decides to tell him everything before she erases his soul. She gives a chilling smile, promising to reveal the final mystery of the calamity as the world waits in terror. She reveals that the calamity is actually a massive mana transfer system designed to bridge the gap between their worlds. Magic is transferred from the demon realm to Earth, and once the mana levels are high enough, monsters are downloaded into reality. The more monsters that appear, the more the local magic increases, allowing even stronger beasts to cross over. The ultimate goal was for the demon god herself to transfer her entire being and take absolute control of the planet. At first, Earth had zero magic, meaning only the weakest, most pathetic monsters could be sent through the portals. She expected humanity to be overrun instantly, with the high magic levels turning regular people into monsters through mutation. But a glitch occurred. Instead of turning into monsters, certain humans began to absorb the magic and became magicians. These magicians acted like mana sponges, soaking up the energy required for the demon god's transfer and making it insufficient. That's why monsters kill magicians, to remove the obstacles and release the mana back into the atmosphere. Minato listens in silence, his expression hardening as he realizes the sheer scale of the horror he's been fighting. The demon god explains that because the first calamity failed, she had to carry out a step-by-step plan over half a century. She reveals that the boss monsters were actually just magic tanks designed to store enormous amounts of mana. Whether they lived or died didn't matter, their only role was to bring as much magic as possible to the surface world. The entire history of the human-demon war was just a long-term harvest for her own resurrection. She admits she was infuriated when Ichikami Minato defeated her 50 years ago and forced her to wait even longer. She barely managed to keep her consciousness alive as a remnant of mana, floating through the city like a ghost. She was weaker than a common beast and couldn't even cast a basic spell, a humiliation she vowed to avenge. She wandered the streets of Japan as a purple orb of energy, looking for a way to crawl back into power. She was fueled by a pure, icy hatred for the man who took everything from her. Then she felt a resonance of magic, a perfect frequency of darkness and despair coming from a human heart. It was her encounter with the young Mumio Hifumi, who was already drowning in his own twisted obsession. She describes him as pure and single-minded, making it laughably easy to slip into the cracks of his broken heart. She spoke to his consciousness for years, pretending to be his ambition and guiding him toward the path of betrayal. She used his anger and his lack of morals to take control of Japan's underworld, using him to build her empire of mages. She mocks his weak heart, laughing at how the chairman pathetically cried out for help as he lost his soul. She tells Minato that the man's dying wish was to be saved by Ichikami, a detail she finds incredibly funny. Over time, she recovered enough magic to stabilize, but she still needed a powerful human vessel to reclaim her body. That's when she found Chloe, a young girl dying in a car crash who had a natural resonance with high-level mana. She possessed Chloe's dying body, keeping the shell alive while her demonic essence slowly took root. She became the adopted child of the Mumyu family, hiding in plain sight as the genius heir to the noble clan. She tried to trigger the calamity earlier, but there wasn't enough mana in the world yet to support her true form. So, she devised a final plan to turn the humans themselves into the source of her power. She gathered monsters and timed the calamity for the moment the connection between the worlds was at its strongest. She used large-scale attacks to create a chain reaction of smaller disasters, filling Earth with the magic she needed. But even that wasn't enough. She needed condensed, high-density magic that could only be found in a human vessel. She laughs, saying the human body is the perfect vessel for condensing magic power until it's ready to explode. She used the chairman to gather that mana, then killed him to consume the solidified power and obtain godhood. She leans in close, telling Minato that the reason he's cornered right now is all part of her master design. Everything, the betrayal, the war, the death, was just a set of moves on her chessboard. She mocks his heroism, saying he made the same mistake 50 years ago by refusing to abandon others until he died. She tells him that no matter how legendary he is, his magic is finite, and he's currently sitting at less than 10,000 mana. She calls him pitiful, saying she was terrified when she realized he had reincarnated, but now she sees he's still the same fool. She reveals that Minato's soul was so dense with magic that even in death, he functioned like a magical life form. He found the body of Kusanagi Minato and reincarnated using the same method she did, pure luck and mana resonance. She screams that none of it matters anymore, vowing to erase every bit of his magic and his soul from the universe. Minato stands in silence, his shadow long as he asks if the past calamities and the deaths of his friends were all her doing. He thinks back to the first calamity and the struggle to protect the innocent from the initial monster invasion. He remembers the faces of the people who died and the fear in the eyes of the children who were used as bait. He thinks about the manipulation of the nobles and the schemes that tore Japan apart from the inside out. He sees the images of the families huddled in shelters, their lives ruined by a game they didn't even know was being played. The weight of the countless humans who suffered for her godhood finally starts to settle on his shoulders. He looks up, his eyes turning a lethal shade of purple as he asks one last time, "Was it all you're doing?" The demon god just smirks and says, "What?" completely unbothered by the lives she's destroyed. Minato lets out a roar of pure, unbridled fury, his voice shaking the entire crater as he finally snaps. He grits his teeth, his aura flaring with a rainbow light that starts to dissolve the demonic shadows around him. A massive pillar of energy erupts from his body, shooting into the sky and pushing back the red clouds of the calamity. The demon god is stunned, screaming, "What is this magic?" as she feels a tidal wave of power overflowing from the depleted sage. Minato's messy hair turns white, and his eyes glow with a brilliance that outshines the sun. He activates 15th level automatic holy magic, heavenly blessing, his body instantly repairing itself in a flash of light. He follows up with 15th level automatic null magic, magic absorption, literally eating the demon god's own aura for fuel. The beast is in a total panic, screaming that dual automatic magic of that rank should be impossible for any living being. She watches in terror as his mana level starts to climb at an impossible speed, reflecting in her own red eyes. The counter hits 12 million, then 39 million, the numbers blurring as they race toward the heavens. It hits 54 million and keeps climbing, the pressure from his existence alone starting to crack the demon god's physical form. The beast stammers impossible, realizing that she's no longer looking at a human, but at the wrath of a true god. The counter finally hits 99,999,999 as Minato looks her in the eye and tells her she's truly made him angry.